Chapter 804. Hei Lolan's expression became even more excited. She quickly replied, "Little ant, don't worry. I have already entered the pool and dug a hole underground." In the sky, Fairy Li Shan suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. This was the backlash of the alliance agreement, but it was still within her bearable range. She casually wiped away the bloodstains and continued to send a secret message to Hei Lulan. "All right, I will scout for you from the sky. You can sneak over and be careful not to be discovered by other Gu immortals. Especially that fellow Fang Yuan. He is extremely shrewd and scheming, even Pai Shui Han was toyed with by him. We have set up the Snowy Mountain Alliance with him. The time limit is approaching, you need to be on guard against him." "Of course," Hei Lulan quickly replied. Fang Yuan descended above the jade pool. His body stirred up strong winds that caused ripples to form on the surface of the pool. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. Although he did not have investigative immortal Gu, his mortal investigative methods were a generation ahead of the surrounding Gu immortals. He looked around and immediately confirmed that there was nothing in this deep pool other than the pool water. So it is oil water. He frowned slightly. Oil water was naturally not ordinary water. It was a resource that could only be found in the depths of the sea. As a Gu refinement material, it was very common in Eastern Sea. In places like Northern Plains and Western Desert, it was rather rare. Small amounts of oil-water transactions were almost impossible to find in jewel-yellow skies. That was because the profits were too low. Jewel-yellow skies would take a lot of fees. It was not worth it. If jewel-yellow skies had such transactions, it would be a huge portion of the profits, but it would only be earning money through hard work. And because the oil water produced in Eastern Sea was basically consumed by itself every year, this kind of huge transaction was very rare. It was also very rare. Dongfang tribe was not only storing oil water here, their intention was ingenious. This pool was extremely deep, it was connected to the depths of the earth. It drew out traces of earth qi. Oil water itself was a resource produced in the deep sea, in the Great Earth Trench. The Dongfang tribe built this pool to make use of oil to produce oil. Every once in a while they will draw fresh water and mix it in. Then they will make use of the earth's energy and the oil to continuously mix, gradually restoring the original density of the oil. Fang Yuan was experienced and knowledgeable. With a turn of his mind, he understood the operating method of the Dongfang tribe. Profits were not easy to obtain. They needed specific Gu worms. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Because of this, he also knew, in Eastern Sea, there was a small group of outstanding Gu masters who specialized in fishing for oil from the bottom of the sea. Gu worm recipes passed down from generation to generation. When used together, they could fish and extract this kind of oil. These people made a living from this. The main point of their Gu worms was to fish for profits. Their battle strength was not strong. However, their social status was relatively high, and they were generally welcomed by the big and small forces of the Eastern Ocean. Fang Yuan had gone to Eastern Sea in his previous life. At that time he had come into contact with an old Gu master who specialized in fishing for profits. The old Gu master was old and only had one granddaughter. She wanted to recruit Fang Yuan as her grandson-in-law and marry into his family. Unfortunately, in the end, Fang Yuan rejected it. Very soon, Fang Yuan's furrowed brows relaxed. He stretched out his index finger, pointing at the surface of the pool. With a light hook of his finger, the pool water surged up like a dragon. It obediently poured into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. On their backs, there was also a row of shark fins that resembled those on a shark's back. These shark fins formed a line that extended from the wolf's head to its tail. Although their speed was not fast, they were often used by Fang Yuan as a solid shield in the wolf formation. Of course, these mortal beasts could no longer attract Fang Yuan's interest. Fang Yuan's burning gaze landed on the leader of the wolf group. This was a huge shark fin wolf, over 10 meters tall. Its body shape was extremely smooth, a perfect combination of strength and beauty. At this moment, this shark fin wolf was crouching. Its mouth opened wide, revealing sharp white teeth. Its lantern-like eyes stared fixedly at Fang Yuan, as if at the next moment it would jump and pounce on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He could not help but want to subdue it. Although he did not have beast enslavement immortal Gu, he could use other methods. He could also slightly control this desolate beast. There was only one beast enslavement immortal Gu. It was kept in Langya blessed land. Using this Gu to enslave desolate beasts showed its effect in an instant. The desolate beast could advance and retreat at will. This was a supreme masterpiece of enslavement path. Feng Yuan did not have beast enslavement immortal Gu. Other enslavement path Gu immortals naturally did not have it either. But when Gu immortals use Gu, they have their own methods and killer moves. It partially replaced the effect of beast enslavement immortal Gu. For example, Flying Bear Phantom Gu was a unique method to enslave desolate beasts. Water Path, Fire Path, Light Path, Wisdom Path and others also had different methods. Otherwise, how could Dongfang Naganori control so many virtual beasts in the Battle of Taichio? The various sects were interconnected, but they were also interconnected. Between the sects, they had to learn from each other, interact with each other, and compete with each other. Only then could there be the current situation of Gu masters with hundreds of flowers blooming. Even without such means, a desolate beast had been raised from a young age and had developed feelings for it, only a sense of closeness. It could be used to protect oneself and it could be released to kill enemies. He Fengyang's 9 Palace Crane Little 9 in the Crane Gate was a classic example of the relationship between man and beast. Of course, these methods could not compare to beast enslavement immortal Gu. Enslavement path. Since it was a path, enslavement path's methods to enslave beast groups were naturally superior to other paths. Beside the deep pool, both sides confronted each other for a while, but the desolate beast shark fin wolf did not move. Feng Yuan's aura. It was like facing a great enemy, not daring to act rashly. Since that was the case, Feng Yuan took the initiative to attack 2 strength path giant hands, one on the left and one on the right pressed down. The desolate beast shark fin wolf roared and took a step back, a layer of glass water armor appearing on its body. At the next moment, it jumped into the air, even surpassing Feng Yuan's height. It opened its bloody mouth, and Feng Yuan felt a fishy wind assaulting him. Along with the fishy wind, countless water bullets were shot out from the desolate beast shark fin wolf's mouth. Feng Yuan did not dodge or evade. 2 strength path giant hands flew up to meet it. The water bullets rained down on the strength path giant hands, but they only caused a slight delay. These water bullets could not even be called mortal killer moves, let alone immortal killer moves. At the same time, the 2 strength path giant hands that had just flown up grabbed the desolate beast shark fin wolf's hind legs and pulled them down. The pitiful desolate beast shark fin wolf had just jumped into the air and was still some distance away from its target Feng Yuan when it was pulled down. With a loud sound, the desolate beast shark fin wolf and the ground came into contact. Some unlucky ordinary shark fin wolves could not dodge in time and were crushed into bloody paste and bone fragments by their leader. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was furious. It fell to the ground and struggled to get up, still wanting to struggle. But at the next moment it saw a strength path giant hand approaching it, growing larger and larger. The strength path giant hand was imposing. Before it even hit the shark fin wolf, the latter felt its breathing becoming stifled and its heart trembling. The shark fin wolf wanted to dodge, but its hind legs were firmly grabbed by the 2 strength path giant hands. It twisted its body but still could not dodge, and was fiercely slapped in the face by the strength path giant hand. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled miserably. Its head was ruthlessly slapped into the ground, creating a huge pit. After a few breaths of time, it could barely raise its head and leave the ground. But this heavy blow caused its vision to blur. Tears and mucus flowed down. It shook its head, still wanting to resist, but the second strength path giant hand slapped again. The desolate beast shark fin wolf howled miserably again. Another huge pit was formed on the ground. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was extremely indignant. The enemy was strong and shameless. It simply had no time to react. Feng Yuan sent out another strength path giant hand. A total of 5, flying and pressing the desolate beast shark fin wolf to the ground, ruthlessly beating it until dust rose and the ground cracked. The wolf group around the desolate beast shark fin wolf was running around, howling in grief and indignation. Some of them shot out water bullets, but most of them collided with each other halfway and destroyed each other. Feng Yuan's body was not big, he was a small target. The number of water bullets that landed on him was even less. It was like a drizzle, negligible. What is that sound? Not far away, Half Moon Brute Master heard the commotion and looked over. When he saw that Fang Yuan was beating the desolate beast shark fin wolf, his pupils immediately shrunk. Although he already knew that Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength, when he saw Fang Yuan calmly beating up a desolate beast with his arms crossed, his heart still shook fiercely. There was no suspense. The desolate beast shark fin wolf had no way to retaliate. If Fang Yuan only had rank 6 battle strength, it might have been a stalemate. But he had surpassed a great realm. With rank 7 battle strength, the desolate beast shark fin wolf could only passively take a beating. Especially, the desolate beasts raised in this blessed land would basically not have wild immortal goo. Those that had immortal goo, they were all taken away by the goo immortals immediately. Immortal goo were too precious. How could they leave them for a desolate beast? However, the shark fin wolf was beaten up by Fang Yuan. It could not even raise its head, but it still had a stubborn attitude. Fang Yuan snorted coldly and decided to increase his strength. He willed. For strength path, giant hands grabbed the shark fin wolf's front and back limbs, and then directly lifted it into the air. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was beaten into a miserable state. Its whole body was stretched out in the shape of a big character. Its 4 legs were ruthlessly grabbed by the strength path giant hands. The sound of leg bones shattering could be heard. The remaining strength path giant hand was in the shape of a palm, slapping the desolate beast shark fin wolf's face left and right. Slap, slap, slap. The huge wolf's head swung left and right rapidly under the repeated heavy blows of the palm. The howls of the wolf group below immediately became louder. Most of the wolf group had already collapsed, and there were already wolf groups fleeing at the edges. This is a real beating. Cold sweat seeped out of Half Moon Brutemaster's shiny forehead when he saw this. Fang Yuan's ferocious might was at its peak. Could not help but make people tremble in fear. The desolate beast shark fin wolf was almost beaten into a pile of soft mud. Its howls had changed, but its barely opened eyes still revealed a stubborn gaze. Filled with bone-deep hatred, wolves had always been a fierce beast that held a grudge. Still not giving in? Fang Yuan also felt a bit of a headache. Obeying the strong was a beast's survival instinct, according to common sense. Such a huge gap in strength should have made the desolate beast shark fin wolf give in long ago. Fang Yuan observed carefully. He made another discovery. So that's how it is the shark fin wolf is in heat. It's the time when its manliness is at its strongest. No wonder it's so tough. His mind turned and he suddenly had a strange idea. Under Fang Yuan's control, the strength path giant hand changed from the shape of a palm. The giant hand slowly bent its middle finger and merged with its thumb. Then Half Moon Brutemaster saw from afar. This strength path giant hand slowly sank, sinking between the legs of the desolate beast shark fin wolf. Suddenly, the thumb relaxed slightly, and the middle finger flicked out. It accurately hit the male wolf's genitals. Oh woo! The desolate beast shark fin wolf shook as if it was struck by lightning, its eyes almost popping out. It raised its head and howled, its voice filled with boundless pain. Snap, snap, snap. Oh woo, oh woo, oh woo. The shark fin wolf sang loudly, its pitch getting higher and higher. In the distance, Half Moon Brutemaster gaped at this shocking scene with his mouth wide open. This. He stammered, unable to speak. Although he understood that this was Fang Yuan subduing the desolate beast shark fin wolf, he had never seen or heard of such a method. In that instant, Fang Yuan's image in the Half Moon Brutemaster's heart underwent a huge change. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe. His original appearance could not be seen, but in the hearts of outsiders they naturally had their own speculations. Originally, in the Half Moon Brutemaster's heart, Fang Yuan was the image of a wild and fierce brawny man, with a tiger's back and a bear's waist. His eyes bulged out, glinting fiercely as if he wanted to devour someone. Now this image had changed. The image of a brawny man was gone. The tiger's back and the bear's waist were at most wolf's back and wasp's waist. His eyes were vicious, his white teeth bared, revealing a perverted and crazy aura. The desolate beast shark fin wolf's psychological defenses were finally broken, and it completely surrendered. The strength of the hand loosened, and it was smashed to the ground, motionless. Its huge and beautiful body was now arched like a prawn, its 2 front paws covering between its 2 hind legs, making low whimpering sounds, as weak as a small flower that had been battered by the wind and rain. Fang Yuan chuckled and said to himself, "This is a good method." He turned his head and looked at the half-moon brute-master in the distance. Of course, he had long since discovered the latter's spying. The half-moon brute-master naturally could not see Fang Yuan's true appearance, but he felt that Fang Yuan's gaze was solid, as if it was a poisonous python coiling around his body. The cool and slippery snake scales were tightly attached to his burning hot body. The half-moon brute-master felt a chill from the depths of his heart, and his body trembled. Especially his crotch, he felt a slight chill. This person is so cruel. He's definitely not someone I can deal with. If I see him in the future, I must avoid him. Sigh, the ways of the world are difficult, life is not easy. The half-moon brute-master swallowed his saliva, and with a flash, he quickly went far away, with a hint of fleeing. Floating astronomy. Chapter 805. Fang Yuan subdued the desolate beast shark fin wolf, and stored it in his immortal aperture. This shark fin wolf's mind had already collapsed. It soon fell unconscious and could not control the shark fin wolf group. Fang Yuan did not have any good methods. He could only let those ordinary shark fin wolves flee in all directions. He did not feel it was a pity. Capturing the desolate beast shark fin wolf alive was already a great harvest. Next, he continued to search around. But the deep pools he encountered were all ordinary resources. Although there was a lot of them, there was nothing to write home about. Dongfang tribe's headquarters definitely had many good things. But there were thousands of deep pools. Fang Yuan's scouting range was not wide, moreover. There were demonic Pathgu immortals competing in the surroundings. How much he could plunder depended on his luck. Not long after, his luck came again. He saw a deep pool. What was stored in this deep pool was not water but fire. The fire was burning fiercely. This was a unique fire pool. After Fang Yuan used several scouting methods, he found a group of long snakes and fierce beasts living in this deep pool. Fang Yuan identified them and found they were eerie fire dragon pythons. Adult eerie fire dragon pythons were huge, at least 100 feet long. Their bodies were as thick as towers. The eerie fire dragon pythons had scarlet scales, a sharp horn on their heads, and a pair of bloodshot eyes. The snake's tongue was a strange purple color, and when it moved back and forth, one could see eerie blue flames coiling around the tongue. This was a snake nest. Although there were no desolate beast-level eerie fire dragon pythons, there were a lot of them. The pythons were simply piled up together. The snakes wriggled, looking somewhat horrifying. Fang Yuan, however, felt his heart pounding. The eerie fire dragon python's entire body was valuable. For example, python blood. It was the best food to feed some blood Pathgu worms. Python skin, python tendons and so on were excellent materials to refine many goo worms. Especially the eerie fire snake gallbladder. It was extremely precious and had a market in jewel yellow skies. Eerie fire dragon pythons have always lived in a small family. I wonder what method Dongfang tribe used to let so many eerie fire dragon pythons live together. Although this method is small, it is quite effective. It's extremely easy for the eerie fire dragon python to reproduce. Fang Yuan was able to see some clues. Come to think of it, when he was in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he obtained a few eerie fire dragon python eggs. Now that it had successfully hatched, the newly born eerie fire dragon pythons lived in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. But because there were too few of them, Fang Yuan had always looked down on them. If he could get his hands on such a group of eerie fire dragon pythons, a large number of them were raised in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. From now on, he would be able to obtain a steady stream of dark fire snake galls and sell them in jewel yellow skies, which could be considered a small income. Although Fang Yuan was in the gutsku business, he quickly estimated the profits from selling the eerie fire snake gall, and was slightly moved. Action was better than action. Fang Yuan acted swiftly, immediately sending out a strength path giant hand to grab it. He still couldn't control his strength. Many eerie fire dragon pythons were crushed to death by the strength path giant hands. After all, the variation of this move was based on the characteristics of great power and heavy power. It was rather lacking in the area of fine control. He grabbed dozens of handfuls. There were still many eerie fire dragon pythons in the pool. He gradually became impatient. He lacked an effective method to collect them, so he could only act rashly. But now time was limited. Fang Yuan grabbed a few more handfuls and gathered 10,000 before he stopped and quickly left this fire pool. After that, he plundered resources along the way, and saw many mortal Gu masters from time to time. Some of these Gu masters were in the areas between the pools. They fled in panic. Some were concealing themselves, hiding under the ground, in the mountain rocks and so on. After Fang Yuan flew away with an overwhelming aura, they managed to keep their lives from their despair. Some hidden Gu masters thought they had escaped, but they were already discovered by Fang Yuan. It was just that Fang Yuan did not purposely attack them. Earlier, when Pai Shui Han and the rest broke into the Blessed Land and fought with the first wave of desolate beasts, it had caused a huge commotion. It had already alerted Dongfang tribe in Jade Pool Blessed Land. In the 5 regions, most mortals would never have a chance to interact with Gu immortals in their entire lives. With such a huge population, Gu immortals were extremely rare. They were just a small portion of a small portion. At the same time, Gu immortals also faced the pressure of survival. They were busy all day and did not have the time to roam freely. To most people, Gu immortals were just legends, they did not exist. But the mortals in Jade Pool Blessed Land were the core of Dongfang tribe. They knew many secrets. Thus, they understood the gap between immortals and mortals. It was like a chasm between heaven and earth. They did not want to put up any pointless resistance. They scattered and escaped while contacting Dongfang tribe's Gu immortals. Needless to say, this was a wise move. Demonic path Gu immortals like Fang Yuan cared more about benefits. They could not be bothered to deal with these mortals. Thus, many of Dongfang tribe's mortals were more fortunate than the desolate beasts. They managed to escape the massacre and survived. Fang Yuan flew past many pools. As time passed, he became more anxious. He started to choose to give up on some common resources. He could purchase these resources, they were not rare. At the same time, Fang Yuan kept his guard up. According to Dongfang Naganori's astute nature, it was impossible that he did not make arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land. As he flew further away, Fang Yuan suddenly found a deep pool with no water. These pools had already dried up. There were many of them, about 50 to 60. They were not far from each other. They were spread over a radius of tens of li. Fang Yuan's mind moved. His body turned in the air and rapidly approached. I found this pool first. The regretful spiders inside should be mine. Aren't you too greedy? You have already collected so many regretful spiders. This regretful spider's breeding ground is so vast, you actually want to keep it all to yourself. As Fang Yuan flew closer, he saw 2 demonic path Gu immortals standing at the edge of a pool. They were arguing over who would belong to them. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. Seeing Fang Yuan fly over, these 2 demonic path Gu immortals' expressions changed. They quickly stopped arguing and stood side by side. Senior, my apologies, the regretful spiders here were discovered by us 2 brothers. According to the rules. One of them immediately spoke, his face full of vigilance and nervousness. I heard rumors that there is a pool in the northwest direction. There are large numbers of air bubble fish inside. Several Gu immortals are fighting over them. The other tried to divert the trouble. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, his expression extremely fierce. You 2 want me to leave like this? The moment he said that, 2 strength path giant hands flew out. They floated to the left and right of Fang Yuan. They looked like they were ready to attack. The 2 demonic path Gu immortals saw this and their expressions turned ashen. At the same time, they were inwardly complaining incessantly. They had personally witnessed Fang Yuan's ferocity not long ago. Even Pai Shui Han was suppressed. They were only at the bottom of rank 6, facing such a powerful Fang Yuan. Once a conflict occurred, the consequences would be dire. But the scale of the resources behind them was too huge. Humans die for wealth, birds die for food. One of the demonic path Gu immortals braced himself and said, Senior, we were the first to discover this resource. This is an indisputable fact. When you and Lord Pai Shui Han set the rules, we were there. My demonic path has always been unbridled. Why would we care about rules? We care about rules in everything. Why don't you join the righteous path? Moreover, who do you think you are? Only Pai Shui Han has the qualifications to talk about rules with me. Fang Yuan's aura was fierce. The 2 strength path giant hands slowly moved forward, showing off their might. The 2 demonic path Gu immortals were directly lectured by Fang Yuan. They did not dare to make a sound, but they were reluctant to leave. The other demonic path Gu immortal seemed to have made up his mind. He suddenly said, "Senior, these regretful spiders are very useful to me. I have been searching for them bitterly. Why don't I use an equivalent piece of information to exchange for it?" "Oh, what information?" Fang Yuan slowly stopped his strength path giant hands. "This information is related to Minuscule Mountain." The demonic path Gu immortal who spoke just now spoke bluntly. "Minuscule Mountain, ha ha." Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed, threatening again. "All right, I will exchange with you. I hope your information is true, otherwise." "True, it is definitely true. Junior came from that direction. With Junior's cultivation level I could not break through, thus I retreated. But to Senior it was simply left for you." Saying so, this demonic path Gu immortal transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan, telling him the details of the information. Fang Yuan's eyes squinted into a slit after hearing it. He said slowly, "All right, I will listen to this information for now. Whether it is true or not, I still need to verify it. You want to give me all the regretful spiders you just obtained?" "Senior, you." The demonic path Gu immortal stared with wide eyes, his face turning red from anger. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, saying as if it was a matter of course, "How do I know if your information is true or false? What if it is false? These regretful spiders are my guarantee. Don't worry, I only want these, the rest is yours." "Senior, you want 20% of the total regretful spiders here with just one sentence." The demonic path Gu immortal gritted his teeth, his heart filled with anger, but he did not dare to make a move. The other demonic path Gu immortal stood at the side, laughing inwardly. If Fang Yuan wanted the regretful spiders in the deep pool, he would definitely cooperate with the extorted demonic path Gu immortal to resist Fang Yuan. But now, Fang Yuan wanted the portion that was already in his pocket. This was different. The regretful spiders in the immortal aperture were basically like meat that was eaten. It was hard to spit them out. They belonged to the Gu immortal. The indifferent demonic path Gu immortal saw that Fang Yuan did not harm his own benefits, and saw the Gu immortal's situation beside him. He felt a sense of schadenfreude. The extorted demonic path Gu immortal saw that the person beside him did not move. His heart felt like it had sunk into an icy river. It was cold. Spitting out the meat that was eaten, this was such a painful thing. "All right, quickly take it out. I still need to hurry, time is pressing." Fang Yuan impatiently urged. "Senior, if you go back on your word, then wouldn't I?" The extorted demonic path Gu immortal bit his lips, squeezing out the words. "What? You actually think I am such a shameless person? I am so old, do I still need to deceive you two juniors?" Fang Yuan replied in displeasure. At the same time, two strength path giant hands flew out. Chapter 806. A total of 4 strength path giant hands floated in the air. Female sign. The two demonic path Gu immortals could not help but take a step back. The mental pressure that Fang Yuan gave them was too great. The situation was weaker than the person. What could they do? The demonic path Gu immortal's expression fluctuated, but he still admitted defeat and handed over the regretful spiders to Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan took them, he immediately flew away, not continuing the fight. The two demonic path Gu immortals let out a sigh of relief. The one who was extorted had a look of hatred on his face. He stared at Fang Yuan's departing figure and cursed, "This old demon, I look forward to seeing you die there." "Hush, hush, how can you be sure he has no listening methods? Be careful, he might come back to find trouble with us." The other demonic path Gu immortal quickly waved his hand and advised. The two glanced at each other, stunned, but quickly reacted and flew away, pulling apart some distance. At the next moment, the two competed intensely, attacking the deep pool without saying a word, using all their strength to plunder the regretful spiders inside. Minuscule Mountain, Crimson Sea. Fang Yuan flew straight, rapidly approaching the location mentioned in the information. He had not planned to plunder the regretful spiders, because he lacked an effective method to capture them. The regretful spiders had little value to him. He had already given up on the plan. To think that after extortion, not only did he save time, he immediately obtained a large batch of regretful spiders. He even obtained an important piece of information. Fang Yuan guessed in private, feeling that this information was quite reliable. Mini-man were a type of variant humans. Minuscule Mountain was the paradise of mini-mans. Their foundation. This was recorded in The Legends of Ranzu. Minimans had thin transparent wings on their backs, usually only the size of a finger. They lived by plucking nectar or sucking the juices of plants. Every type of variant human. They all had special abilities that made them stronger than humans. For example, hairy men were naturally skilled at goo refinement. Rock men lived underground and were skilled at mining. Rock men even had all kinds of ores growing on their bodies. Snowmen were resistant to the cold. Ink men were knowledgeable. Minimans were skilled at cultivating plants. Where they lived, the vegetation would be lush and the flowers would bloom all year round. The 4 seasons never wither. More importantly, although Fengsuan Mountain is small, it is a genuine mountain. It requires a large amount of earth and qi to stabilize the mountain. Such a legendary mountain was a huge burden in the immortal aperture. Goo immortals cannot carry it with them all the time. Moreover, this minuscule mountain is not owned by a Goo immortal of Dongfang tribe. A Goo immortal's immortal aperture was inside the body. The amount of heaven and earth qi inside was limited. If minuscule mountain was stored in such an immortal aperture for a long time, it would be destroyed. It would absorb a large amount of earth qi to maintain the legendary mountain, causing the immortal aperture's heaven and earth qi to become unbalanced. Thus Mount Innerheart spent most of its time. They all landed in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Why? Because Jade Pool Blessed Land was planted on the ground all year round. It was constantly absorbing the endless heaven and earth qi of northern plains. He didn't fear the burden of Mount Innerheart at all. It was the same for Fengyuan's Danghun Mountain. Danghun Mountain needed to absorb earth energy. Otherwise the mountain would collapse. Fortunately, Hu Immortal Blessed Land was planted on Tianti Mountain. It was constantly absorbing the qi of heaven and earth. It was not afraid of Danghun Mountain's expenditure. If it was placed inside Fairy Li Shan and He Lolan's immortal aperture, moving around for a long time, even rank 8 Goo immortals would not be able to endure it. They would need to plant their immortal aperture in the outside world and absorb the qi of the outside world to stabilize the immortal aperture's small world. Beside a seemingly ordinary deep pool. It's Fengyuan? Why is he here? Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had concealed themselves. They sensed Fengyuan's appearance. The two first conversed secretly, looking for Thatched Hut. In the end, Thatched Hut was no longer at its original location, but the two had a huge harvest. In that deep pool, they found a group of underworld eels. Next, they searched everywhere and finally found traces of minuscule mountain. After coming here, they were obstructed. They were in a dilemma. While they were discussing, Fengyuan appeared in their alert range. Fairy Li Shan still had some hope. She said to He Lulan, Fengyuan's investigative methods are not strong. Our concealment is an immortal killer move. If we do not show ourselves, he will not be able to sense us. Maybe he is just passing by. He Lulan had suffered at Fengyuan's hands. She frowned and had a bad premonition. Sigh, I cannot underestimate Fengyuan. Sure enough, at the next moment, Fengyuan slowly descended from the sky, quickly approaching them. His target was this deep pool. Fairy Li Shan's illusion was shattered. Her expression sank. Fengyuan arrived at the place mentioned in the information. This deep pool in front of him was very ordinary. It was not eye-catching. But Fengyuan was still looking forward to it. According to the words of that demonic path Goo Immortal, this was an illusion realm. There was an illusion realm peach tree inside. It was similar to a desolate beast. It had the ability to create illusions and protect the tree. Only Goo Immortals who entered would be able to discover it. Fengyuan activated his defenses and was about to enter, when two figures appeared not far away. Fengyuan, wait. Fairy Li Shan immediately transmitted. He Lulan was silent, standing at the side. It's you too. Fengyuan's gaze flashed. He had a faint smile on his face. His tone was filled with mockery. As an ally, they actually had such an important clue but did not tell him. They were clearly trying to take all the benefits for themselves. But in the end he met them unintentionally. He Lulan was a formidable woman. She did not feel embarrassed. Fengyuan, you came at the right time. We were just worrying about how to attack this place. Fairy Li Shan was an experienced Goo Immortal. She had thick skin. She continued. That's right. This place was named Captivating Sea by Dongfang tribe. It is a forbidden area in Jade Pool Blessed Land. The main area was an illusion realm peach forest. There were many peach trees. The illusion realm was deep. Under the trees was a sea of flowers. There were large patches of grass on the ground, like a boundless green carpet. In the deep sea of flowers, there were beautiful purples and reds. The flowers were fragrant, tens of thousands of purple poison heart-rotting flowers were about to bloom. Oh! Fang Yuan's gaze slightly focused. That demonic path Gu Immortal had malicious intentions. He only said there were illusion realm peach trees, but did not mention the quantity. As for the grass on the ground and purple poison heart-rotting flowers, they were not even mentioned. Grass on the ground was very ordinary, but there were so many of them. There was definitely grass on the ground Gu. This wood path Gu only had one effect. It could make living beings fall asleep instantly. Purple poison heart-rotting flowers would often produce a kind of heart-rotting Gu. This Gu was colorless and formless. It was a trace of fragrance that could intoxicate people, but it could corrode their hearts. But these were just inconveniences to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not cultivate poison path, and did not have any defensive methods in his strength path cultivation, but he had an immortal zombie body. He was very resistant to poison. In his body, there was also a poison path immortal Gu woman's heart. Fairy Li Shan saw that although Fang Yuan was listening attentively, his expression was indifferent, so she said, "There are many of them, but to us Gu immortals, they are only slightly troublesome. But the truth is, in the illusion realm peach forest there is a peach wolf group, there are close to 30 of them. And this captivating sea is actually a Gu formation. At the deepest part is minuscule mountain. There are Gu immortals guarding minuscule mountain. Their auras are uncertain. Their numbers are unknown." Fang Yuan was moved. Peach wolf was a desolate beast. It had rank 6 Gu immortal battle strength. A group of peach wolves. It was like a group of Gu immortals. Minuscule mountain was the base of the mini-man. The Gu immortals on the mountain were mini-man Gu immortals no matter how many there were. Just one was a problem. Desolate beasts had low intelligence, but variant human Gu immortals did not lose to human Gu immortals. Whether they had intelligence or not, their threat was on a completely different level. Fang Yuan realized. No wonder the two girls were hiding outside. He sized up the two in front of him. Fang Yuan's gaze was shrewd and sharp. He immediately found that even though Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had been dealt with, he could still see some traces of intense battle. Fairy Li Shan is a woodpath Gu immortal. Needless to say, Minuscule Mountain and the Miniman tribe are extremely attractive to her. In an environment like Captivating Sea, Fairy Li Shan's battle strength far exceeds her normal state. They charged into the depths of the Flower Sea, but were still forced back. Captivating Sea's defense is tight. It far exceeds my most optimistic estimate. Fang Yuan did not change his expression. Lightning flashed in his shrewd mind. He could see through the surface and think of many truths. Fang Yuan, if you act alone, you will not have much effect. Earlier, we took advantage of their carelessness to find a gap in the Peach Wolf group and sneak in. Now that Minuscule Mountain has been alerted, the defenses inside are definitely tight. Only if we work together can we take down this fat piece of meat. He Lulan urged. Fairy Li Shan also added, "Fang Yuan, I know you have the strength path immortal Gu pulling mountain. We can cooperate. I am determined to obtain Minuscule Mountain. Don't worry with my foundation. I will definitely give you a satisfactory reward." Fang Yuan did not agree immediately. He lowered his head and fell into silence. After a few breaths of time, he shook his head and broke the silence, smiling bitterly. Under this fat piece of meat is the hardest bone. Minuscule Mountain is good, but time is limited. I do not want to fight to the death here. I urge you two to dispel any unrealistic thoughts. There are so many resources outside. It is easy to take them. Why take the risk? What? Fang Yuan, you actually want to back out? Fairy Li Shan heard this and felt disbelief. He Lulan frowned, persuading. Fang Yuan, since we found Minuscule Mountain, it means that this object is fated with us. If you miss such a good opportunity, you will regret it in the future. Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. This place is heavily defended, and most importantly, there are Gu immortals guarding it, as well as a group of wolves. To break into this place, even if we have all the demonic path Gu immortals, it will take a long time. Will Dongfang Naganori give us that time? Even if Dongfang Naganori is held back, what about the other demonic path Gu immortals? Fairy Li Shan took a step forward, saying, Fang Yuan, I admit that you are right, but this is Minuscule Mountain. Its value is probably higher than even the entire Jade Pool-blessed land. Ha ha, fairy, no need to persuade me anymore. Goodbye. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He quickly turned around and tore through the sky, flying away like a bolt of lightning. It was so clean and efficient. The two female immortals were left behind. They did not dare to believe it. They were even hesitant. Is this Feng Yuan trying to trick us so that he can take advantage of the chaos? Not likely. We have signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Even if he does not speak, what he says should be the truth. Chapter 807. Plop! The desolate beast dragonfish crashed into the water, creating a huge wave that was tens of feet tall. Feng Yuan was dressed in a black robe. His face was covered. He stood proudly in the sky. There were 6 strength path giant hands around him, revolving around him. The desolate beast dragonfish roared. After entering the water, it did not dare to fight Feng Yuan. It swam deeper into the water. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. You think I can't do anything to you if you hide in the water? Immortal goo pulling water. Feng Yuan's body shook. He stretched out his hands, aiming at the deep pool that was as wide as a lake, grabbing at the air. A formless force pulled the pool water up. It was like grabbing a thick silk cloth. The thick water current carried countless ordinary dragonfish, quickly entering Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. After Feng Yuan bid farewell to He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, he did not spend much time before he found this deep pool. This deep pool was the largest one he had ever seen. It was as big as a lake. Dongfang tribe specially created it. They raised over 900,000 dragonfish, and even gave birth to a desolate beast dragonfish. Feng Yuan was excited. He started to plunder it. The desolate beast dragonfish fought, but was easily defeated by Feng Yuan's strength path giant hands. Even though the dragonfish was a dragon, it was very mediocre. This desolate beast dragonfish was rank 6, but it did not have immortal goo. It was at the bottom of the desolate beasts. But the flesh of the dragonfish was the most widely used food. Not only could wild beasts and variant humans eat it, it could also be used as supplementary food to feed goo worms. In the jewel yellow skies, goo immortals were always doing the dragonfish meat business. The volume of each transaction was huge. So many dragonfish, this pool of dragonfish. Even Dongfang tribe would need 100 years of accumulation. But now it is mine, haha. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. He activated pulling water immortal goo without stopping for a moment. Thankfully, he had pulling water immortal goo, otherwise, he would not have a good way to obtain such a huge amount of resources. Bam bam bam, far away, the sounds of goo immortals fighting could be heard. As Feng Yuan collected the arowana, he turned his head and looked around. His gaze was a little deep. He thought to himself, looks like He Lulan is attacking Captivating Sea. He did not regret his decision to give up on Mount Inner Heart. In this world, things were always easier said than done. Everyone understood the general principles, but when it came to actually doing it, how many people could achieve it? Therefore, in the face of great profits, it was very difficult to make a choice. Especially Fengsuan Mountain. It was extremely valuable to Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan's vital immortal goo was Mountain Pledge goo. It was an information path goo immortal. But looking at their battle, they mostly used wood path methods. It was evident that he cultivated wood path. His immortal aperture's management was likely mostly flowers and grasses. The records in The Legends of Ranzu increased the attractiveness of minuscule mountain. But to take away Fengsuan Mountain, how could it be so easy? It was simply too difficult, and the hope was very slim. That demonic path goo immortal told this information to Feng Yuan so easily. Then he would be able to tell others more easily. Maybe there were already goo immortals who knew about it. Attacking the forbidden area of Captivating Sea would cause a huge commotion. The commotion would definitely be huge. How could it be hidden from Pai Shui Han and the others? There was strength in numbers. But demonic path goo immortals had their own way of doing things. Feng Yuan was very clear about their personalities. Not long ago in the Battle of Taichio, if not for the internal conflict between the demonic path goo immortals, how could Dongfang Naganori succeed in possession so easily? It was basically impossible to take over minuscule mountain. Did Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan not know that the possibility was very small? But the benefits were too great, so great that the goo immortals were extremely moved. Even if there was only a trace of hope, they would grab it with all their might. A dragon roar interrupted Fang Yuan's thoughts. A huge dragonfish pounced out of the water. Its eyes were red as it attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had expected this, for Strength Path giant hands slammed down. His method of extracting the pool water was very efficient. It did not take long for the pool water to be emptied. In other words, the dragonfish was already a desperate beast. If it did not retaliate now, it would be too late. But against the rank 7 battle strength Fang Yuan, the dragonfish's desperate counterattack quickly caused it to suffer heavy losses. More than 10 breaths of time later, the heavily injured desolate beast dragonfish was grabbed by Fang Yuan's Strength Path giant hands into his immortal aperture. After a while, this huge pool was basically dried up. All the dragonfish inside were collected by Fang Yuan. In order to collect this group of dragonfish, he had spent 4 green grape immortal essence beads, but Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with joy. Ever since he entered Jade Pool Blessed Land, he had obtained oil water, desolate beast shark fin wolf, eerie fire dragon pythons, some common resources, and a group of regretful spiders. In terms of value, this dragonfish group that he had just obtained had already jumped to first place, leaving the desolate beast shark fin wolf at second place by a small margin. This batch of dragonfish was too large. There were close to 1 million of them. With such a deep foundation, as long as he nurtured them carefully, they would be a source of endless profits. The intense battle over at He Lolan's side was still coming from afar, but Fang Yuan did not even look back. He flew even further away. Not long after, he suddenly stopped and looked at the dense forest beneath his feet with pleasant surprise. The forest covered an area of several hundred li. At the center of the forest was a small pool the size of a house. The entire forest was planted for the sake of this small pond. Or more accurately speaking, this small pool was rearing a group of strange fish, literature carps. Literature carps and true martial carps are the opposite of each other. They are known as the twin literature and martial carps. To think that Dongfang tribe has more than 10 literature carps. Fang Yuan was overjoyed as he quickly dove down. Literature carps were very hard to catch. They were rare in number. They were rarely seen even in Eastern Sea. Literature carps usually stayed still in the water, moving along with the waves. Once they moved their tails and swam leisurely, their entire body would turn into literature chi. Even Gu immortals could not catch them without specific methods. They could only watch and sigh. Fang Yuan's arrival gave the literature carps a fright. They immediately turned into literature chi that spread in the water. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile. His pulling water immortal Gu could control water. The literature carps could not swim out of the pool. They were like turtles in a jar to him. But right when he was about to make a move, a demonic path Gu immortal appeared and flew up. "Senior, please stop. This resource point has already been occupied by me." This demonic path Gu immortal was thin and had a smile on his face. He was only a rank 6 Gu immortal, but he was fearless against Fang Yuan. "Who are you?" Fang Yuan's expression did not change. "This junior is Zhou Qian." The demonic path Gu immortal cupped his fists. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, threatening. "Junior Zhou Qian, you are quite daring. You actually dare to obstruct me. With your cultivation level, you do not have the qualifications to talk about rules with me." The demonic path Gu immortal Zhou Qian laughed. "Of course not. Junior can't defeat Senior, but Junior has some attainments in flying. I have 2 immortal killer moves. Even free scholar Heicheng and female immortal Liao cannot catch up to me. Since Senior wants the literature carps, why don't we make a deal? Otherwise, although I can't defeat Senior, I can destroy this pool of water in an instant." Fang Yuan was silent. His eyes shined with a fierce light as he sized up Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian was calm. He had trump cards. He had confidence. This was the advantage of Gu immortals who specialized in movement. They were usually undefeatable. They could deal with opponents with high cultivation level and battle strength. Even though Fang Yuan had myriad self-killer move, he was weaker in terms of movement. Even with Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu and True Solid Bat Wings, it was not an immortal killer move. He was still inferior to Zhou Qian. "Very good, Zhou Ping, I will remember you. I hope you will stay here. Don't fall into my hands in the future." Fang Yuan said ruthlessly as he turned around and left. Zhou Ping heard this and his smile vanished. He said in a different tone, "Senior, why are you like this? Junior only wants to make a deal." Junior does not have many requests. Fang Yuan did not listen to Zhou Ping's words. He moved like lightning, leaving quickly. Zhou Ping frowned, feeling a little dejected. He had offended a mysterious and powerful Gu immortal for no reason. He did not feel good about it. And most importantly, Fang Yuan's words hit Zhou Ping's weakness. He could not stay here and guard the literature carps forever. Damn it, I do not have any methods to take these literature carps. Zhou Ping looked at the pool and stomped his feet, feeling very depressed. Fang Yuan left Zhou Ping flying rapidly. After flying for close to 1,000 li, he stopped again, looking at the pool below him with a joyful expression. This pool was neither big nor small. There were fish groups inside. These fish were similar to goldfish. They had round bellies and small pointy ends. But they did not have the colorful colors of goldfish. They were mostly milky white. They also did not have the fins and tails of goldfish. Their tails and fins were small and exquisite. When they swam, they did not move left or right. They only floated up and down like balloons in the water. Fang Yuan had raised this fish before. It was called air bubble fish. But for a period of time, Fang Yuan had a hard time. He was short of funds. He had no choice but to sell the air bubble fish group that he had raised for a period of time in exchange for funds. Air bubble fish could devour ordinary worms. A portion would be digested, while the rest would be stored in their bodies as food. These worms would be nourished in the fish's belly. They would have a high chance of breaking through and becoming goo worms. Thus, air bubble fish had the ability to increase the number of worms producing goo worms. During the 5 Regions War, they became goods that all goo immortals chased after. This air bubble fish group is not small. In terms of the market price of jewel yellow skies, it is already half of the desolate beast shark fin wolf. Fang Yuan looked around. There were no demonic path goo immortals like Zhou Ping. He immediately activated pulling water immortal goo, and took away this group of air bubble fish along with the pool water. This group of air bubble fish became Fang Yuan's 3rd most valuable gain. A bunch of thieves. You dare to rob my Dongfang tribe in broad daylight. At this time, Dongfang Naganori's furious shout spread throughout the whole of Jade Pool Blessed Land. Free Scholar's shout also resounded. Old Dongfang scoundrel, leave your pathetic life behind. Being suppressed like this, the anger in his heart had accumulated to the limit. Obtaining a chance to breathe, he raised his head and laughed in anger. I will make all of you die here. The moment he said that, the whole of Jadan Blessed Land shook intensely. Heaven and earth shook. The demonic path goo immortals were shocked to find that their mortal killer moves had all lost their effect. Dongfang Naganori had been the supreme grand elder of the Dongfang tribe for many years, and had a lot of authority over the Jade Pool Blessed Land. Although Jade Pool Blessed Land was a public blessed land and he could not control everything, the authority he had was enough to make Jade Pool Blessed Land reject these demonic path goo immortals. Jade Pool Blessed Land was the headquarters of the Dongfang tribe. Since Dongfang Naganori was fighting here, he naturally had the geographical advantage. Previously, it was only because the owner wasn't home that the robbers came. The demonic path goo immortals' attacks immediately weakened. Dongfang Naganori did not follow up with another attack, instead flying down through a gap. He directly swooped down to the forbidden land of Capricorn Sea and broke the illusion. The Sea of Flowers and Peach Forests were in a mess, and the Peach Wolf Pack had been killed to the point where only 2 or 3 were left. There were a few wolf corpses that had not been collected in time and had fallen under the peach trees. It was a tragic sight. Dongfang Naganori's heart ached when he saw this. This was the accumulation of so many years of hard work. He endured the pain as he shouted, Brother Fang, I have protected your tribe for hundreds of years. We made an agreement to watch out for each other. There has never been a day where I was bullied. But now is the moment of life and death for my tribe. I need your help. Dongfang Naganori's voice reverberated in the air. After a few breaths of time, a sharp voice also resounded in the air, replying, That is how it should be. Saying so, everyone saw a jade-green light shoot up from the Sea of Capricorn Flowers, landing in Dongfang Yuliang's hand. The jade-green light dissipated and a miniature mountain appeared. It was Minuscule Mountain. This is Minuscule Mountain. The demon's gazes shine brightly. Pai Shuihan, He Lulan and the rest, however, had solemn expressions. Hearing the conversation between Dongfang Naganori and the Mini-Man Gu Immortal, Minuscule Mountain did not belong to Dongfang tribe, but the Mini-Man tribe and Dongfang tribe had an agreement and became allies. To be able to become allies with a superforce like Dongfang tribe, the Mini-Man tribe naturally had the corresponding foundation and strength. With Minuscule Mountain in hand, Dongfang Naganori laughed heartily as he looked at the demonic cultivators with a sharp gaze. He did not hesitate. The anger in his heart urged him to take revenge. Today is the day you die. Dongfang Naganori held Minuscule Mountain in one hand as he formed hand seals with the other, manipulating Hataru as he charged towards the demonic path immortals. Countless starlight moved, creating a huge blue wave. His robe fluttered, he was like an immortal. His aura surged as the hearts of the demonic path immortals shook. Heavenly flowers dimmed. 1,000 disintegrations. Ice Dragon Lock. Strength Path Giant Hand. Rank 7 battle strength experts attack together. For immortal killer moves attack Dongfang Naganori at the same time. Mortal killer moves could not be used, only immortal killer moves were effective. Final Afterglow, Kanyang Laojun thought silently as he used them on himself and Dongfang Naganori. Next, he waved his sleeves and threw out Life-Chasing Fire. Life-Chasing Fire attacked Free Scholar, who posed the greatest threat. The latter was forced to retreat. He was in a mess. Free Scholar shouted in anger. This had happened many times. Life-Chasing Fire forced him to use 1,000 disintegrations on himself to increase his rank. Dongfang Naganori had struggled on the border of life and death countless times, but he did not die. 1,000 disintegrations dissipated. But the remaining Ice Dragon, Strength Path Giant Hand, and Heavenly Flowers charged towards Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori raised Minuscule Mountain in his hand. The 3 killer moves of the demonic path Gu Immortals became weaker the closer they got to Minuscule Mountain. In the end, the Ice Dragon turned into an ice snake. The Strength Path Giant Hand shrunk to less than 1% of its original size. The Heavenly Flowers dimmed not because of others, but because of themselves. Their petals started to wither. Eventually, these attacks landed in front of Dongfang Naganori. He waved his sleeves and easily blocked them. Immortal Killer Move. Turn big into small. Pai Shuahan's expression was grim. He exposed the enemy's method. It turned out that the Fong Mini-Man Gu Immortal on Minuscule Mountain was a Rule Path Gu Immortal. He had the Rule Path Immortal Gu Small. He led the Mini-Man tribe to ally with Dongfang tribe, to obtain space for his tribe to survive. Now that he made his move, he displayed an extraordinary technique that actually had the power to suppress the group of demons. The demons frowned. Hei Lulan felt regret. If she had known that Minuscule Mountain was so strong, she would not have fought to the death. The demons attacked Captivating Sea. Even though they destroyed the Peach Wolf group, it was not enough for Minuscule Mountain to use this killer move. The situation is quite troublesome. To solve this problem, it will depend on you, Free Scholar. Pai Shuehan turned around and said to Free Scholar. Free Scholar snorted coldly. At the crucial moment, who else can you rely on other than me? Pai Shuahan's eyelids twitched, but he did not retort. Free Scholar was also a Rule Path Gu Immortal. He had the Rule Path Immortal Gu Resolve. He also had the Immortal Killer Move 1,000 Disintegrations. Against Rule Path, using Rule Path was the most effective method. Immediately, with Free Scholar at the lead, the demons fought intensely against Dongfang Naganori, Kanyang Laojun, and the Mini-Man Gu Immortal. The demons attacked one after another, fighting for an opportunity for Free Scholar. Free Scholar grabbed the opportunity and used 1,000 disintegrations, targeting Minuscule Mountain. 1,000 disintegrations clashed, turning big into small. It was countered by the latter. Your Rule Path Immortal Gu is only rank 6. My small Gu is rank 7, how can it defeat me? The Mini-Man Gu Immortal's laughter could be heard from Minuscule Mountain. He was full of smugness. Free Scholar's expression was grim, but he could not retort. His foundation was too shallow compared to the Mini-Man tribe. The situation was disadvantageous to the demonic path. Dongfang Naganori had Minuscule Mountain. He also had Kanyang Laojuan's protection. He was undefeatable. As long as Hataru used more killer moves, his battle strength would rise sharply. Eventually, his advantage would turn into victory. He would defeat the demons and return to Northern Plains Gu Immortal World with great momentum. The demons thought about it bitterly. but they could not think of a way to turn big into small. The only battle tactic left for them was to attack with brute force, using their advantage in numbers to expend immortal essence. But demonic path Gu immortals were lone wolves. They considered everything for themselves. They did not want to expend too much energy. It was not worth it. While they were in a stalemate, a demonic path Gu immortal, Zhou Qian, suddenly shouted, "Damn it, my literature carps were taken away." The demons looked towards the source of the voice. They saw that at the periphery of the battlefield, above a deep pool, Feng Yuan was sucking the pool water into his immortal aperture. At this moment, even He Lulan transmitted to Feng Yuan in anger. "Feng Yuan, what are you doing?" The demons were already having a hard time fighting, but now they found that someone was secretly collecting resources while they were not paying attention. This was like they were in the same boat. Everyone was paddling with all their strength to move forward. But one of their companions was fishing at the stern of the boat. He even caught a fat fish, stuffing his own pockets. Floating astronomy. Chapter 809. You, how can you be so selfish? Free Scholar pointed at Feng Yuan, reprimanding. "My literature carp group, my fish group." Zhou Qian shouted angrily. "We are fighting a difficult battle here. But you are taking benefits from us? Taking advantage of us?" Pai Shuahan's eyes shined with a dark light. His tone was cold. "My literature carp group, give me back my fish group." Zhou Qian's voice was mixed with sobbing. "The urgent matter now is to kill Dongfang Naganori. By then, wouldn't we have everything?" Fairy Li Shan's tone carried a faint sense of criticism. "Damn it. Give me back my fish group, I want justice." Zhou Qian's eyes were red with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would have destroyed it. He had wasted a lot of precious time to occupy this resource point, but it ended up in someone else's hands, as if he was just a housekeeper. "All of you shut up. If you continue like this, I will beat you up." Feng Yuan was very fierce, his aura surged. There was no such thing as being unable to defend himself. "You!" Zhou Qian's eyes were wide open. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. He had to show his fierceness. To prevent these demonic path Gu immortals from going overboard, he had to protect his own benefits. Pai Shuehan, Free Scholar, and the rest gritted their teeth in anger, but they could not attack. Feng Yuan had rank 7 battle strength if they really fought. He had 2 mysterious companions. Forget about that rank 6 black-robed Gu immortal. The crucial thing is this rank 7. She might be Snowy Mountain's Fairy Li Shan. Fairy Li Shan had once signed an agreement with Dongfang tribe. She promised not to harm Dongfang tribe. But now she is here, no wonder she has to hide her identity. Once they started fighting, there would be many flaws. Fairy Li Shan's identity had already been seen through by Free Scholar and Pai Shuehan. Even though they saw through it, Free Scholar and Pai Shuehan did not dare to move. Because Fairy Li Shan belonged to Snowy Mountain, and Snowy Mountain had the rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Xue Hu. Everyone knew that old ancestor Xue Hu wanted to refine fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. But refining a rank 8 immortal Gu required a huge investment. Perhaps this time, Fairy Li Shan had come under orders to plunder the Dongfang clan's resources. It represented the will of a rank 8 expert. Feng Yuan of course knew what the Free Scholar, Pai Shuehan and the others were thinking. He borrowed the name of Fairy Li Shan to intimidate the demons and successfully monopolize the group of pros carps. Just as he was about to throw out a few more harsh words, while everyone's impression was deepening, Dongfang Changfan suddenly lost control again. Dongfang Yuliang had a ferocious expression on his face as he glared at Feng Yuan with eyes spewing fire, but his tone had changed to Dongfang Ikong's. He shouted at Feng Yuan, "Scoundrel, you actually dared to take away my literature carp. I had only placed them here temporarily to raise them. You dare to rob me. Do you know how much I had to pay for these pros carp? I want you to die a horrible death." He shouted as he flew towards Feng Yuan. Everyone was stunned. Earlier, Dongfang Naganori had been acting normally for a long time. The immortals thought that he had gained complete control and succeeded in the possession. But to think that there would be such a thing. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He reacted quickly, and 6 giant strength path hands went up to meet the attack. At the same time, his body retreated explosively. He grasped the opportunity but was cautious. What if the other party was only acting and purposely exposed a flaw to set up a trap for him? The truth was, this was not a trap. Dongfang Naganori quickly regained control of his body. His expression was dark. He had actually lost control again. Man proposes, heaven disposes. He had made his own arrangements. These demonic path Gu immortals were far from his match. Even Kanyang Laojun could not escape being used as a chess piece. But the heavenly tribulation's strength was beyond his expectations. Earlier, he had only forcefully suppressed the 8 Gu immortals' wills. He had not gotten rid of them completely. Now that the Pro's Carp group was taken away by Fang Yuan, Dongfang Ikong's will was provoked by this strong external factor. It broke through the suppression and emerged. Forget about these 8 Gu immortals' wills. But with their support, the original will in this body had gradually accumulated and formed a scale. Even though Dongfang Youyang's soul was destroyed, the remnant soul fragments were scattered in every corner of his body, forming his will. Thoughts, wills, and emotions had no difference in quality. They were only different in quantity. Dongfang Youyang's will had already accumulated to about the same level as the other 8 Gu immortals. And most importantly, this body was his to begin with. If his will flared up, the threat it posed would be several times higher than the other Dongfang tribe Gu immortals. Dongfang Naganori let out a deep sigh. He raised minuscule mountain and used the immortal killer move turn big into small to weaken the 6 strength path giant hands, before easily dispersing them. Fang Yuan shouted from afar. What are you waiting for? The other party has already been separated. Why don't you take this chance to kill him? The other demonic path Gu immortals had rich battle experience. How could they not see the opportunity? Fang Yuan had just shouted when Pai Shui Han, Free Scholar, and the rest had already made their move. Divine Lord Tiandu, Shi Ho, Lu Qingming, He Ruo, and the rest surrounded and occupied the terrain, sealing off all possible escape routes for Dongfang Naganori. At this point, the demonic immortals had already formed a basic tacit understanding. They could cooperate in basic battle tactics. Even though it was just basic, the pressure it brought to Dongfang Naganori was huge. Kanyang Laojun was about to explode in anger. He did not expect Dongfang Naganori to lose control again. Originally, he and Dongfang Naganori were fighting side by side. They were close to each other and could help each other. But now, Dongfang Naganori charged out alone. He was surrounded by the demonic immortals while he himself was blocked outside. Dongfang Naganori, what happened to you? At the same time, minuscule mountain was shaking. The Mini-Man Gu immortal's questioning voice could be heard. The shocking turn of events just now had also frightened him. It's fine. Dongfang Naganori replied while dealing with the attacks from both sides. You are quite calm. Can't you see so many people attacking you? The Mini-Man Gu immortal was going crazy. Persevere. Kanyang Laojun was extremely anxious. He charged forward and wanted to regroup with Dongfang Naganori. I will stop him. Fairy Li Shan stood up and blocked Kanyang Laojun. Fairy Li Shan had once made an alliance agreement with Dongfang Naganori. She was using a special method to suppress the backlash of the agreement. Even so, when she was fighting earlier, her attacks were all directed towards Kanyang Laojun. The battle suddenly became fierce. The demonic path wanted to take advantage of the enemy's mistake to eliminate Dongfang Naganori. As long as Dongfang Naganori died, Jade Pool Blessed Land would no longer be in control. The demonic path Gu immortal's battle strength would not be suppressed. Even if Kanyang Laojun and Minuscule Mountain remained, they would not be able to turn the situation around. Dongfang Naganori's side persevered. As long as they could regroup with Kanyang Laojun, they would still have the advantage. In such an intense battle, Fang Yuan was at the edge of the battlefield, plundering the resources in the deep pool. Fang Yuan's act of slacking made the demonic path Gu immortals extremely furious. They shouted and criticized him. Fang Yuan, however, spoke with conviction. What do you know? This is a battle tactic. It is to trigger the Gu immortal wills that are suppressed in his body, to make that old scoundrel Dongfang make a mistake again. Isn't this battle situation because of me? Quickly cooperate. Don't measure the heart of a gentleman with your own yardstick. When Unfettered Scholar heard this, his handsome face was distorted with anger. Pai Shui Han was filled with anger. He felt that at this moment, he was no longer an ice and water Gu immortal. He was a fire path cultivator. But Fang Yuan's words were the truth. None of the demonic path Gu immortals could refute him. Divine Lord Tiandu, however, voiced out everyone's thoughts. Why are you plundering the heart of a gentleman while we are fighting here? The mini-man Gu immortal shouted from minuscule mountain. What do you mean by measure the heart of a gentleman with your own yardstick? Humph, this is discrimination against us mini-mans. I will make you pay the price. Zhou Ping's eyes moved as he said. Actually, there is nothing wrong with this battle tactic. I will cooperate too. As he spoke, he withdrew himself from the battle and flew towards a deep pool below. Pai Shuihan shouted in anger. Get back here. Free Scholar breathed roughly as he activated 1,000 disintegrations, aiming it at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping cried out in pain. He suffered a heavy blow and almost fell to the ground. This could not be allowed to continue. Victory and defeat were already hanging by a thread. If everyone tried to gain benefits, who would attack Dongfang Naganori? Free Scholar shouted coldly. This is the crucial moment. If anyone tries to escape for no reason, I will kill them regardless of the enemy ahead. He lost his composure in anger. He started to curse. Zhou Ping, why are you still not joining the battle? Do you want me to attack too? Pai Shuihan's voice was cold as he threatened. Zhou Ping lowered his head. His face was filled with anger and hatred. He gritted his teeth and could only return. Fang Yuan could not do anything to him, but that did not mean the other rank 7 Gu immortals could not do anything to him. The other demonic path Gu immortals saw this and suppressed their greed. They rejoiced but were also furious. Why could Fang Yuan plunder resources but they could not? With battle strength. Fang Yuan had rank 7 battle strength. Even if Pai Shuihan and Free Scholar wanted to punish Fang Yuan, they did not have the strength to do so. It was not the time. But the other rank 6 Gu immortals, do you dare to play tricks in front of me? Do you really think the great Gu immortal, is so easy to fool? Which Gu immortal who reached this level was not astute? But to fool others, one needed to have the ability to do so. But even Fairy Li Shan could not stand it anymore. She snorted coldly at Fang Yuan. Number 7, come here, we will fight together. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. He chuckled and could not help but laugh. He had just schemed against someone else, but at the next moment he was schemed against by his ally. Although he had signed the Snowy Mountain Alliance with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, the alliance did not state who could order others around. But right now he was putting on an act in front of everyone. In order to show that he was unfathomable, he had already put on an act several times to make the demons wary. Now was not the time to undermine him. He had to continue acting. On Fairy Li Shan's side, her situation was already very dire. She used Wood Path in battle while Kanyang Laojun was a Fire Path Gu immortal. Be it his fighting style or methods, he countered Fairy Li Shan. Chapter 810. Fang Yuan helped, cooperating with Fairy Li Shan to block Kanyang Laojun. Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie. He was not afraid of the life-chasing fire. But even so, the strength path phantoms in his immortal aperture were rapidly burned by the fire. After fighting for a while, Fang Yuan could not help but feel heartache. It turned out that his strength path giant hands did not expend much immortal essence. This was because the strength path giant hand was manifested through the combination of countless group strength Gu and the strength of the strength path phantoms. Fundamentally speaking, each strength path giant hand was made from 100,000 strength path phantoms. The strength path phantoms had already been condensed by expending immortal essence, and were stored in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. But now, the life-chasing fire traced back to the source and directly burned the strength path phantoms. By now, the strength path phantoms that Fang Yuan had created were almost all used up. To regenerate them now, he would need to expend a lot of green grape immortal essence. If this goes on, the expenditure will be too high. This won't do. Fairy, block him first, I have a plan. Fang Yuan suddenly transmitted after fighting for a while retreating. When Fairy Li Shan heard this, she had an urge to curse. Fighting until now, he was still worried about immortal essence expenditure? I have already stopped caring about expenditure. She did not even dare to think about immortal essence expenditure. When attacking Captivating Sea to stall for time, she had activated her immortal killer moves repeatedly, and now she was fighting with Kanyang Laojun. Her expenditure was even higher. Fang Yuan was still worried about immortal essence expenditure at this time. It was obvious that he was the one who gained the most. Seeing Fang Yuan retreating, the demons had different expressions. There was a commotion. Why did he fly down again? Free Scholar quickly asked Fairy Li Shan. He was now certain of Fairy Li Shan's true identity. Fang Yuan did not care about him. He directly went to find Fairy Li Shan. This was no doubt more effective. Fairy Li Shan was furious while fighting intensely. She replied stiffly. He said that if the battle continues, his immortal essence expenditure will be too high. He has a plan that needs to be executed. Still worried about immortal essence expenditure? I don't even know how much I've lost. The demons were infuriated. Some of them had bloodshot eyes, while others had their nostrils flared. Panting heavily, the Free Scholar was so angry that his body was trembling. Speaking of which, even Fairy Li Shan and the others. There were also some gains. In the entire demonic Dao community, the Free Scholar, contributed the most but received the least. They didn't manage to plunder any resources at all. Dongfang Naganori immediately felt the pressure on him increase dramatically. And he was surrounded by danger. The words of Fang Yuan. The demons were so angry that they subconsciously vented their anger on him. For a moment, Dongfang Naganori raised his mind mountain to block the attacks left and right. He suffered dozens of injuries on his body. He was in a sorry state and was surrounded by danger. What Fang Yuan had said before was not a lie. He headed straight for a deep pool. It turned out that the fierce battle between the two sides had unknowingly moved to another place. Fang Yuan discovered that there were many members of the Eastern clan, hidden in the deep pool beneath his feet. This was a gathering point. Dongfang Naganori. I want you to watch your people die before your eyes. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed wildly. A strength path giant hand slammed down. How could a mortal's arrangement block an immortal killer move? The light shield that was propped up in an instant was stacked layer by layer, but under the heavy blow of the strength giant hand, it could not withstand for even a second at all, and completely collapsed. The strength path giant palm slammed down. With a loud bang, the ground caved in. Many unlucky mortal Gu masters. In an instant he was crushed into minced meat. The mortal Gu masters at the periphery were sent flying by an intense palm wind. They escaped in all directions, screaming for help. They had no will to fight. The strength path giant hand quickly rose into the air, leaving a bloody handprint on the ground. My people. My family. I want to protect them. When Dongfang Naganori saw this, he lost control again, and his voice became louder and louder. Dongfang Naganori cursed inwardly, but he could not stop it anymore. This was Dongfang Yuliang's will, the greatest internal threat. The demon's eyes shined brightly. They unleashed a wave of fierce attacks. Dongfang Yuliang ignored them. He charged downwards. His desire to save the people was extremely urgent. Damn it! Damn it! With the threat of death approaching, the Miniman Gu Immortal cursed, but due to the alliance agreement, he could only fly up Minuscule Mountain, floating above Dongfang Yuliang's head, blocking the attacks for him. Minuscule Mountain shook intensely under the attacks of the demons. Countless small rocks flew everywhere. Dongfang Naganori, I am in deep trouble because of you. The Miniman Gu Immortal shouted in anger and indignation. Fang Yuan saw that this plan worked. He raised his head and laughed loudly. He purposely slowed down and chased after the remaining Dongfang tribesmen, luring Dongfang Yuliang to take the bait. But Dongfang Yuliang was suppressed halfway. Dongfang Naganori regained control. Dongfang Naganori suddenly realized that even though he was heavily injured, the surroundings were empty. There were only a few Gu Immortals chasing after him. There was a high chance that he could break out and regroup with Kanyang Laojun. Earlier, Dongfang Yuliang disregarded his life and death. He took the risk to charge out. Minuscule Mountain paid a huge price to bear the brunt of the attacks. Facing death and coming back to life, this was out of the expectations of all the demons, but it gave him an opportunity. You fools, I finally created a chance for you, but you actually let him escape? Fang Yuan pointed at the demons and scolded. Free Scholar and the rest were anxious and furious. They did not have the mood to argue with Fang Yuan. They shouted angrily, chase him. Don't let him escape. At once, the intense battle turned into a chase. Dongfang Naganori tried to escape. He tried to break out of the encirclement and escape, but the demons chased after him, vaguely surrounding him. On the other side, Kanyang Laojun tried to regroup with Dongfang Naganori, but was blocked by Fairy Li Shan. At once, both sides were like headless flies flying around in the air. The disorderly flying trajectories showed the solid foundation of the Gu immortals in flying. These Gu immortals were at least flying master level. Mortal Gu masters did not have the time or energy to cultivate flying, but Gu immortals had it. Flying was a very practical method. Gu immortals would practice it a lot and have a deep understanding of it. Quick! Kill some Dongfang Gu masters, make him make a mistake. Free Scholar shouted. Fang Yuan was already doing it. He used his Strength Path giant hands to grab groups of Dongfang Gu masters, threatening them loudly before crushing them to death. His methods were cruel and ruthless. Dongfang Naganori had already lost control many times. But there were limited Dongfang Gu masters. Dongfang Naganori barely survived. At this time someone shouted, Cheshire Min. Cheshire Min captured many Dongfang tribesmen earlier. He wants to sell them as slaves. Cheshire Min was furious. These were the resources that he had obtained through hard work. Cheshire Min. Free Scholar shouted as he chased. Make the sacrifice, we will compensate you double after the battle. Pai Shuihan said in a dark tone. Cheshire Min wanted to refuse, but when he saw Pai Shuihan's bloodshot eyes, his heart shook. Okay. He took out many Dongfang Gu masters from his immortal aperture and killed them in front of Dongfang Naganori. The remaining wills were furious. They showed up one after another. Forget about the other Dongfang Gu immortal wills. The key was Dongfang Yuliang's will. He was still immortal rank 5. He had a deeper connection with his tribesmen. Every time his will broke through the suppression, it would bring huge trouble to Dongfang Naganori, Minuscule Mountain, and Kanyang Laojun. Time passed quickly in the intense battle. Fairy Li Shan could not stop Kanyang Laojun. They managed to regroup. But the demonic path Gu immortals relied on Dongfang Naganori's repeated mistakes. They had accumulated a huge advantage. The battle was decided. Minuscule Mountain was filled with cracks from the explosions. Even while flying, rocks were still falling down. In order to take care of Dongfang Naganori, Kanyang Laojun suffered countless attacks. He was covered in injuries. His beard was dyed red with blood. This battle was the most depressing battle he had ever fought in his life. During the battle, he asked Dongfang Naganori several times about the final possession method. But how could Dongfang Naganori dare to tell him now? Once he was told, Kanyang Laojun would run away. Dongfang tribe was only cooperating with Crane Gate. The possession technique was the biggest bargaining chip for their cooperation. Retreat, we cannot stay here for long. Kanyang Laojun sighed. Transmitting to Dongfang Naganori. Where there is life there is hope. The Miniman Gu immortal was afraid that Dongfang Naganori would fight them head-on. He quickly added. Dongfang Naganori smiled bitterly. Do you think I am someone who does not understand the situation? Let's retreat. He looked at Jade Pool blessed land with reluctance. His heart was filled with hatred and anger, but he was also filled with determination. Momentary losses were nothing. A true hero was able to give up and retreat. But at this time, Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Another Dongfang tribe's gathering point. Dongfang Naganori, watch carefully. I am going to kill them. Shameless scoundrel, you dare to bully me like this. Dongfang Naganori was enraged. Myriad path flying stars slammed down. Fang Yuan saw its power and smiled. He did not take it head-on. He immediately dodged. However, the myriad shooting stars didn't chase after him. Instead, after making a turn, it fell straight down and bombarded the Dongfang clan's gathering point. The Dongfang tribesmen who were hiding were instantly killed. Not a single one survived. For a moment, even the demonic path Gu immortals were shocked by Dongfang Naganori's ruthlessness. Rather than letting you threaten me, I might as well take the chance while I can still control my body and end it. Heroic souls of Dongfang tribe, listen to me. I, Dongfang Naganori, will definitely take revenge for you. I will return today's hatred to these demonic scoundrels 1,000 times over. Dongfang Naganori cried out in pain. Hearing his mournful cries, even the daring demonic path immortals could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. If this number 1 wisdom path person escapes and deals with me in the future. The demonic path immortals were filled with wariness. Their eyes shone with ruthless light as their killing intent surged by several times. By now, both sides were almost at their wits' end. They had expended a lot of energy. It was only a competition of benefits, but both sides were in a frenzy of killing and could not stop. Deep hatred had already been established. They could not live under the same sky. Go! Dongfang Naganori suddenly flew up and opened Jade Pool Blessed Land's entrance, flying out. Chapter 8:11. Hurry up and chase after him. The devils were unwilling to let him go, chasing after him relentlessly. But Jade Pool Blessed Land's entrance closed. Only a small portion of the Gu immortals chased after them. The rest had to change their route and fly out through that hole. When they flew out of Jade Pool Blessed Land, even though they could still see Dongfang Naganori's figure, he was already far away. Everyone was like a meteor that tore through the sky, creating an ear-piercing sound. Intense winds blew, everyone used their movement methods, but the sky was high and the ground was vast. There was no end to them. They gradually pulled apart from each other. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe, but he had 6 wings and his speed rose from time to time. This was the power of Iron Crown Eagle's strength Gu. But even so, there was a gap between them and the others. They were gradually left behind, becoming the second group. In the first group there was Dongfang Naganori, Kanyang Laojun, Minuscule Mountain Free Scholar, Zhou Ping, Fairy Li Shan, and Peacock Flying Immortal Hero. In the second group there was Pai Shui Han, He Lulan, Fang Yuan, Lu Qingming, Cheshire Min, and Divine Lord Tian Du. As for Half Moon Brute Master, Zhuozhan, Shurho, and the rest, they were already left far behind. There was no third group. After flying for several minutes, Kanyang Laojun let out a deep sigh. He transmitted to Dongfang Naganori solemnly, I will block Free Scholar and at least 2 others for you. Teach me the final method. Don't play any tricks, my patience is running out. You also know that we have Wisdom Path Gu Immortals in our sect. With the information I obtained, we can deduce the final step. We just need to spend time, energy, and wealth. Dongfang Naganori was silent for a while. He did not dare to anger Kanyang Laojun, afraid that he would target him. He could only impart the possession method to him. Kanyang Laojun got what he wanted. He did not break his promise. He turned around and fought, blocking Free Scholar, Lu Qingming, and Peacock Flying Immortal Hero. The other demonic immortals went around the battlefield and chased after him. After chasing for a while longer, Zhou Ping finally landed. I can't accept this. I have 2 great movement immortal killer moves, but at the crucial moment, I don't have enough immortal essence. He roared, extremely unwilling, but he could only watch as the immortals left. After a while, Divine Monarch Tian Du looked like he couldn't hold on any longer. He sighed and said, everyone please continue to fight. I'm powerless. If he couldn't kill Dongfang Naganori, he would definitely be a problem. When Divine Lord Tiandu landed, he frowned. Brother Fang, I'm also at my wit's end. Thank you for risking your life to help me. Quickly leave, I will lure them away. After flying for a while, Dongfang Changfan transmitted to the Mini-Man Gu Immortal with an exhausted expression. The Mini-Man Gu Immortal was overjoyed but hesitated. You really want me to leave? But the alliance we signed hasn't been dissolved yet. However, Dongfang Naganori interrupted his words and directly threw out the mountain of mind and heart. Brother Fang, there's no need to say anymore. Take care. Mountain of mind and heart. Fairy Li Shan immediately changed her direction and grabbed at Mountain of Mind and Heart. Mountain of Mind and Heart shuddered, turning into a jade light as it flew towards the left. At the same time, Dongfang Naganori's tired expression disappeared. His speed rose by 30% as he continued to escape. The two separated. This made the demons behind him hesitate. Fairy Li Shan did not hesitate. She chased after Mountain of Mind and Heart. Compared to Dongfang Naganori, the Mini-Man Gu Immortal on Mountain of Mind and Heart was weaker, and Mountain of Mind and Heart was more beneficial to her. Before leaving, she even transmitted to Fang Yuan and He Lulan, asking for help. After all, it was very difficult for one person to capture Mountain of Mind and Heart. It would be much easier if there were reinforcements. He Lulan did not hesitate. She immediately followed Fairy Li Shan. But Fang Yuan rejected her. He chased after Dongfang Naganori relentlessly. This way, Fang Yuan, Pai Shui Han, and Cheshire Min chased after Dongfang Naganori, while He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan chased after Mountain of Mind and Heart. Ignoring Fairy Li Shan, Dongfang Naganori successfully used Mountain of Mind and Heart to lure away the two enemies. His speed rose. He quickly pulled apart the distance between him and his pursuers. Pai Shui-han was anxious. He shouted at Cheshire Min. "Why are you still not getting the captives out?" Cheshire Min's movement killer move was a chariot. It was emitting the aura of an immortal gu. He sat on the chariot with a grim expression. He had kept many Dongfang Gu master captives. His goal was to use them to kill Dongfang Naganori at the final stage. But in the current situation, he had no choice but to use them now. "Old scoundrel Dongfang, your clansmen are in my hands. Let's fight, you cannot escape," Cheshire Min said as he killed the Gu master in his hand, taking out another one. Dongfang Naganori snickered coldly. He continued to fly forward. Cheshire Min killed the 13th captive. He finally made Dongfang Naganori make a mistake. Fang Yuan and the rest managed to shorten the distance between them. But Dongfang Naganori suppressed his internal threat. He controlled his body and flew away again, pulling apart the distance. Both sides were in a deadlock. They shortened at times and pulled apart at others. Along the way they met several Gu immortals. They were either demonic path or righteous path. Some obstructed them, some chased after them while others retreated. They did not want to get involved in this mess. An hour later, only Dongfang Naganori, Fang Yuan, Pai Shui-han, and Cheshire Min were left. "If I don't die, I will definitely repay you." Dongfang Naganori had already pulled apart. He was about to escape as he laughed loudly. Fang Yuan and the rest, however, had grim expressions. These three pursuers were only second in speed to begin with. Dongfang Naganori's speed had increased by several times. They could not catch up to him. And the longer time dragged on, the more advantageous it was for Dongfang Naganori. He gradually suppressed his internal threat. No matter how many Dongfang tribesmen Cheshire Min killed, Dongfang Naganori made fewer and fewer mistakes. "What do we do?" Pai Shui-han, Fang Yuan and Cheshire Min looked at each other. They saw the anxiety and anticipation in each other's eyes. "If you have any methods, use them now, otherwise it will be too late," Cheshire Min said. Fang Yuan and Pai Shui-han shook their heads. These four were at the end of their rope. They had to use their immortal essence wisps wisely. If they had any methods, they would have used them long ago. Seeing that Dongfang Naganori was about to shake them off, the three pursuers could not help but reveal deep disappointment. But at this moment, Dongfang Naganori lost control again. Dongfang Yuliang roared angrily, his speed rapidly decreasing. Fang Yuan and the rest were pleasantly surprised. Cheshire Min roared, "As expected, my insistence on slaughtering the captives is effective. Kill him, it won't be too late to search his soul." Fang Yuan and the rest closed in. But at this moment, Dongfang Naganori's expression changed, revealing a smile of success. "Not good, it's a trap." Fang Yuan quickly retreated, but it was already too late. A streak of starlight was extremely fast, brushing past Fang Yuan's shoulder, shooting into Cheshire Min's forehead on the war chariot behind him. Cheshire Min's face was filled with disbelief. At the next moment, his head exploded. The war chariot disintegrated and fell down powerlessly. Be it Fang Yuan or Pai Shui-han, they broke out in cold sweat. At this point, Dongfang Naganori still had such a shocking trump card. It was truly unfathomable. "Chase me again. Cheshire Min will be your example." Dongfang Naganori laughed loudly, escaping again. He had lost control earlier. It was just an act, it was a trap. Cheshire Min was an enslavement path Gu immortal. He had a weak body, but he chased relentlessly. He became numb and was killed in one hit. "Chase! He's bluffing." Pai Shui-han stared blankly for a moment before reacting. Fang Yuan chased relentlessly. This attack, I'm afraid he is truly at his wit's end. Even though he said it confidently, Fang Yuan did not dare to believe it inwardly. If it were any other Gu immortal, it would be the same. But for an old scoundrel like Dongfang Naganori, he could not be sure. With Cheshire Min's death, there were no more captives to lure Dongfang Naganori. This was extremely bad news. If they stopped and looted Cheshire Min's immortal aperture and immortal Gu, there would not be enough time. Dongfang Naganori would be able to escape easily. The truth was, even though they continued to chase, Fang Yuan and Pai Shui-han did not have much hope. But soon there was a change in the situation. Dongfang Naganori's speed actually slowed down. His speed was now 30% lower than before. At this moment, Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan saw hope. As expected, his speed increase earlier had a limit. Think about it, that was an immortal killer move. If he could use it continuously, why did he not use it earlier? Maybe he expended all of his immortal essence. Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan conversed for a while. They decided to work together for now. They would not give Dongfang Naganori any chance to escape. The two of them were also worried that their internal strife would cause them to fail on the verge of success at the most crucial moment. But as they got closer to Dongfang Naganori, the latter's body flickered. A figure split out and turned into two Dongfang Naganori. This? Fang Yuan was shocked. Pai Shuihan shouted, "Oh no, I heard that Dongfang Naganori has a split shadow immortal goo." To think it was true. The two figures had the same aura, they were exactly the same, they split up again. No matter how the two used investigative methods, they could not find any flaws. Without a choice, Fang Yuan and Pai Shuihan could only chase after them separately. But before Fang Yuan could chase for long, he saw that Dongfang Naganori split into another figure, flying towards the left. Fang Yuan was happy and worried. It seemed that he was chasing after the right person, but to think that this Dongfang scoundrel could split into another figure. Chapter 8:12. Unable to destroy the fake figure, Fang Yuan could only make random guesses. He made a few more baseless choices. Top novel 2+3wx. Eventually, night fell. He could only watch as Dongfang Changfan, who was chasing after him, gradually faded into nothingness, before completely vanishing, revealing a lump of goo worms inside. Fang Yuan collected this lump of goo worms. There was actually no split shadow immortal goo. There were only some rank 5 goo worms, but they had the dense aura of an immortal goo. I lost him. It will depend on Pai Shuihan now, but there is not much hope. Dongfang Naganori might have escaped. Sigh, as expected of a legendary character, the leader of a super force, he has so many trump cards. The urgent matter now is to return to Jade Pool Blessed Land and plunder it for the last time. Fang Yuan collected his thoughts. He immediately flew back. Along the way, he contacted Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, but was told that they were still chasing after Minuscule Mountain. They asked Fang Yuan for help and a large amount of resources. Fang Yuan fell into a dilemma. On one hand, Jade Pool Blessed Land had abundant resources, but as time passed, it would be plundered by the other demonic path goo immortals. On the other hand, there was Minuscule Mountain. If he could obtain Minuscule Mountain, his heart couldn't help but be moved. Night fell completely, cold air descended. The night sky was filled with dark clouds, the air was oppressive. After a while, strong winds blew, rain poured down, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dongfang Naganori sat cross-legged on the ground. His face was pale as paper, without a trace of blood. The body that he had just possessed had hundreds of injuries, some were so severe that bones could be seen. His flesh and blood were exposed to the air. Dongfang Naganori's aura was weak, he frowned. I did not want to possess this body. To think that such a huge change would occur. As expected, I am going against heaven. I will suffer the wrath of heaven and earth. Thankfully, at the last moment I abandoned Minuscule Mountain. I lured away a portion of the pursuers. He abandoned the immortal goo split shadow and used a scheme to escape. For a moment Dongfang Naganori's heart was filled with fear, relief, joy, heaviness, sorrow, and hatred. His emotions were very complicated. It was like a ball of silk threads. The injuries on my body are minor, not fatal. The most important thing now was to get rid of the internal threat in his body. Most of the immortal energy he had accumulated was used for possession. After that, I've been completely exhausted in the fierce battle. The battle of wills is my only choice to defeat these 9 wills. After making up his mind, Dongfang Naganori closed his eyes and fell into a deep trance. In fact, the dire situation did not allow him any other choice. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. He was like a long river that had dried up to the point where the bottom of the river could be seen. He was able to shake off his pursuers in this state. Escaping with his life was truly a close shave. At this moment, if he hesitated a little more and did not engage in the battle of wills, he would definitely die. His control over this body would be taken away again. On the contrary, it was better to take advantage of the fact that they still had their foundations and strength to spare. He turned all his remaining energy into an army of wills and started a great battle of wills. A battle of wills was extremely dangerous. It had nothing to do with cultivation level, only the will itself. But Dongfang Naganori had no more energy left. He could only do this. His will rose from his sea of consciousness. In the blink of an eye, he gathered all the resources he had and formed a huge current. The huge current surged out of his sea of consciousness, like a heavenly river descending from the 9 heavens. It poured down from the top of his head. Along with the surging aura, it charged towards the other wills in every corner of his body. Fight! Let's attack together. This old scoundrel's will is stronger than any of us. We need to work together. Only by working together will we have a chance of winning. Dongfang tribe's 8 Gu immortal wills, as well as Dongfang Yuliang's will, rose up and attacked Dongfang Naganori's will. A total of 10 wills mixed together and fought. No matter which side it was, they could only advance if they took a step back. They would fall into the abyss of failure and die without a burial. Thus, from the start, it was a battle to the death. Both sides were evenly matched, but after a while, Dongfang Naganori's will fell into a disadvantage. When fighting the demons, Dongfang Naganori had only suppressed them forcefully. He did not find out how troublesome these wills were. But now that they fought, he realized that these wills were as tough as steel and as tough as diamonds. All of them had deep hatred towards Dongfang Naganori. Dongfang Naganori, you deceived us, you betrayed us. For your own selfish desires, you killed us to fulfill your own desires. Old schemer, we were wrong about you, we were just your pawns. You want us to die, don't think you will have a good time either. Let's die together, let's die together. It was you harmed us, you harmed the entire Dongfang tribe. Now Jade Pool blessed land will definitely be plundered by the demons. Our thousands of years of effort will be gone. These wills shouted and wailed, converging into a tidal wave, counterattacking from every corner. Dongfang Naganori's will was defeated, and soon, it retreated into his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was Dongfang Naganori's last base. Once it was breached by these wills, even if Dongfang Naganori's soul was intact, he would not be able to reverse the situation. It would be a complete defeat. So powerful, so powerful. These wills are mixed with the will to die, the monstrous hatred of betrayal, and most importantly, affected by the heavenly tribulation. There is a mysterious and indescribable strengthening change. At this moment, Dongfang Naganori felt the deep malice of heaven and earth. He had defied the heavens, reborn from death, and the terrifying backlash made his life hanging by a thread. If he took a step back, he would fall into the abyss of failure. But Dongfang Naganori did not panic in the face of danger. On the contrary, the more dangerous the situation, the more it stimulated his fighting spirit. All his life, he had been going against the current. From his own cultivation to the rise of his clan, he had overcome so many difficulties, endured so much pressure, and defeated so many enemies. The enemy this time, even if it is this world, even if my body dies of old age, even if my soul withers, I cannot make my will submit. Dongfang Naganori understood. In a battle of wills, he could not be discouraged, he could not relax, he could not waver in the slightest. Not only did he not waver, he became even more determined, and his fighting spirit soared. The battle strength of his will rose sharply. This was the indomitable spirit that he had tempered through countless trials and tribulations. The will to fight and resist. It had already fused into his bones. At once, his will counterattacked. They surged down from the sea of consciousness, pushing down the defensive line. Both sides used Dongfang Yuliang's body as the battlefield. Dongfang Yuliang's head was the base of Dongfang Naganori's will. Earlier, he was almost forced back to his base by the 9 wills. But now they were pushing down. The defensive line went from his head to his neck all the way to his chest. The Gu Immortal's wills became even more furious. They formed a defense that was like a tortoise shell, firmly occupying his chest and not moving. The battle of wills fell into a deadlock. 8 Gu Immortal wills surrounded Dongfang Yuliang's will. They were like 8 thick shields protecting him. Dongfang Yuliang's total will was rising steadily. All 10 wills, Only Dongfang Naganori's and Dongfang Yuliang's wills could continue to recover. This was because the former possessed the body. His soul resided in the body and occupied the sea of consciousness. He could continuously replenish his wills. The latter was the original owner of this body. It was most compatible with the body. The entire body was Dongfang Yuliang's nest. As long as the body did not die, the will would slowly recover. In this dangerous battle of wills, victory or defeat depended on the wills of Dongfang Naganori and Dongfang Yuliang. In comparison, the 8 Gu Immortals' wills were strong and solid, but they had no source. They could see the key to victory or defeat. They chose to sacrifice themselves to protect Dongfang Naganori's will, allowing him to grow stronger. Oh no, I purposely left my heavy injuries untreated. I wanted to slow down Dongfang Yuliang's will's recovery. But if this continues, my will continue to fall, while Dongfang Yuliang's will is recovering. Thinking of this, Dongfang Naganori became even calmer. He was even more indifferent. He knew that if this continued, only death awaited him. Right now he could only fight to the death, using his will to infect the wills and destroy them from the inside. This method was the most vicious among the vicious, the most dangerous among the dangerous. But there is no other way. Then come. Dongfang Naganori shouted in his mind. All of his wills that were gathered together suddenly dispersed, turning into a river that swept over and devoured the other 9 wills, wrapping them tightly. Their wills swayed, their fighting spirit surged. Everyone's persistence collided at this moment. The hatred of killing him is irreconcilable. The Gu Immortals' wills shouted. My Dongfang tribe was destroyed in your hands. Dongfang Yuliang's anger soared to the sky. Dongfang Naganori's will, however, was as calm as ice. As long as I am alive, I can lead Dongfang tribe to rise again. Do you think I do not feel heartache? Do you still remember the story in The Legends of Ranzu? In order to walk out of the abyss of normalcy, Ranzu could even abandon his own daughter. How could he abandon her? It is clearly self-Gu causing trouble. Dongfang Yuliang's will retorted. Dongfang Naganori sneered. Whose self-Gu is that? That is Ranzu's self-Gu. That is Ranzu's deepest thought. To escape from normalcy, he can abandon his wife and children, not to mention a mere tribe. Dirty and despicable person. Everything he sees is dirty and despicable. The Gu Immortals' wills shouted together. Chapter 8:13. Dongfang Naganori's memories continued. The heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity faded. He was covered in injuries. Dongfang tribe's newly advanced Gu Immortal bowed in the air. Thank you, First Supreme Elder, for your help. He stroked his beard. You advancing to Gu Immortal is what I wanted to see the most. My Dongfang tribe has grown stronger again. After the duel failed, the righteous path Gu Immortals sighed. Sigh, Dongfang tribe is unstoppable. Fighting 1 against 5, he really did it. This wisdom path killer move will definitely be famous in Northern Plains from now on. What move is this? Starlight shone brightly around him. He stood proudly in the sky and smiled. This move is called Hataru. Oh, you killed my Crane Gate's disciple, but you still want to cooperate with my Crane Gate? In this world, there are only eternal benefits. There are no eternal enemies or friends. I have already sensed some of your central continent's arrangements in Northern Plains. My Dongfang tribe is being oppressed by the righteous path. How can I, a single Gu Immortal, make a comeback? My grand wish is to develop my tribe and revive our glory. You can feel my sincerity. He spoke calmly. Humph, you are just a poor Gu Immortal. What qualifications do you have to cooperate with my Crane Gate? I have a Gu Immortal lifespan extension method. It is called Possession. It was created by Giant Sun Immortal. What? Are you speaking the truth? 88 Point Jinyang Tower. True Inheritance Secluded Domain. He spat out blood, escaping in a sorry state from the net of life and death formed by the True Inheritance meteors. But no matter how much effort he put in, he did not get what he wanted. He smiled bitterly. Forget it. I can't force it, I can only choose you. When he was young. Spare me. That opponent who gave him a humiliating memory. He knelt on the ground, crying and begging. You shouldn't have done this. He shook his head, sighing. I was blind, I was too daring, spare my life, young Master Dongfang. The opponent lay on the ground, begging bitterly. If your attitude is unyielding and you don't bat an eyelid in the face of death, I will definitely spare your dog life. But now... He suddenly exploded with a shout and ruthlessly attacked. His head flew up and fell to the ground, rolling 3 times. He died with everlasting regret. He pulled himself away and said, I'm so disappointed. How could I have lost to someone like you? There was also that fortuitous encounter. Young man, what's your name? The old beggar smiled gently. His purple hair was messy like wormwood. Dongfang Naganori, he said. Chongfan. This name doesn't really suit you. The purple-haired old beggar's eyes were deep and serene. It reflected his own shadow. He stared at himself for a moment and suddenly said, You are a good child. I will pass the most important inheritance in my hands to you. I believe that if nothing unexpected happens, I'm sure you'll carry it forward. The Dongfang clan, the Meng clan, and the Gong clan, the 3 super forces, joined forces for the Grand Martial Arts competition. He knelt on the ground, utterly defeated. The opponent laughed mockingly. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Guangyao, you want to bring glory to your family? Your Dongfang tribe. You are just an empty shell. Only an old Gu immortal who is about to die. In a few years, your Dongfang tribe will leave the ranks of the super forces of Northern Plains. This is also good. We are both of Giant Sun's bloodline. I really feel ashamed for you. You! He stared angrily and struggled to get up. Under everyone's gazes, the opponent slowly walked in front of him and stepped on his head on the stage. Ha ha ha, Dongfang Guangyao, according to our duel, you have to promise me one thing. Your name is too hateful. You are completely unworthy of it. I want you to change your name. For the rest of your life you have to use this name. Let's call you Dongfang Naganori. This is more suitable for you. The opponent moved and mocked. He clenched his fists. His eyes were red and the anger in his body was about to burst his blood vessels. But he had the will but not the strength. All right. From today onwards, I will change my name to Dongfang Naganori. He squeezed out these words through gritted teeth. Ha ha ha, be obedient. Everyone, did you hear that? From today onwards, you will be called Dongfang Naganori. The opponent let go of his head and left. He was sprawled on the stage, his injuries were severe and he could not move. But he was roaring in his heart, even if I change my name to Dongfang Naganori, I want to become extraordinary, to dominate the world and control the people. I swear I will personally take revenge for this. In this life I will bring Dongfang tribe back to the peak. This is my Dongfang Naganori's great ambition. Heaven and earth shall bear witness to it. The 9 wills that were trapped together, at this moment, experienced Dongfang Naganori's entire life's experience. At this moment they understood Dongfang Naganori. They also understood the sorrow and pain in the depths of his heart due to the death of his tribesmen and the destruction of Jade Pool-blessed land. This man, Dongfang Naganori, even if he is my enemy, I still have to praise him. Fine, losing to such a person is not an insult to me. The Dongfang tribe, perhaps in your hands, will rise again. Master, the 9 wills were defeated, surrendered, and dissipated. Even if there was resistance, they were immediately drowned by Dongfang Naganori's torrent of wills. My name is Dongfang Naganori, but I am not willing to be ordinary in this life. If a big tree falls, I can plant another one. Go ahead. I swear I will personally take revenge for this. In this life I will bring Dongfang tribe back to the peak. This is my Dongfang Naganori's great ambition. Heaven and earth shall bear witness to it. The voice of this will was like the rumbling of thunder in the outside world. Under such a will, the 9 wills collapsed, no longer able to resist, vanishing into thin air in the blink of an eye. The battle of wills was thrilling, but in the end he won. Dongfang Naganori slowly opened his eyes flashing with a myriad of colors. His eyes opened wide. He found that at some point in time, a black-robed Gu immortal was standing in front of him. A black-robed Gu immortal was standing there. It was Feng Yuan. How did you find out? Dongfang Naganori quickly calmed down. He looked weak and tired, but he was calm and collected. It was as if he had some powerful trump card. Fang Yuan chuckled, I guessed. I chased after your clone but I failed. I was about to leave. Suddenly I had a thought. There was something fishy about you killing Cheshire earlier. After checking the traces, I found that you were not far away, digging an underground cave and hiding here. This was all luck. This is not luck. Dongfang Naganori shook his head. Your immortal killer move can create 30 clones, but it did not stall you for long. I purposely left Cheshire corpse untouched, and let go of his immortal goo. The traces were obvious, but you did not chase after them. The most dangerous place is also the safest place. This underground cave's upper level is an ordinary pink flower rabbit nest, but it did not fool you. Your intelligence is far more terrifying than your strength. Strange, why did you not cultivate wisdom path but strength path instead? Fang Yuan's lips twitched. Is this considered a dying man's words being kind? Dongfang Naganori shook his head again. He smiled. It is a pity you were too late. If you were earlier, just a few breaths of time. I was in a battle of wills, it was extremely dangerous, I could not care about anything else. I could not resist at all. But now? Dongfang Naganori dragged out his words, but his expression showed intense confidence. As expected of the number 1 wisdom path immortal in Northern Plains. Fang Yuan saw this and praised him. He could not help but praise him. His tone was calm. There was no killing intent in it. As if he had met a good friend, his tone became warmer. Man proposes, God disposes. If this method fails, I will retreat immediately. I will avoid you in the future. Saying so, he took out a person from his immortal aperture. It was a young girl. Her skin was smooth. Her eyes were clear like autumn water. She wore a light yellow dress. She was graceful and gentle. This was Dongfang Qingyu. When Fang Yuan used the Strength Path giant hand to capture the Dongfang tribesman, he accidentally found her and secretly stuffed her into his immortal aperture. Seeing this girl, Dongfang Naganori's expression changed. In an instant, even this physical body reacted. The will that was about to dissipate in his body suddenly became extremely strong. It flew into the sky and instantly seized control. Sister! He shouted. But in just a breath of time, Dongfang Yuliang's will was suppressed again. Dongfang Naganori regained control. His eyes spewed fire as he looked at Fang Yuan with shock and anger. Fang Yuan laughed. He had a plan. Dongfang Yuliang, your sister is in my hands, watch carefully. Saying so, he stretched out his zombie claw and grabbed the girl's left shoulder, ripping it. Crack! Dongfang Qingyu's body shook. She was stunned before letting out a sharp scream of pain. Her entire left arm was torn off. Blood was spewing out from the huge wound. Dongfang Naganori's pupils shrunk to pin size. He shouted, damn it. Before he finished speaking, he lost control again. It was Dongfang Yuliang's turn. Sister! I will kill you. You dared to injure her. You actually dared to injure her. Dongfang Yuliang screamed intensely. He fell into madness. Tears were flowing out of his eyes. Good girl, just like this. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, sending out a strength path giant hand. The giant hand was about to grab Dongfang Yuliang, but at this moment, a light pillar appeared from his body. The light pillar blocked the strength path giant hand. Dongfang Naganori shouted in fear and anger. A Grand Gu immortal actually attacked a mortal so despicable. Fang Yuan raised his head and laughed. His monstrous claw landed. With a muffled sound, he directly pressed Dongfang Qingyu's head into her chest. Sister! Dongfang Yuliang screamed with all his might. He had suffered the most cruel blow in his life. Dongfang Naganori lost control. The defensive light pillar dissipated. Boom! Fang Yuan squeezed with his large hand, turning Dongfang Yuliang's body into meat paste. Dongfang Naganori's soul wanted to escape, but he had just gone through an intense battle. His soul was extremely weak. How could he escape? Fang Yuan easily captured him. He had obtained the inheritance of the current number 1 wisdom immortal in Northern Plains. An intense fluctuation erupted. Once a Gu immortal dies, their immortal aperture will land on the ground, turning into an ownerless blessed land. Fang Yuan had expected this. He used his methods to conceal this fluctuation. He squinted as he watched the blessed land form. He did not forcefully enter. When the blessed land completely landed, Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He looked at it deeply before turning around and leaving. Chapter 8:14. The Legends of Ranzu, Chapter 3 Section 18. Ranzu stepped on his own path of life. He left the door of life and death, but ended up in ordinary abyss. He wandered around the bottom of the abyss, moving forward in a daze. After a long time, he wanted to walk out of ordinary abyss, but he could not find a way out. Amidst his frustration, Cognition Gu guided him. O human, if you follow the footprints of other existences, it will be easy and safe, but if you want to be extraordinary, if you want to walk out of ordinary abyss, the chances of you following other people's path are not high. Since you walked on your own path of life, you have to face all the difficulties yourself, you have to innovate, you have to leave your own footprints. After Ranzu received the guidance, he realized at once. He was overjoyed. He followed Cognition Gu's advice. He left the original footprints on the ground, and started to step on the ground that was not hard. The underground of ordinary abyss was not easy to walk on. Some places were muddy swamps, it was easy to sink into the mud, and the stench was overwhelming. Some places were covered with thorns and thorns. Renzu's body was full of scars from the thorns. There were also places where edge-gu were buried. When Renzu stepped on them, his soles were cut by the sharp edges. The wounds were wide and blood flowed out. He felt pain in his heart when he walked. The pain in the soles of his feet made Renzu decide to walk lightly. But as he walked, Renzu got lost in ordinary abyss. Most of the time, he would repeat his previous path, making futile efforts. Renzu gradually realized this problem. It was very troublesome. How could he not get lost in the abyss? Cognition Gu told him, Renzu, if you do not want to get lost, you can do it yourself. You are afraid of pain. If you walk lightly, your footprints on the ground will be too light and shallow. Ordinary winds blow in this ordinary abyss. Lifting the mortal soil, dust falls down. It is very easy to cover up your footprints. If you do not want to get lost, you need to leave behind deep footprints. Do you understand what I mean? Renzu nodded. He understood. Thus he started to walk heavily. Every step he took was on the ground. He left deep footprints on the ground. This way, every step he took, he would leave a deep mark on the ground. It was very clear. Renzu only needed to see these footprints. He understood that he had already explored these paths, and there was no exit from the ordinary abyss. But good things don't last long. After a long time, even the deepest footprints would be gradually buried by the wind and dust. Renzu was extremely troubled by this. He asked Cognition Gu for help. Cognition Gu suggested again. O human, even though you left deep footprints, you purposely avoided those thorns and sharp blades. Every time you come across these places, you have to walk around them. That would not do. You can't expect to be extraordinary and comfortable at the same time. Renzu received a revelation. Gritting his teeth, he purposely walked on the path filled with thorns and sharp blades. Every step he took left a deep footprint in the ground. Regardless of the pain, regardless of the depth of the wound. His sweat and blood along the soles of his feet. It was trampled deep into the ordinary soil. When he lifted his foot and walked forward, a small blade of grass sprouted from the footprint he left behind. The name of grass. It was called achievement. In every footprint a blade of grass grew. The stalks of grass could not be blown down by the wind or buried by the dust. They grew tenaciously and could be preserved much longer than the footprints. This way, I do not have to be afraid of getting lost. Renzu was very happy. He gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he walked on the path filled with blades and thorns, not fearing blood and sweat. He walked further and further. He no longer got lost. He did not wander around the same path. He stepped into places that he had never been to before. The grass that he used his sweat and blood to plant also grew lusher and taller. Gradually, what grew from the footprints were no longer grass of achievement, but small trees of achievement. As time passed, the small tree gradually grew into a large tree. Its leaves were lush and verdant, and it even bore fruits. Renzu was tired from walking. He lay under the shade of the tree and rested, plucking the sweet and juicy fruits to fill his stomach. As time passed, he walked to almost every corner of ordinary abyss. The places that he walked on formed a huge forest. Ranzu looked at the forest behind him and felt blissful and joyful. But when the forest covered the whole of ordinary abyss, Ranzu still could not find a way out. He was anxious and disappointed. He plucked a fruit and placed it in his mouth. The fruit was no longer sweet and delicious. It was bitter and hard to swallow. Ranzu felt strange. He searched for the reason and soon found out. Unknowingly, his body had grown a second heart. This heart was called unwillingness. As the name implied, no matter what it tasted, it would not taste sweet. Ranzu ate the bitter fruit and looked at the endless forest. He could no longer feel happiness or happiness. At this time, his other heart, the heart of loneliness, spoke self-gu. "O human, I have thought of a way to get out of ordinary abyss for you. You can plant a tall and grand achievement tree. As long as this tree is taller than ordinary abyss, you will be able to climb up the branches and leave this place." Ranzu thought about it and his eyes shined. That's right, this is a good idea. But soon he felt troubled. How can I plant a tree that is so grand that it is taller than ordinary abyss? Self-gu. Use the blood of your feet to plant this forest. These are all ordinary trees. Use the blood of your heart, you should be able to plant a grand tree. There are many blades buried in ordinary abyss. You can stab these blades into your heart and drip your heart blood to water the tree. Ranzu tried using self-gu's method. The blade stabbed into his heart. He felt intense pain. This pain was 1,000 times worse than the injuries on his body. However, the tree that was watered was tall and huge. It was much bigger than the original tree. Ranzu was in pain but also happy. He continued to stab more blades into his heart, dripping more heart blood. The more blades he stabbed in, the more heart blood he used, the taller the tree became. But even the tallest tree was only half the height of ordinary abyss. Ranzu continued to persevere. Hope-gu accompanied him. When the crown of the tree that he had planted, when it was almost the same height as ordinary abyss, the trunk of the tree split open. From inside, a daughter jumped out. "Father, father." The daughter jumped into Ranzu's arms. She was very loving. This was Ranzu's fourth daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara. Ranzu was very happy. He hugged his daughter and played with her. When Boundless Forest Samsara was hungry, she plucked the fruits and fed them to her. So sweet, so sweet. Boundless Forest Samsara liked to eat fruits. She was white and plump. She played in the forest every day. She was very happy. Ranzu still wanted to walk out of ordinary abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara persuaded him. "Father, why do you have to work so hard? It is so good to stay here. There is a tree to block us from the sun. There are sweet and juicy fruits to fill our stomachs. We can play here until we grow old. It will be very peaceful." Ranzu shook his head. He had a firm attitude. He planted an even greater tree. The branches of the tree extended out of ordinary abyss. Boundless Forest Samsara sobbed. She pulled Ranzu's hand. She begged, "Father, don't abandon me. I don't know how to climb trees. If you leave, I will stay here alone. I don't know how to plant trees. The fruits are limited. I will starve to death one day." Ranzu said, "Why would I abandon you? You are my daughter. I will carry you. We will climb together." Thus, the father and daughter started to climb the tree. The higher they climbed, the more tired Ranzu became. Boundless Forest Samsara was a heavy burden. Even without her, it was very dangerous for Ranzu to climb the tree. Moreover, he had to bring someone who did not know how to climb trees. Even more troublesome was that the tree was creaking. It was shaking. Cognition Gu warned Ranzu. "Oh no, human, you are carrying your daughter. It is natural for you to climb out of ordinary abyss. This is your achievement tree. It is hard for others to escape from ordinary. Even your daughter is no exception." Ranzu shook his head. "I don't want to give up." Hope-gu also urged. "Put her down, otherwise you will not be able to climb out. Even though you have a lonely heart, you are unwilling to give up. After planting so many trees, your heart blood has already dried up. This is your final hope. But look, the tree below you is about to fall." Ranzu waved his hand. "I still want to try." Self-gu saw that Ranzu was stubborn. While the other gu worms failed to persuade him, it flew out. I am so anxious." Self-gu did not discuss with Ranzu. It bit Boundless Forest Samsara's hand. Boundless Forest Samsara screamed in pain. She was furious. She stretched out her hand and wanted to slap Self-gu. But this way she let go of her hand because of the intense shaking of the tree. She fell from Ranzu's back. She stumbled along the way. With the help of countless branches and leaves, she landed on her butt. She grimaced in pain as she cried out, "Daughter!" Ranzu shouted he wanted to go down. "It is too late, the tree is about to fall." Self-Gu pushed Ranzu's back. He subconsciously took a huge step forward, walking out of ordinary abyss. The tree fell down. Ranzu was sprawled on the edge of the cliff. He had lost his way back. He shouted helplessly, "Daughter, I will definitely come back to save you." Boundless Forest Samsara cried. She was very sad and helpless. "Father, how can you be so cruel to leave me behind, leaving me to live here alone? I am so scared." Ranzu heard her cries and felt his heart break. He quickly walked around ordinary abyss but could not find a way in. "It is useless," Self-Gu said. "Your achievement tree, even if it falls, it proves your greatness. A great person is not ordinary. How can an extraordinary person enter ordinary abyss?" Who immortal blessed land Danghun Palace. Feng Yuan closed the legends of Ranzu as he sighed. He had a complex expression. Water flows to the bottom, humans walk to the top. It was human nature to be unwilling to be ordinary. Dongfang Naganori was like that, Feng Yuan was like that too. "From this perspective, you and I are the same type of person," Feng Yuan said plainly. In front of him, Dongfang Naganori's soul was restrained. He was smiling coldly as he spoke. Because he had lost his soul, he could not speak, but his soul strength fluctuations were captured by Feng Yuan. He heard this number 1 wisdom path Gu Immortal of Northern Plains say, "If you want to soul search, come. But if you want my inheritance, you are too naive." Chapter 8:15. "Oh, you are so confident." Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Dongfang Naganori's soul was already a captive in his hands. He could not live or die, but he still had such confidence. Feng Yuan did not care. He used soul-searching methods. At once, Danghun Palace turned dark. Eerie winds blew. Ghostly cries could be heard endlessly. In the strange and gloomy whirlwind, Feng Yuan revealed his true form. A towering immortal zombie body. His skin was green-black in color. He had a sinister expression. Fangs were protruding. His eyes were blood-red. His 8 arms were stretched out. His monstrous claws were huge and sharp. One of them slowly reached towards Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw Feng Yuan's ferocious appearance and could not help but waver. But he soon calmed down and allowed Feng Yuan's monstrous claws to grab him. The soul itself was not a solid body, but Feng Yuan's claw firmly restrained Dongfang Naganori's soul, making it unable to move. Next, he activated the goo worms in his immortal aperture. Soul search. A formless force came out of the monstrous claws and directly entered Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul immediately trembled. Waves of pain assaulted him. After a while, the soul search ended. Feng Yuan retracted his monstrous claws and let go of Dongfang Naganori's soul. Feng Yuan obtained a lot of information, but he frowned slightly. It turned out that although he obtained a lot of information from this soul search, they were all unimportant things. Dongfang Naganori's soul was dim and loose. It was no longer as solid and bright as before. But it revealed a pleased expression. It fluctuated again and transmitted information. Feng Yuan heard it. Dongfang Naganori's soul chuckled. "Do you understand now? Although I am a wisdom path Gu Immortal, soul path and wisdom path are closely related. I have also dabbled in soul path and modified my immortal soul. Right now, your soul-searching technique is merely a mortal technique. Even if you have a soul path immortal Gu to deal with me, I can conceal it and prevent you from getting what you want." After a short pause, Dongfang Naganori continued, "Now I'm gone and my soul can't be nourished. The more times you search my soul, the more my soul will be damaged. I have rich experience deliberately cover up. Before my soul is exhausted to the limit and completely dissipates, you won't be able to plunder my wisdom path inheritance or my possession technique." Then he changed the topic, "But we can make a deal. I will give you my wisdom path inheritance, possession techniques and other knowledge. You helped me rebirth and found a body for me. Don't worry, he only needs a mortal Gu master. Since I've lost to you, I admit defeat. We can definitely make a contract. Fairy Li Shan fought together with you. Even if you don't believe me, you should believe Mountain Pledge Gu, right? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, as expected of Dongfang Chang Fan at this stage. At this stage, you still haven't given up and want to make a comeback. Unfortunately, I have a method to strengthen my soul. I can search your soul slowly. One day I will get what I want. Soul strengthening method? Dongfang Naganori's soul laughed. Looks like you don't understand the soul Dao too well. In order to possess, I specially modified my soul. Although it increased the success rate of the possession, it also caused ordinary methods to be unable to nourish and heal the soul, unless I use immortal healing methods. I'm not lying. Feel free to test my soul. Oh, it's like this? Fang Yuan stopped smiling and took out air sac gu. In Dongfang Naganori's estimation, since Fang Yuan's soul searching method was only mortal, his soul healing method should also be ordinary. When he saw Fang Yuan take out a mortal gu, he was even more certain of his deduction. But soon Fang Yuan crushed the air sac gu along with the guts gu stored inside. Dongfang Naganori's soul was immediately nourished and regained its luster. This what gu worm is this? It is only a mortal gu, but it can heal my soul? At once Dongfang Naganori's soul fluctuated intensely, showing an unconcealable shock. Fang Yuan saw this and relaxed, smiling as he said, "Guess." Dongfang Naganori was not an ordinary person after all. Even though only his soul was left, his intelligence could not be concealed. His soul was silent but soon fluctuated again. There is only one mortal item that can affect my immortal soul, that is Danghun Mountain's guts gu. What you crushed earlier should be air sac gu. You bought it from Jewel Yellow Skies. Smart. But you are only half right. Air sac gu is my creation, and guts gu is my business. What? It's you. Dongfang Naganori's soul cried out involuntarily. The cruel reality dealt a heavy blow to him. His soul no longer fluctuated, falling into a deathly silence. Dongfang Naganori was filled with despair. He knew he was finished. He could have fallen into anyone's hands, but he had to fall into the hands of a person like Fang Yuan. He was meat on the chopping block. Fang Yuan could kill and slaughter him whenever he wanted. And even if Dongfang Naganori's soul resisted, he could not change the overall situation. After using guts gu to repair Dongfang Naganori's soul, Fang Yuan continued to soul search. Although Dongfang Naganori resisted with all his might, the information Fang Yuan obtained was mostly worthless. But no matter how strong his resistance was, he could not resist soul searching so many times. The valuable things were eventually looted by Fang Yuan bit by bit. After spending half a day, Fang Yuan's soul search came to an end. He pieced together the valuable information, forming a detailed report on the resources of Jade Pool Blessed Land. It turns out that Jade Pool Blessed Land has 3 great gu worm rearing grounds. Regretful Spider is only the second. The largest is the large cave toad. It has 3 times the number of regretful spiders. There are many rank 5 large cave toad gu. But Dongfang tribe purposely did not take them away. Are they trying to nurture an immortal level large cave toad gu? They are really ambitious. At the easternmost area of Jade Pool Blessed Land, there is a deep pool. It does not look amazing, but it leads deep underground. There is a desolate beast horse living inside. It is a rare 10,000 Li Ji horse. This horse has great vitality and is very useful. Not only is its flesh, blood, and fur a gu refinement immortal material, if it is raised underground and lives for a long time, its sweat will cause a Ji forest to grow. A 10,000 Li Ji horse. This means there are countless Ji forests. Oh, there is actually such a salt field. Amazing, using the ancient desolate beast mortal life jellyfish to guard it. The salt will condense and form a huge salt field. It can obtain the immortal material blue profound salt. A salt field that produces blue profound salt. This is really a huge investment. Jade Pool Blessed Land also has weather changes. After 3 days of daylight, there is a day of night. When night falls in Jade Pool Blessed Land, cracks will appear on the surface, revealing 2 deep pools. One is the Jade Pool. Although it is not big, it is filled with the immortal material desolate jade. The other is the Tooth Pool. The walls and bottom of the pool are made from the teeth of an immemorial desolate beast Qilin. Moonlight shines down. It will form a crescent moon not in the water. This immortal material looks like a tooth but is soft like water. Moonlight shines on its surface. It is extremely precious. Other than that, there is the ancient desolate beast flying frost antelope, the hidden dragon beard buried underground, the immortal material wind howling copper in the copper pool. Dongfang Naganori was Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder. He knew the distribution of resources in Jade Pool blessed land. He was very clear about it. Fang Yuan looked through the information and was greatly moved. He almost could not resist going to Jade Pool blessed land to plunder it. However, he suppressed this impulse. That night in Northern Plains, he killed Dongfang Naganori. After capturing his soul, he turned around and went to Jade Pool blessed land, wanting to plunder it again. But he found that there was a huge battle going on. There were intense battles everywhere. There were dozens of righteous and demonic path Gu immortals. They were plundering and slaughtering in a frenzy. The scene was very intense. Fang Yuan had expended a lot of immortal essence. He had to conceal himself. He was alone. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had gone to Minuscule Mountain. He even attracted Kanyang Laojuan's suspicions. He wisely chose to retreat. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Right now, Jade Pool blessed land is like a delicious piece of meat. Gu immortals are getting excited and gathering there. Forget it, even though I have rank 7 battle strength, my movement and defense pales in comparison. My situation is not good. This Dongfang Naganori is still scheming against me. He purposely exposed this information to me so that I can go to Jade Pool blessed land and get involved in this mess. Fang Yuan's current situation was terrible. He looked safe on the surface, but danger lurked everywhere. He was the culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower. He was the main culprit and was currently being investigated by various forces. Sha Huang was one of his fake identities, but after the auction he was exposed. Dragon Commander Yicha suffered a loss at the hands of Feng Jioga's group. He also started to investigate Sha Huang. This caused Fang Yuan to not dare to go to Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan's search for the Wisdom Path inheritance also exposed a lot of things. He left behind a lot of evidence for the enemies to deduce. However, this risk is necessary. If I sit here and wait, I will be exposed sooner or later. I can only resist and make use of every second to strengthen myself. That is the correct way to deal with this. This time, I actually obtained a complete Wisdom Path inheritance. Ever since I connected luck, my luck has been good. I have grasped the opportunity. After I obtain this Wisdom Path inheritance, I should be able to deal with Wisdom Path deductions. That way, I can make arrangements and delay the time of being exposed. I can continue to hide. Fang Yuan resisted the temptation of Jade Pool blessed land and rested for a while. Soul searching would cause damage to the target. He needed healing. It would also cause his soul to become restless. This was not something that Gutsgu could heal. He needed to rest and sleep to stabilize his soul. After resting, Fang Yuan's soul searched again. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw that Fang Yuan was still here and was not lured to Jade Pool blessed land. He felt even colder. Fang Yuan's soul searched for a long time this time. Dongfang Naganori's soul resisted even more intensely. Fang Yuan's soul searching was only a mortal method. It was much more difficult. But Fang Yuan was very patient. If one time did not work, he would do it 10 times, 100 times. After a long time of soul searching, Fang Yuan obtained Dongfang Naganori's memories of modifying the immemorial ruin bat's corpse. Not only did he know the enslavement path method to control phantom beasts, he even obtained the secret of turning the Gu formation into a phantom. Regardless of which, they were both extremely valuable. This Wisdom Path inheritance is really comprehensive. I even have an urge to change to Wisdom Path. Fang Yuan sighed. This gain. It was too abundant. A complete inheritance no matter what path it was. It would involve offense, defense, healing, movement, reconnaissance, and other aspects. They might not be too outstanding in these aspects, but they had no shortcomings. They would not be easily countered by others. Since Fang Yuan's rebirth, the strength path he cultivated was either pieced together or modified by himself. It was not an inheritance of a predecessor. The true value of this inheritance was the same as the blood path true inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained in his previous life. In his previous life, Feng Yuan had the foundation to rise up because of the blood path true inheritance. The value of this wisdom path inheritance could be imagined. And because Blood Sea Ancestor was not a rank 8 Gu immortal, and had 7 inheritances, the value of this inheritance in Feng Yuan's hands was even higher. It is a pity that I obtained this inheritance at the wrong time. It was a bit late. I have already walked on the path of strength path, even though I still have the first aperture. I have become an immortal zombie and my aperture is dead, I cannot cultivate anymore. But Feng Yuan thought again. If he had really cultivated this wisdom path inheritance in advance, he might not have been able to create the immortal killer move Miri itself. If he included the immortal killer move Miri itself, his strength path prospects would no doubt surpass the future brought by this wisdom path inheritance. And because I have strength path battle strength, I can kill Dongfang Naganori and seize this wisdom path inheritance. Without cause, how can there be consequences? Feng Yuan shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his heart. This wisdom path inheritance came at the right time. It could even be said that it was extremely suitable for Feng Yuan. Why did he say that? There was only one reason, that was rank 9 Wisdom Gu. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Wisdom Gu was hidden. Feng Yuan bathed in the light of wisdom. He had unlimited inspiration, deducing many immortal Gu recipes, immortal killer moves and so on. But this had a huge disadvantage. The thoughts in his mind were expended too quickly. Back when he had delight in water and mountain immortal Gu, he had to expend precious green grape immortal essence in exchange for a huge amount of joyful will to sustain his expenditure. After the auction, delight in water and mountain immortal Gu was sold. Although he made a profit, malicious thought Gu and memory thought Gu could not withstand the intense expenditure. Even if Feng Yuan specially built a stone nest and raised large numbers of hairy men, refining Gu almost without rest, accumulating them at the fastest speed, he could not make up for one expenditure. This was the biggest obstacle that restricted Feng Yuan's deductions. Feng Yuan frowned slightly. Don't worry, I will always remember. How could I dare to forget such a thing? The time-flow ratio between Hu Immortal Blessed Land and the outside world was 1 to 5. An earthly calamity occurred once every 10 years, but in the outside world, Central Continent and Northern Plains, over a year had already passed. 2 years in the outside world was 10 years in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The last earthly calamity was the desolate beast swamp crab. It carried the immortal Gu Gruel mud. What would this earthly calamity be? But compared to last time, I am only a mortal Gu master. This earthly calamity, I am already a rank 6 Gu immortal. I have many immortal Gu, immortal killer moves, allies and a new precious wisdom path inheritance. I have a high chance of surviving the earthly calamity. Feng Yuan was not too worried. He had many trump cards and was very wealthy. Compared to the last earthly calamity, it was a world of difference. He was very confident. If I can create these 3 businesses, I will have 4 legs. The income from Immortal Yuan Stone will be enough to satisfy my current needs. It will greatly boost my progress in all aspects. They are after all a super force. They have deep foundations. After plundering them, my prospects have been broadened. While Feng Yuan sighed, he had the thought of soul-searching Dongfang Naganori. These businesses were the business secrets of Dongfang tribe. For example, how could the eerie fire dragon pythons form groups and increase their reproduction rate? For example, how to raise the arowana, what food they ate, what environment was most suitable for the arowana, and what would happen if they got sick. It was not easy to form a source of income. There were many things involved. They all had their own secrets. Back then, in order to nurture star fragment grass, Feng Yuan had bought their experiences from several star path Gu immortals and paid a sum of immortal Yuan stone. As Dongfang tribe's first supreme elder, Dongfang Naganori definitely knew the business secrets of Dongfang tribe. His soul was like a huge treasure trove. Its value was not something that a wisdom path inheritance could contain. Thus, Feng Yuan's soul searched for the 4th time, trying to obtain these business secrets. But this time he obtained Dongfang Naganori's possession method. Not only was it the original version that Dongfang Naganori had obtained in true inheritance secluded domain when he was young, there was also the entire method that Dongfang Naganori had modified to extract the immortal aperture origin cores of Gu immortals of the same tribe to become an immortal. Using this method I can revive. I need the same bloodline. Is my brother still alive? He is a ready-made possession target. But even if he dies, it doesn't matter. I can still use bloodpath methods to use a woman's body to give birth to the next generation. But this method will incur the wrath of heaven and earth. Heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations are terrifying. The main reason why Dongfang Naganori ended up like this was because of this. Moreover, if I possess someone else, even if I can ascend to immortal in the future, my new body would not have a second aperture. The second aperture had great value. Fang Yuan did not want to give it up for the time being. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw that Fang Yuan was moved. It suddenly changed its silence and moved again, saying, "As an immortal zombie, it is too difficult for you to obtain a new life. If this goes on, your cultivation will stop here, forever stuck at this cultivation level. The possession method is very suitable for you. Of course, I know now that this method will incur the wrath of heaven and earth. It is very dangerous. But I can modify it and conceal heaven's secrets. I can even possess mortals to reduce the wrath of heaven and earth, and lower the power of the calamities and tribulations." Thus, he had the confidence to persuade Fang Yuan to cooperate. Soul Search could only obtain memories, secrets and so on, but could not obtain attainment levels. Attainment levels were a person's unique thoughts, feelings and experiences, their understanding of using Gu and so on. When summed up and refined into the essence, it was the comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Right now there was only one way to obtain other people's attainment levels. That was to successfully explore dream realms. Although Fang Yuan knew that cooperating with Dongfang Naganori would give him extraordinary gains, he was even more wary of Dongfang Naganori. Cooperating with such a wisdom path Gu immortal would unknowingly lead to schemes, betrayals and schemes. Especially when Fang Yuan was the true culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Xinyang Tower, the external situation was very bad. If Dongfang Naganori knew about it and used this to his advantage, he would definitely be able to make Fang Yuan die a tragic death. Chapter 8:18. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He continued to soul search, ignoring Dongfang Naganori's persuasion. This time it took the longest. Fang Yuan went through all of Dongfang Naganori's secrets in one go. He learned about Dongfang Naganori's life, countless scenes and experiences. Gu immortal Han Dong is already dead. He was dragged into the corpse mountain by the phantom beasts. He was originally a captive, but he died in the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. It turns out that Dongfang Naganori had already made arrangements in Jade Pool Blessed Land, using the rank 6 immortal Gu house thatched hut as the core. But at the crucial moment, thatched hut mysteriously disappeared. That's why our devil Dao was able to invade Jade Pool Blessed Land. As expected, when I destroyed Dongfang Yuliang's body and extracted Dongfang Naganori's soul, I destroyed all of the immortal Gu in his body. White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. To think that Tai Bai Yunsheng used a large number of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to modify his immortal soul. There is still a small batch of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu left in his immortal aperture. Dongfang Naganori, looking at his life, he was not willing to be ordinary. He was first a hero, then a ruthless person. This is Zishan Makoto. Tai Bai Yunsheng's time path inheritance was given by him. To think that Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance also came from this mysterious old man. Fang Yuan could not keep up with all the secrets that came one after another. After a long while, Fang Yuan gradually reacted and accepted the impact of this large amount of information. Zishan Makoto was the name that Fang Yuan gave to this mysterious purple-haired beggar. This mysterious old man seemed to have countless precious inheritances. He had a huge origin, but his motive was unknown. It could be said that he played an important role in Dongfang Naganori and Tai Bai Yunsheng's current achievements. For now, he should call him Zishan Makoto. In the memories of Fang Yuan's previous life, there was no trace of Zishan Makoto at all, even during the Five Regions War. Was he hiding, Or did he have another identity, or had he died of old age? According to Dongfang Naganori and Tai Bai Yunxing's situation, this old man must be very old. Don't worry about Zishan Makoto for now, my cleansed soul immortal goo needs food long ago. This white lotus giant silkworm goo is not much, but it can solve my urgent problem. Initially, I didn't want to bother with that blessed land for the time being, but now it seems like it's necessary. Fang Yuan crushed Dongfang Yueyang's body. It caused the immortal aperture to land on the ground and become an ownerless blessed land. It would be fine if it was a public blessed land, but a single blessed land like this would basically give birth to a land spirit. It could be said that it was easy to defend and hard to attack. When Dongfang Naganori was defeated, in order to prevent Fang Yuan from taking advantage of him, he destroyed all the immortal goo he had, to prevent them from benefiting the enemy. But he still had many mortal goo in his immortal aperture. Maybe they were low in value and easy to obtain. Maybe he did not care about them, or maybe he lost control of them. All in all, they were left in the blessed land. They were preserved and not destroyed. Forget about the other mortal goo. But the white lotus giant silkworm goo was food that Fang Yuan had been pursuing tirelessly. Fang Yuan paced around as he pondered. Northern Plains goo immortal world. It was originally peaceful, but ever since Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed, there was an intense commotion like a huge wave. Northern Plains goo immortals were shocked and furious. They wanted to find the culprit. But the immortal goo in 88-point Jinyang Tower escaped. Northern Plains goo immortals fought intensely over it, causing chaos in the Northern Plains goo immortal world. After the auction with the rank 8 goo immortals as the leaders, all the forces discussed. Northern Plains goo immortal world was no longer as chaotic. There were new rules and structures. But because of Shadow Sect and the Central Continent goo immortals, undercurrents were still surging. Because of Fang Yuan's disturbance, the Superforce Dongfang tribe was destroyed. Northern Plains goo immortal world did not calm down for long before intense commotion broke out again. At this moment, countless goo immortals of the righteous and demonic paths surrounded Jade Pool blessed land. It was a mess. Northern Plains situation could be said to be a mess. In fact, ever since Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed, Northern Plains had not stopped. It had completely deviated from its original trajectory. With his previous life's memories as a comparison, this situation made Fang Yuan feel Northern Plains seemed to have been ruined by him. Fang Yuan took a risk this time, and with luck, he obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance. He wanted to peacefully develop for a period of time and help who immortal blessed land undergo tribulation. Using the Wisdom Path inheritance, he comprehended the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. The situation outside was too tense. It was better not to show himself. But White Lotus giant silkworm goo's allure was too shocking. Fang Yuan knew that even though he had some methods to maintain it, cleansed soul immortal goo was starving to its limit. It needed White Lotus giant silkworm goo to feed it. But immortal goo are unique. Even though they are precious, cleansed soul is not something that I cannot live without. I have self-strength immortal goo as the core. Even if cleansed soul is destroyed, it will not harm me. Of course, if it can be used together with self-strength, the killer move Myriad Self's power will double. And it can also strengthen my soul foundation. Fang Yuan hesitated. Cleansed soul was good, but it was not enough for him to risk his life to save it. Immortal goo were external objects. His own life was the most precious. Fang Yuan had always been clear on this point. He had never been blinded by greed. Few days later, Northern Plains, near the place where goo immortals Si Shermin died. From time to time, goo immortals would appear, some demonic and some righteous. After staying here for a while, some left quickly, searching for the remnant immortal goo aura in the air. Some tried to explore the blessed land that Cheshire Min left behind, but after failing they left dejectedly. The Central Continent goo immortals were hiding far away, observing the situation while communicating with their divine senses. The target hasn't appeared yet? Since the other party was able to kill Dongfang Naganori, and even made arrangements here to conceal the blessed land left behind by Dongfang Naganori, it's impossible for the other party to kill Dongfang Naganori. He just didn't want to be discovered. It's very likely that he wants to conquer this blessed land. He also knows that a long night is fraught with trouble, so he should be back. That's no longer possible. We have been secretly guarding this place for so many days. Perhaps the other party has already noticed our whereabouts. We might as well take this opportunity to go to Jade Pool Blessed Land, Ling Mei said. Humph, do you think my Black Heaven Temple's signature immortal killer move knows white defend black cannot hide from you and will be easily detected? Old man Tianlong snorted in displeasure. Fairy Ling Mei was silent. She knew that her words earlier were too rash. Black Heaven Temple was also one of the 10 great ancient sects. Their reputation needed to be protected at all times. They could not be easily offended. Fairy Ao Shui, who was beside Fairy Ling Mei, said, I heard that a 10,000 Li Zoisha horse actually appeared in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Her words were subtle, but the underlying meaning was clear. She was agreeing with Fairy Ling Mei's suggestion. She was also looking forward to the riches in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Humph, these mere goods are able to attract everyone's attention? Don't forget what we are here for. This immortal zombie is very suspicious. His strength path battle strength is quite high. He is likely to be the immortal zombie we are looking for. Sha Huang. Kanyang Lao Jun was hidden at the side, interrupting. Just riches? You speak so casually. Even if Dongfang tribe is inferior to us sects, they are still a superforce. Their foundation is definitely much deeper than ours. Oh, you Kanyang gained a lot this time. The rewards for the Crane Gate mission were even more generous. It is fine if you eat your fill, but you want us to starve as well. Isn't this too much? Chan Zhenqi was full of resentment. He hadn't even finished his sect's mission yet, but something like this had happened, and he had been summoned by Feng Jioga. Many others were in the same situation as him. Others were afraid of Kanyang Laojuan's life-chasing fire, but he was not afraid. He was a flying grandmaster. He had immortal killer moves. Even if he was hit by the life-chasing fire, he could escape it. In Central Continent's Gu immortal world, there was a saying, flap my wings to the 9 heavens, come and go in a flash of smoke. Flap my wings to the 9 heavens referred to Chan Zhenqi. He could fly high into the immemorial 9 heavens. Heaven and earth could not restrict him. The latter come and go in a flash of smoke referred to Heavenly Lotus Sect's Gu immortal Buffet Yen. It meant that this female immortal could move freely and agilely. She was like a wisp of nimble and dancing cloud. This time the female Gu immortal Buffet Yen had also come to Northern Plains. She was representing one of the 10 great ancient sects, Heavenly Lotus Sect, to participate in the investigation of the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. At this time, Central Continent's 2 flying grandmasters were gathered here. Chan Zhenqi spoke, but Buffet Yen remained silent. She did not speak. But Old Oracle helped. Jade Pool Blessed Land was easily taken down. The main reason is that the rank 6 immortal Gu House thatched hut went missing mysteriously. It is not that I am jealous of those resources, but I deduce that there are clues to the culprit in this Jade Pool Blessed Land. Thatched hut. I prefer to call it by its original name, Thatched Hut. Speaking of which, this hut was created by 3 thatched demon immortal in the late antiquity era. He spent almost his entire life's fortune on it. In his later years, he used this to move unhindered in Northern Plains, becoming an overlord. 3 thatched demon immortal gave birth to a daughter. He doted on her. At that time Dongfang tribe's Gu immortal Dongfang Yu fell in love with this woman. He left the righteous path and joined the demonic path. After 3 thatched demon immortal died, he inherited this thatched hut. He killed his wife and returned to the righteous path, returning to his tribe. To get rid of the shadow of his past, Dongfang Yu added other Gu worms into Thatched Hut, naming it Thatched Hut Hut. Actually, the effect did not increase by much. It was purely to make it look better. Wind Cloud Manor's Gu immortal Hong Qiming said. Before becoming an immortal, he had gone deep into Northern Plains with his mortal Gu master cultivation level. He had lived there for a period of time. He had a lot of information about this. Right now, he purposely mentioned it because he wanted to plunder Jade Pool Blessed Land. But he did not say it explicitly. He was very subtle about it. Alright, do we continue to wait like this? Or do we go to Jade Pool Blessed Land and search for clues to the culprit? Or that fairy Li Shan, since she fought together with that Strength Path immortal zombie, they have a close relationship. She definitely knows many secrets. A Gu immortal said impatiently. That's not right. Fairy Li Shan paid a heavy price to snatch Minuscule Mountain and immediately left this place. Right now, she is holed up in Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is the base of Northern Plains demonic path, so be it in the past, but now old ancestor Shui, who is trying his best to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. He has been guarding over there. Open WeChat now, click on the plus sign at the top right corner, choose to add a public account in the Add Friends section, search for Zhongwen Wang and follow the public account. You will never miss an update. QD Wave Astronomy. Chapter 819. Once the rank 8 Gu immortal old ancestor Shui who was mentioned, the central continent immortals went silent. These people had rank 7 cultivation level, they had outstanding battle strength, they were among the top 5 in their sections. But against a rank 8 Gu immortal they would only lose. Even though Feng Zhouge could fight rank 8 Gu immortals, he had rank 7 cultivation level. As for the demonic path old ancestor Shui who, he had terrifying battle strength in Central Continent's information. He seemed to be the number 1 rank 8 Gu immortal in Northern Plains. While the Central Continent immortals were silent, 3 demonic path Gu immortals stealthily entered the ambush of the Central Continent Gu immortals. They went underground, arriving at the place where Feng Yuan killed Dongfang Naganori, revealing themselves. Among these 3 Gu immortals, the leader was tall and gave off a valiant aura. He had a pair of long eyebrows, an aquiline nose, and a sharp light shining in his eyes. His ears were not human ears, they were shaped like wings shining with golden light. He was Northern Plains Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the 4th Peak's Lord Li Peng King. Although the one on his left was shorter than Li Peng King by a head, he had a sturdy figure. As he looked around, he exuded a domineering aura and an icy dragon might. He was the 5th Peak's Peak Master, demonic Lord Long Dan, who owned the Ice Lake Palace. The final Gu immortal walked on Li Peng King's right. His eyes were like paint, he wore a white robe and had a tall body. He was also dressed like a scholar, but he was less casual than free scholar. He had a grand aura. He was the 6th Peak's Lord. Gong Zmo Central Continent's Gu immortals were lying in ambush. They had powerful methods, but these 3 demonic path Gu immortals did not discover them. They focused their attention, staring at the scene in front of them. There was nothing in front of them. However, under their perception, they discovered that there was a blessed land hidden in there. This is the blessed land that was left behind after Dongfang Naganori's death. And the blessed land he left behind? Let's attack. The longer we drag on, the more variables there are. Nearby is the blessed land left behind by Jie Shimen. Since old ancestor Shui who gave the order, we will use all our strength to take down this blessed land. Let's begin. The 3 of them were swift and decisive. They had also prepared some special methods. After making some superficial arrangements in the outside world, they immediately broke through the space and killed their way into the blessed land. After seeing these 3 enter, the Central Continent Gu immortals continued to communicate with their divine senses. Good heavens! The 4th, 5th and 6th Peak Lords of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land have all moved out. The first 3 peaks of the Great Snowy Mountain are all stable. As for the rest, they could compete for ranking. These 3 have always been fighting openly and covertly. Now that they are attacking together, only old ancestor Shui who can command them. That immortal zombie didn't come, but the people from Snowy Mountain Blessed Land came. Should we capture them? That's not appropriate. The combat strength of these 3 immortals is extraordinary, even surpassing the likes of the free scholar. They are equivalent to us. Although we have the advantage in numbers, we lack coordination. Defeating the 3 of them was easy, but killing them was very difficult. Capturing it alive is even more difficult. Regarding this, Kanyang Laojun sighed deeply. That's right, Northern Plains is a land of long wars. It has the strongest battle strength in the 5 regions. All of the Gu immortals have rich battle experience. They have many unique methods and their survival skills far surpass our Central Continent. They are all extremely slippery. Earlier in the Battle of Taichio and Jade Pool Blessed Land, the number of Gu immortals who lost their lives can be counted on one hand. If this were in the other 4 regions, the number of casualties would definitely be 2 to 3 times higher. It is not impossible to capture them alive. As long as Lord Feng Zhouge takes action personally. A Gu immortal said. In this trip to Northern Plains, Feng Zhouge's powerful battle strength left a deep impression on the central continent Gu immortals. But Feng Zhouge said, "Let's retreat." Saying so, without giving the immortals a chance to ask, he retreated first. It was extremely secretive and did not leave any traces. The immortals looked at each other. They could only follow him secretly. The group gathered far away. The immortals expressed their confusion towards Feng Zhouge. The ambush earlier was Feng Zhouge's idea. Now that the three demonic path Gu immortals had arrived, Feng Zhouge was the first to retreat. We are united, why would we be afraid of the three of them? Retreating without fighting, it will damage the reputation of our central continent's 10 great sects. Going back and forth, what are they trying to achieve? The Gu immortals moved further and further away from Jade Pool Blessed Land. Their voices were filled with resentment, but because of Feng Zhouge's reputation, they could not express it. Feng Zhouge looked at everyone, saying something shocking. Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain and has returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to recuperate. I have already received news that Northern Plains Righteous Path Rank 8 Gu Immortal Yao Huang has already set off to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land to ask for Minuscule Mountain from old ancestor Shui Hu. What? There is such a thing. 2 Rank 8s are going to fight. This Northern Plains is really Rank 8 Gu Immortals have always been the dominant force, but because of Minuscule Mountain they are moving out so casually. They are really warlike. Back then, during the battle for Danghun Mountain, our central continent's 10 great sects only sent disciples. The immortals discussed among themselves. Their expressions changed as they digested this shocking news. At this time, Feng Zhouge smiled lightly, saying, "That Strength Path Immortal zombie is very vigilant. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's 3 demonic path immortals are just him using them to probe us. He or the force behind him. If we take this bait, we will fall into the enemy's trap instead. Why don't we go to Snowy Mountain and see if there is a chance to forcefully attack and capture Fairy Li Shan?" The immortals were speechless. They could not say anything for a while. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land was the #1 demonic path base in Northern Plains. It was not inferior to the headquarters of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Feng Zhouge was so daring. He actually dared to target Snowy Mountain. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land First Peak. Now that Dongfang tribe was exterminated, the world is shaken. As people of the same bloodline, descendants of giant sun immortal, I Yao Huang, am responding to the request of the righteous path. I want to discuss with old ancestor Shui Hu about returning Minuscule Mountain to the righteous path. In the letter, Yao Huang's words were very polite and gentle, but Lady Wanshou knew that this was the style of the righteous path. The righteous path had always been like this. Even if they fought to the death or gritted their teeth in hatred, they would still be polite and reserved on the surface, maintaining their elegant demeanor. Lady Wanshou could sense Yao Huang's aggressiveness. She looked at old ancestor Shui Hu worriedly. "Husband, you are only 10 years away from the next myriad tribulation. You cannot act rashly. If you make a mistake in battle and injure your origin, your foundation will be damaged. Even if you refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu, it will be hard to recover. The losses outweigh the gains. When the myriad tribulation arrives, if you fail because of these losses..." Old ancestor Shui Hu laughed heartily. "Wife, you are still the same. Yao Huang's letter is a tribulation for me, but it is also an opportunity for me. I need to grasp it and face the difficulties head on." Old ancestor Shui Hu said this and suddenly paused. His expression changed as he showed a trace of determination. It's great that he's here. Feng Zhouge let out a long sigh, and an expression of admiration and regret surged onto his face. Retreat. The opportunity was lost. He did not hesitate. He immediately flew away, retreating from the original path. The immortals were eager to see this. They did not speak. They quickly left this dangerous area. A moment later, Heavenly Lord Baizu could not take it anymore. He spoke. Old friend Shui Hu, you have great methods. I admit defeat in this battle. Yao Huang also spoke. Northern Plains is currently in turmoil. There are many undercurrents. Old friend Shui Hu. This is not the time for us to decide victory. Since you want to go to Minuscule Mountain, I will forget about my earlier suggestion. See you in the future. Yao Huang was still trying to maintain his face. Old ancestor Shui Hu heard this and laughed loudly. He took the chance to say, you two can come and go as you please. What do you take my place for? Just as he said that, heaven and earth shook, the earth shook and mountains shook. Boundless frost energy descended, sweeping away all impurities. The sky was clear. There was no more eerie wind or lightning. Hundreds of thousands of li of heaven and earth were instantly covered in a layer of ice and snow. The temperature plummeted. It was as if Northern Plains had returned from a warm spring to a cold winter. Boom! 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 3 explosions could be heard in the sky. The sounds reverberated in heaven and earth. It was deafening. It was like thunder was roaring in one's ears. Central Continent's Gu immortals were all blown away by this sound. They were exposed and staggered. Other than Feng Jioga, blood was flowing out of their ears. Their eardrums had been ruptured. Go quickly. The Gu immortals were pale and bloodless. Their fighting spirit had fallen to rock bottom. They could only focus on flying. There was also a huge earthquake in Snowy Mountain blessed land. The primeval energy was fluctuating intensely. The Gu immortals inside were shaking. Their bodies were shaking intensely. A long while later, the earthquake slowly subsided. Snowy Mountain blessed land had 6 mountains that were half destroyed. There were huge ravines in the ground. The countless resources that were planted and stored inside were severely damaged. But the demonic path Gu immortals in Snowy Mountain blessed land were all flushed with excitement, their eyes shining brightly. They looked up and saw a man's imposing figure slowly descending from the clouds. It was old ancestor Shui Hu. Above his head, there was a pure white powder that was translucent like a crystal, drifting with the wind. Feng Jioga looked back and saw this scene. His pupils shrunk as he muttered, sky-splitting powder, it even split white heaven. The demonic path Gu immortals in Snowy Mountain blessed land were overjoyed. They flew out of the blessed land and welcomed him. We welcome old ancestor's arrival. After this battle, the debate of who is the number 1 rank 8 in Northern Plains has finally been settled. Old ancestor's strength is boundless. He is number 1 in Northern Plains. Even Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu had to flee with their tails between their legs. As they got closer, the other demonic path Gu immortals stopped in the air. Only Lady Wanshou went up alone. Husband. She was gentle, her expression was moving, there was pride and worry. Don't worry, I have my misgivings. Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang also have their own misgivings. These two are also coveting fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu. They do not want me to refine it. Now that I have defeated them, let's see who in Northern Plains dares to disturb me. Old ancestor Shui Hu smiled lightly, saying, but this time the white heaven above was broken. I will have to trouble you to repair it. Otherwise, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts will come down from the crack. Even though I am not afraid, it is still troublesome. After confirming that her husband was fine, Lady Wanshou relaxed. She pointed at old ancestor Shui Hu's broad chest and rolled her eyes. Oh, you. It was because he was afraid of being suppressed by the Huangjin super forces. Heavenly Lord Baizu wanted to establish a righteous path force. He naturally had to build a good relationship with Yao Huang and the rest, to draw a clear line between himself and the demonic path and express his stance. Thus, when Yao Huang went to ask for Minuscule Mountain, he took the initiative to go. But he did not expect old ancestor Shui Hu to be so ferocious, actually defeating him and Yao Huang. To old ancestor Shui Hu, refining the rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, was like a tall tree that attracted the attention of countless people. The Fangjing path did not want him to succeed. Especially after the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, the righteous path forces were even more suspicious and wary of the demonic path. They were afraid of these outsiders gaining power. But old ancestor Shui, who needed a lot of resources to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. He sent many demonic path Gu immortals to gather Gu refinement immortal materials from all over the place. There were many conflicts and conflicts. In the future, there will definitely be more conflicts and obstacles. Old ancestor Shui, whose main motive in making this move was to intimidate Northern Plains Gu immortal world. He wanted to get rid of the obstacles in the future when he refines fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu. Northern Plains' situation was originally chaotic and turbulent. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Now that old ancestor Shui, who defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, the impact was huge. He simply swept away the dust, directly skipping the large-scale battle between the righteous path and demonic path, immediately leading the demonic path to a strong position, suppressing the righteous path. In the following days, the demonic path in Northern Plains Gu immortal world became arrogant, while the righteous path lowered their heads. This is the aftermath of this battle, the general trend of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan was old and experienced, he could see clearly. Even though rank 6 was extraordinary, it was only the lowest level of Gu immortals. Rank 7 was the core strength. At rank 8, they usually did not act rashly. Every action they made or even a careless word they said would have a huge impact on their surroundings. What was the general trend? Every rank 8 Gu immortal was the general trend. Rank 6 and rank 7 can only follow the general trend. When can I become such a general trend and create such a trend? Fang Yuan could not help but yearn for such a great opportunity. Alright Fang Yuan. We came this time to bring you the things you wanted to complete the transaction. Now we will hand everything over to you. Fairy Li Shan spoke. She brought a group of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu and a large number of Star Thought Gu to Fang Yuan. It turned out that Snowy Mountain knew the exact location of Dongfang Naganori's blessed land after his death because of Fang Yuan. Dongfang Naganori had just become an immortal after possession. No matter how high-grade his immortal aperture was, there were almost no resources inside. The blessed land formed after Dongfang Naganori's death was tightly integrated. It was one with heaven and earth. Its defense was not something that public blessed lands could compare to. If it became a land spirit, it would most likely be an obsession for revenge against Fang Yuan. It hated Fang Yuan to the core. Including those forces investigating Fang Yuan did not want to put himself in danger because of Clean's soul immortal Gu. So through Fairy Li Shan he borrowed the power of Snowy Mountain to help him achieve his goal. The value of a blessed land was extremely huge. Fang Yuan and Fairy Li Shan made an agreement. Fang Yuan provided the information and told them the exact location of the blessed land. He gave this blessed land to Fairy Li Shan. What he needed was the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu inside. An ordinary Star Thought mortal Gu. As for those immortal Gu, Fang Yuan had already learned from Dongfang Naganori's soul that they had all been destroyed by Dongfang Naganori with a thought. Fang Yuan obtained the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu and suppressed the joy in his heart. When he saw that there were so many Star Thought Gu, as many as 50,000, the joy in his heart could no longer be concealed, it leaked out from his eyes. These 50,000 Star Thought Gu. They came at the right time. It was truly a timely rain. Fairy Li Shan observed his expression and purposely coughed twice. She spoke, "Congratulations Fang Yuan. In this extermination of Dongfang tribe, your gains were the highest. You actually obtained Dongfang Naganori's soul. This was not just a complete wisdom path inheritance. Dongfang Naganori had the secret of his operations. This was an extremely huge value. Moreover, you had already plundered a lot in Jade Pool blessed land." Fairy Li Shan said this, not concealing her envy. Because the Snowy Mountain Alliance had not reached its time limit, allies had to speak the truth. Fang Yuan did not conceal the fact that he had captured Dongfang Naganori's soul. Actually, he could not hide it. Many clues could reveal the truth. Fang Yuan directly informed Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan afterwards. He did not conceal it. At this moment he said, "Fairy, you obtained Minuscule Mountain. That is something recorded in the Legends of Ranzu. Its value is not lower than mine. No need to flatter me, you have Danghun Mountain, you do not care about Minuscule Mountain. Hehe, everyone knows that you're the biggest winner this time. Furthermore, this Minuscule Mountain." Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly. I was about to ask you for help. I am asking you for help. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. Oh, I would like to hear the details. So, Fairy Li Shan had signed an alliance agreement with Dongfang tribe. They were allies and could not attack each other. But in order to snatch Minuscule Mountain, Fairy Li Shan had violated this oath. Although Fairy Li Shan had only started learning information path halfway, to guard against situations where she had no choice but to violate the oath, she had asked someone to use a Time Path Immortal Killer move many years ago. This Time Path Killer move's effect was that if Fairy Li Shan violated the alliance agreement with Mountain Pledge Gu, the backlash would be delayed for a period of time before it would erupt. Minuscule Mountain's Miniman tribe and Dongfang Naganori were only allies. They did not belong to Dongfang tribe in the truest sense. Even so, the backlash of violating the oath was still terrifying. Fairy Li Shan was already heavily injured. She did not have much confidence in resisting this backlash. Thus, He Lulan thought of a method for Fairy Li Shan. Back then, when Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang Naganori made an alliance agreement, they used Mountain Pledge Gu. The agreement was on Minuscule Mountain. If Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, the agreement would no doubt lose effect. There would naturally be no backlash. If Minuscule Mountain was destroyed, Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's risk of life and effort would all be for naught. This was not possible. He Lulan's idea was, after Minuscule Mountain is destroyed, when the Time Path Killer move's effect disappears and the backlash of violating the oath takes effect, she would ask Tai Bai Yunxing to use landscape as before to rebuild Minuscule Mountain. This way, Minuscule Mountain would return to its original state, even though Fairy Li Shan and Dongfang tribe still had an alliance agreement. As long as they did not violate it in the future, it would be fine. Fairy Li Shan ingeniously avoided the backlash of violating the oath. She even got a repaired Minuscule Mountain. As for why she asked Fang Yuan for help, it was because He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan knew that between Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, Fang Yuan was the leader. Fang Yuan smiled, agreeing. This is indeed a good plan. I am willing to act as the middleman. As for the remuneration, we can discuss it in detail. Fairy Li Shan saw Fang Yuan smile and her heart sank. She thought, it's coming. She knew that Fang Yuan was thick-skinned and black-hearted. It was clear that she was going to be extorted. She nodded with a bitter smile. He Lulan seemed to be prepared. She spoke. Fang Yuan, if I am not wrong, your Who Immortal Blessed Land's earthly calamity is about to descend? How about this? I will stay behind to help you defend Who Immortal Blessed Land and resist the heavenly tribulation. Treat it as the remuneration for Tai Bai Yunxing restoring Minuscule Mountain. How about it? Chapter 822. Fang Yuan was an astute person. He immediately shook his head. These two matters have completely different values. To you, Tai Bai Yunxing's landscape as before is necessary. To us, it can defend against the earthly calamity. Furthermore, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land is under old ancestor Shuehu's control. He Lulan did not join Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. You are only an outsider. You can no longer stay there. You can use the excuse of defending against the earthly calamity to temporarily stay in my Who Immortal Blessed Land. I have not collected your rent yet, but you want to use this to pay the price of Tai Bai Yunxing's help. Fang Yuan immediately exposed He Lulan's awkward situation. He Lulan had thick skin. She laughed and continued to argue with Fang Yuan. Both sides argued. After a while, they finally came to an agreement. He Lulan would stay with Fang Yuan for this period of time, contributing her strength for free. During this period of time, He Lulan did not have a share in the Gutsgu gains. At the same time, Who Immortal Blessed Land was facing the earthly calamity, He Lulan had to do her best to help Fang Yuan defend against it. This transaction was completed, but Fairy Li Shan was not in a hurry to leave. She talked to Fang Yuan about immortal materials. Fang Yuan obtained countless immortal materials in the auction. Fairy Li Shan wanted to buy them to deal with old ancestor Shuehu's resource collection mission. Fairy Li Shan obtained Minuscule Mountain. Old ancestor Shuehu only borrowed it to take a look. He did not take it for himself. After old ancestor Shuehu defeated the two rank 8s, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's status immediately rose. Its reputation in the Gu Immortal world reached an unprecedented peak. Old ancestor Shuehu summoned Fairy Li Shan. He thought that she blocked Yao Huang and protected minuscule mountain. He requested Fairy Li Shan to increase her contribution points and gave her many missions to collect immortal materials. Fairy Li Shan was in an awkward situation. He had just obtained Fengsuan Mountain. Although he had asked Tai Bai Yunsheng to help him restore Fengsuan Mountain, he still had a large sum of money left. However, he was still heavily injured. Originally, she had used Mountain Pledge Gu to accumulate a lot of savings and was very wealthy. However, due to the fact that he had invested heavily in He Lulan, his savings had been rapidly depleted and had already dried up. Cultivating on one's own would consume countless resources. It was already very difficult. Many Gu immortals did not have a source of income. They could not make ends meet, they could only work for others and run around. Even if there was a financial pillar, there would always be profits and losses in business. Things like Mountain Alliance vows and Guts Gu transactions were rare. How could they be common? Most importantly, there were also natural disasters and earthly tribulations. After a single one, many of their operations and efforts would be for naught. Heavenly tribulations and earthly disasters occurred one after another. Even if the Gu immortals made it through, they would usually feel disheartened when they see the ruined immortal aperture. Fairy Li Shan was very bold, she supported herself. He also strongly supported He Lulan. He Lulan did not have a source of income. The huge demand for the two of them to cultivate was all on her. No matter how bold she was, her financial resources were also starting to run out. However, other than immortal yuan stone and immortal materials, Fairy Li Shan still had many other things. A lot of precious information. The value was very high. Fairy Li Shan had a lot of connections, she was the most outstanding information collector. The immortal materials that Feng Yuan had. He wanted to use them for the refinement path convention, but since he had enough of them, he could sell some to Fairy Li Shan. Feng Yuan nodded in agreement, but his request was for one of Fairy Li Shan's immortal killer moves. He had been coveting this immortal killer move for a long time. Now was the best time to extort her. Feng Yuan naturally had to grab hold of this opportunity. Fairy Li Shan heard Feng Yuan's request and thought to herself, he really did mention this. Her mouth was filled with bitterness. But the situation was beyond her control. Even if Fairy Li Shan was unwilling, what could she do? Time made luck. This was the name of the immortal killer move that Feng Yuan obtained from Fairy Li Shan. This immortal killer move used Time Luck Immortal Gu as the core to plunder other people's lifespan and obtain a temporary increase in luck. Feng Yuan obtained Time Luck Immortal Gu from Fairy Li Shan. He had wanted to use Inch of Time Gu to replace lifespan and use it with Time Luck Immortal Gu, but it failed. Inch of Time and Time Luck Immortal Gu could be used together, but the former's expenditure was too high. Later, Feng Yuan wanted to deduce an immortal killer move to reduce Inch of Time Gu's expenditure. But he failed again. Even though he could use Wisdom Gu's light and had unlimited inspiration, he had too few thoughts in his mind, he could not use them. He had been refining malicious thought Gu and memory thought Gu, but they were not enough, he did not have enough left. Even if he had enough thoughts, Feng Yuan's time path attainment level was not high enough. To obtain the fruits of success, there was very little hope. But Feng Yuan already knew that Fairy Li Shan had such an immortal killer move, using Time Luck Immortal Gu as the core. If used well, it would be a source of income that would not lose to Mountain Pledge Gu. Thus Feng Yuan used this rare opportunity to ask for this immortal killer move. After obtaining it, he immediately inspected it. Feeling a little strange, he asked Fairy Li Shan, "Where did you get this killer move from?" "I cannot reveal that." Fairy Li Shan had a cold expression, she was in a bad mood. Feng Yuan was taking advantage of her. But she had to ask for his help, she had to compromise. The concept of this killer move is very familiar. Could it be Northern Plains lone cultivator Yiqiuzi? This person displayed his brilliance during the Five Regions War. He was a secluded person who did not care about worldly matters, but when a battle broke out between Northern Plains and Central Continent's Gu immortals, the battle affected his residence, causing him to attack in anger and capture 3 Gu immortals alive in an instant. Northern Plains asked him to help, but he refused, but because of the alliance, he used a time path killer move on the Northern Plains Gu immortals to protect themselves. That killer move's name was very strange, it was very short. Only one word. Not long after, it spread throughout the 5 regions. Feng Yuan had heard of it in his previous life. It was called Kai. The effect of the killer move was to delay the damage, giving the Gu immortals some time to find a way to heal themselves. For example, if a Gu immortal was implanted with Kai and suffered a fatal blow, the injury would not act up immediately, it would only erupt after some time. This would give the Gu immortal a lot of chances to find help. During this time, the Gu immortal could escape, to get a chance to rest and save themselves, to fly back to their comrades, to get help from others. Even if they had to die, they could give their own cultivation resources to their juniors, placing their blessed land in a hidden location. They would not be helping the enemy. Northern Plains Gu immortals had great battle strength, but they were fewer in numbers than Central Continent. Central Continent had taken the initiative to attack first. They set up traps and killed a group of Northern Plains Gu immortals, causing Northern Plains Gu immortals to be suppressed and defeated. But with the appearance of Kai, Northern Plains Gu immortal casualties fell sharply. It affected the battle situation to a large extent. In the end, it caused Central Continent and Northern Plains to be in a deadlock, causing Central Continent's plan to quickly attack Northern Plains and take over this region to be destroyed. If it is really Night King Z, then Fairy Li Shan's immortal killer move that can delay the damage from violating the oath is probably Kai. Fairy Li Shan's connections really cannot be underestimated. To be able to get this lone cultivator to help, I wonder what price she paid? Feng Yuan felt that this possibility was not small. Among Gu immortals, there were many who hid their tracks. They did not participate in battles, they did not gather, they cultivated in seclusion. Many people, even though they had obtained many astonishing achievements, died and fell. They were not known by the world. For example, the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he had hidden himself deeply when he was alive. His reputation was unknown. Only when Starry Sky Grotto Heaven appeared did his profound cultivation level show. There were actually many such Gu immortals. Rank 6, rank 7. There were even rank 8s. At least, Feng Yuan knew that Northern Plains had more than 5 rank 8 Gu immortals. But they were hidden. Feng Yuan thought of Zishan Makoto. This mysterious Gu immortal did not show any traces of him even during the 5 regions' chaotic war. He could not help but sigh. There are so many rivers and rivers, there are so many experts in the world. Fairy Li Shan did not reveal any information about Night King Z from start to finish. This transaction was settled. No matter what price she had to pay, she had achieved her original goal. Fairy Li Shan brought a batch of immortal materials back to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. In the following period of time, she would focus on recuperating and dealing with the backlash from violating the alliance agreement. She would also go around collecting information on how to raise mini-man tribes, hoping to gain benefits as soon as possible. As for He Lulan, she stayed behind. Feng Yuan brought her along as they flew. In a short while, they arrived at their destination. The two looked down from the sky. They saw that on the wide ground, there were lush green grass. There were 3 gigantic black and gray buildings. These were the 3 stone nests in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. There were countless rooms in the stone nests. Each room had at least one hairy man who was refining Gu continuously. It was bustling with activity and order. This was a large-scale Gu refinement base created using the concept of an industrial assembly line on Earth. The refinement process of a Gu worm was divided into dozens or even hundreds of steps. Each hairy man was only in charge of one step of the refinement. Not only could the Gu recipe be kept a secret, it could also raise the proficiency of the Gu refinement, thus increasing the success rate and output of the Gu refinement. At the bottom of the stone nests, air sac Gu were produced one after another. Of course, there were explosions in the stone nests from time to time. The explosions varied in size, some even caused fires. The hairy men were covered in flames as they screamed in pain. But their screams would not spread. They would not disturb the other hairy men's refinement. Each room had a sound isolation device. Not only was it to prevent interference, it was also to prevent the hairy men from communicating. To increase their control, they could only refine Gu obediently. Gu refinement had its risks. It was not lower than battle. But once something like an explosion occurred, Gu worms would fly out of the room, spray water to put out the fire, heal the wounds and so on. If the goo refinement failed, the hairy men would suffer backlash. They would be considered lucky if they could preserve their lives. The price of some failures was death on the spot. Or their brains would atrophy, they would have a mental breakdown. Their limbs would be crippled. They would no longer be able to refine goo worms. For those with light injuries, Feng Yuan would heal them. If the injuries were severe and they became vegetative, the cost of healing them would be too high. Feng Yuan would directly give them up and euthanize them. Chapter 823. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth. Mortal goo contained a trace of laws, while immortal goo were fragments of the great Tao. Goo refinement involved the fusion and collision of the laws of the great Tao. It was more mysterious than chemistry, and more dangerous than handling gunpowder. Feng Yuan stood in the sky and observed for a while. More than 10 hairy men failed in the goo refinement and were injured. Some even died on the spot. He could not help but sigh internally. As my business expands, the loss of hairy men is also becoming more prominent. Hairy man slaves were the most expensive slaves, even more expensive than human goo masters. This was somewhat inconceivable. Why was the price of humans lower than hairy men? It was easy to understand. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. The human heart was fickle and not easy to control. Variant humans, on the other hand, had simpler thoughts. Feng Yuan could control so many hairy men and refine goo day and night, giving them limited time to eat and sleep, with no entertainment. If these hairy men were replaced by human goo masters, it would be impossible. Human goo masters had to work in such a dangerous environment for a long time. Without rest or entertainment, they would definitely be filled with resentment and would have thoughts of rebelling. The simple arrangements in the stone nests could not resist human wisdom. They would definitely destroy them secretly and quickly collude with each other. When they think the time is ripe, they would rebel against Yuxing, or even use force to rebel. Thus, Feng Yuan would rather buy the most expensive hairy man slaves than the human goo master slaves. Thus, Fairy Li Shan wanted to obtain Minuscule Mountain by all means. Not only because Minuscule Mountain had rare goo refinement materials, but also because it was the headquarters of the Miniman tribe. She could control the Miniman tribe. The benefits were huge. Otherwise, the crafty Dongfang Naganori would not have formed an alliance with the Miniman tribe. I did not feel the loss of hairy men before. That was because the scale was small, and now there are 3 stone nests. The workload of goo refinement has always been huge, thus it is becoming more obvious. If this goes on and no changes are made, it will not be a good thing. Feng Yuan thought rapidly in his heart. At this time, He Lulan also suggested, Feng Yuan, your hairy men are losing quite a lot. In a month, hundreds of hairy men would lose their lives. Thinking about it carefully, it made one's heart ache. If this number could be reduced, the cost would be reduced. The guts goo trade will earn even more. If she had not been pulled in by Feng Yuan to participate in the guts goo transaction, she might not have said anything. But now, the guts goo trade was also related to He Lulan's benefits, so she immediately raised the issue. Feng Yuan nodded. To solve this problem, we have to start from 2 aspects. The first was to modify the goo recipe to reduce the risk and refine the steps. It made every step safer and had a higher success rate. Secondly, you can raise your own hairy men, so you don't need to buy them at a high price. He Lulan shook her head. The first method is too difficult. Goo recipes were refined and refined, they had to be modified on such a foundation. Breaking down the steps was difficult. The energy spent. I'm afraid that the amount of resources invested in the experiment is not a small amount. She modified the goo recipe. She did not think highly of it at all. But she did not know that Feng Yuan had wisdom goo. Although he could not use it directly, he could use the light of wisdom to gain unlimited inspiration. For Feng Yuan, the difficulty of modifying a goo recipe was whether he had enough thoughts in his mind to expend. Feng Yuan naturally would not say this. He said without changing his expression, the second method is not easy either. I do not have any methods to raise hairy men. The ones sold in the market outside are all male hairy men. There are very few females and children. This is to prevent other goo immortals from raising them. Raising hairy men and variant humans was much more difficult than raising fierce beasts or planting plants. A country is difficult to govern because the people have too much intelligence. Although this sentence was biased, there was a certain degree of truth in it. The more intelligence they had, the harder it was to control them. Hairy men would move around, they would find loopholes, they would gather and cause trouble. Feng Yuan was well aware. With his foundation, if he wanted to raise hairy men, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. His previous life's memories were not of any help. He could vaguely remember his life on Earth in his previous life. When he raised goldfish, he did not change the water frequently, did not provide oxygen, and fed them too much food. One would die every 2 to 3 days. Half a month later, all the goldfish were dead. Raising hairy men was naturally much harder than raising goldfish. Hairy men's habits, living environment and other aspects that required attention were even more complicated. Feng Yuan had raised rockmen before. The rockmen tribe in Hu Immortal Blessed Land was once very strong. But that was because Guts Goo could make the rockmen's souls grow rapidly, allowing them to split and reproduce. Thus, this was purely a cheating method if Feng Yuan were to raise rockmen. 2 to 3 years later, no matter how many rockmen there were, they would all be dead. Of course, the experience of raising hairy men could be bought from other Gu immortals. Back then, when Feng Yuan was cultivating star fragment grass, he had bought some shallow experience of planting. But the value of these two was simply like heaven and earth. If he wanted to buy the experience of raising hairy men, the price would be extremely high. It was like buying one of the top 100 companies on earth. How much money would he have to pay? Feng Yuan did not eat, drink or spend with his earning speed. He would need many years to accumulate. I only have 20 to 30 pieces of immortal yuan stone left in my inventory. Although I obtained the dragonfish, regretful spiders, eerie fire dragon pythons, and obtained the method of raising them from Dongfang Naganori's soul, I still need to invest in them. Even if I do, I cannot sell them to Jewel Yellow Skies. I would need to resell them to other places. After all, I still need to lie low for a while. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly in his heart. In other words, the future was bright, but the situation was awkward. Feng Yuan tossed aside the complicated thoughts in his mind and said to He Lulan, "All right, I have already informed Little Hu Immortal and made the arrangements. I will not send you off. For the next period of time, you will eat and live in the stone nests. I have already given the order to refine airsac goo in the 3 stone nests. You will need to help. When the earthly calamity arrives and I need your help, I will call for you." He Lulan heard this and immediately felt that something was amiss. Hearing Feng Yuan's tone, he was completely using her as a laborer. Feng Yuan saw that her expression was somewhat ugly, but did not say anything. He pretended not to see it. If he did not squeeze He Lulan's greatest value out of her, how could it be his style? After making the arrangements for He Lulan, Feng Yuan returned to Danghun Palace. He opened the secret door and entered the secret room. He once again saw Dongfang Naganori's soul. The soul was extremely weak and was firmly imprisoned here. Even when it saw Feng Yuan, it did not move. Feng Yuan had intentionally weakened it. So Dongfang Naganori's soul was extremely weak. Feng Yuan did not dare to be careless. He was very wary of this old fox. But now he had to search its soul again. But he had to replenish it first. Immediately, Feng Yuan crushed a few airsac goo and used guts goo on Dongfang Naganori's soul. The soul quickly recovered in the blink of an eye. It had recovered by more than half. Feng Yuan stretched out his monstrous claw and pressed on the soul searching it. Dongfang Naganori did not resist at all. After all, Feng Yuan had already searched it thoroughly. He had no secrets from Feng Yuan. He seemed to have completely accepted his fate. His heart was dead. A legendary figure. Falling to such a state, it was truly a pity. Feng Yuan, however, remained vigilant. After soul-searching, he checked the goo worm arrangements in the secret room. To prevent any accidents from happening, he did not leave any hope for Dongfang Naganori's soul. Dongfang Naganori's soul saw all these actions. His heart was cold to the bone. He thought, how did I end up in the hands of such a person? There was no path to heaven, no door to earth. A hopeless situation was a path. There was no chance of survival. While feeling despair in his heart, he also felt a strange sense of admiration. On Feng Yuan's body, Dongfang Naganori felt like he was looking at another version of himself. Feng Yuan left the secret room and closed the secret door, inspecting it carefully and making sure there were no mistakes before returning to the main hall. He sat cross-legged on the bed, star thoughts surging in his mind as he fell into deep contemplation. Dongfang Naganori had no more secrets. He had basically been squeezed dry. But Feng Yuan still kept him alive, mainly to set a trap for Minuscule Mountain. Currently, even though Minuscule Mountain was owned by Fairy Li Shan, Feng Yuan could not snatch it due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance. But the alliance agreement was not impossible. For example, Fairy Li Shan's Time Path Killer move could delay the damage from breaking the oath. Furthermore, the Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. Dongfang Naganori had established an alliance agreement with Minuscule Mountain. From Dongfang Naganori, Feng Yuan learned that this alliance agreement also used Mountain Pledge Gu. It should be on Minuscule Mountain. The two sides of the alliance agreement were not just Dongfang Naganori and the Miniman Gu Immortal, but the whole of Dongfang tribe and Miniman tribe. The Miniman tribe, Fairy Li Shan was definitely going to raise them and make use of them. This way, Dongfang Naganori's soul still had some value. It was a useful weapon. But this weapon could not be used now. There might not be a chance to use it in the future. But Feng Yuan was hiding it. He was just casually laying down a chess piece. It was better to be prepared. He was thinking about the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu now. This time he soul-searched Dongfang Naganori for the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu's feeding required the flesh of tens of thousands of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. But Feng Yuan did not have this amount. Although he had checked before, this time Feng Yuan confirmed once again. Dongfang Naganori's White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was just an unexpected gain. That place was a natural cave. The heavenly power of nature created it. It was an environment suitable for the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu to live in. Furthermore, Dongfang Naganori captured all of these Gu worms. He did not miss any. A large portion of them were used in the Phantom Formation. They played a crucial role. The remaining White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu were now in Feng Yuan's hands. Now those who lost to Feng Yuan had two choices. One was to use the limited amount of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu in his hands to research and experiment, reverse deduce the Gu recipe, and even reverse deduce the method to nurture White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu. If this method succeeded, there would be an endless supply of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu in the future. But if it failed, these White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu would be used up in experiments. There was not enough to feed them. The remaining ones would not even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu would starve to death. The other choice was to feed it directly. Don't care about experiments or long-term plans. But even so, the amount of White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu was not enough. At most, it could only allow Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu to escape from the brink of starvation and be in a half-full state. Feng Yuan originally had a vague hope. He hoped to obtain some new White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu from the place where Dongfang Naganori obtained them. However, the reality of this soul search had shattered his illusions. Feng Yuan thought for a while before opening his eyes. He finally made up his mind. Chapter 824. Forget it. To be safe, I will use all of these to feed it. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu is already very hungry. It is very weak. If I don't feed it now, it will starve to death. As for the next feeding, I can only wait for the future. Feng Yuan was a demonic path cultivator. He liked to take risks, but he did not take risks blindly. He had to weigh the benefits and risks. Holding on to a fluke mentality, thinking that his luck was good, and taking risks, he would often be taught a lesson by the cruel reality. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu was in Feng Yuan's immortal aperture. It was only the size of an adult's fist. It was like a tadpole. Its entire body was gray and shriveled. It was lying on the ground motionlessly. Feng Yuan willed, using the power of Gu worms, he cut open the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Gu, taking out the flesh and blood and sending it to Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu's body shook slightly. It did not have any strength to climb up and eat. Feng Yuan could only place Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu on the flesh. Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu moved restlessly for a moment. Before calming down, It quietly swallowed the blood on the flesh bit by bit. After a while, the blood entered its stomach. It finally had some strength. It opened its mouth wider and started to eat the white lotus giant silkworm goo's tender flesh and blood. It ate more and more. Its shriveled body was like an inflated balloon, gradually recovering its plumpness. His grayish-white body also showed a trace of gloomy luster. When all of the white lotus giant silkworm goo were killed, and Clen's soul immortal goo finished eating their flesh and blood, Clen's soul immortal goo was no longer as weak as before. It could already fly freely in the air. It was like a gray tadpole. Its round head was like a half-blown balloon. Its tail was wagging behind its head. It was swimming slowly. It was like an old man, weak and feeble. It opened its mouth occasionally. Its mouth took up half of its head. Now it could open its mouth completely and make some noises. Feng Yuan knew that it was not satisfied. It still wanted to eat. Unfortunately, the white lotus giant silkworm goo were all used up. Not a single one was left. Even though he could not satisfy Clen's soul immortal goo, Feng Yuan still let out a sigh of relief. At least Clen's soul immortal goo was temporarily out of the awkward situation of starving to death. Feng Yuan had already decided to abandon it. Now that it was still alive, it could be considered a happy ending. More importantly, he had one precious time. No one could say for sure what would happen in the future, but it was indeed full of possibilities. Clen's soul immortal goo was not full yet. Feng Yuan kept it and tried not to use it. After solving the problem of Clen's soul immortal goo's feeding problem, Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief, but he did not rest. Instead, he made the best use of his time and rushed to the underground cave. In the underground cave there was a small forest. The tallest Ganoderma lucidum king was over 20 feet tall. He directly pushed against the cave wall. The Ganoderma lucidum was like a giant umbrella, covering the left and right. When Feng Yuan arrived, he found the rank 9 wisdom goo. It was flying around the Ganoderma lucidum king like a child playing. Flapping its wings, it flew up and down in midair. Occasionally, it would hit the Ganoderma lucidum king. It was sent flying by the latter's elastic body. Feng Yuan's heart jumped. He already had many immortal goo. But compared to these immortal goo, the rank 9 wisdom goo seemed to have a lot of intelligence. It was very different from others. Thinking back to the legends of Runzu, wisdom goo, strength goo and others could even converse with Runzu. Of course, this could be a rhetorical exaggeration of fables. But Feng Yuan also knew that wisdom goo could be communicated with. It was because he could communicate with it that he took away wisdom goo at the crucial moment of Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, and now he could use its light of wisdom. Seeing Feng Yuan's arrival, wisdom goo stopped flying. It stopped on the Ganoderma lucidum king's trunk. When Feng Yuan found a short and thick Ganoderma lucidum and sat down on it, wisdom goo started to emit the light of wisdom quietly, enveloping Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan activated Star Thought Goo. Star Thought Goo was a one-time consumable goo. As Star Thought Goo were expended one after another, thoughts appeared in Feng Yuan's mind continuously. At once it was like starlight was shining in his mind. After a while, it became like a summer night sky. Countless stars were shining together. It was a beautiful sight. Feng Yuan tried to deduce. Immediately, the star thoughts in his mind became excited. It was like pouring a large basin of hot water into a pot. Stars filled the sky, shining brightly. They collided with each other and bounced away. Unlimited inspiration, unparalleled possibilities. All sorts of answers and complex processes were formed in an instant. Feng Yuan stopped and opened his eyes, his gaze revealing deep joy. Earlier he was just testing his skills. This wisdom path inheritance did not disappoint him. It was even better than he had expected. Dongfeng Naganori's wisdom path inheritance is indeed very good at deduction. Star thoughts are very durable. According to initial estimates, one star thought can resist 3 to 4 evil thoughts and memory thoughts. Feng Yuan compared in his mind. In wisdom path there were thoughts, wills and emotions. In terms of thoughts there were many types and types. It was not an exaggeration to say that there were thousands of them. Thoughts were differentiated from each other. They had their own advantages and disadvantages. For example, evil thoughts were good at scheming against others, while memory thoughts were good at excavating information from memories. But these two were very ordinary when used to deduce things. Star thoughts were not good at scheming against others. They were also not good at excavating information from memories, but they were very useful when used to deduce things. One star thought could resist 3 to 4 other thoughts. This ratio was not very impressive. But think about it, how many thoughts would one need to deduce an immortal goo recipe or immortal killer move? After this number was magnified, the difference was huge. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or even millions of thoughts were expended. The advantage of using star thoughts to deduce was simply too huge. It could be said that the star thought wisdom path inheritance was the most suitable for Feng Yuan. All along, Feng Yuan had hated not having enough thoughts. The light of wisdom expended a lot of thoughts. No matter how many thoughts he had, they would all be expended. Feng Yuan had a lot of deductions in his hands. First was to deduce the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. Previously he did not succeed, he only completed a small portion. Second was to perfect the immortal goo recipe blood deity. He did not succeed either. Just a little. Third was to deduce an immortal killer move, using time luck immortal goo and minute light mortal goo together, reducing the expenditure of minute light and temporarily increasing one's luck. Feng Yuan had tried this before, but he failed completely. The reason was that his time path attainment level was too low. Now there was no need to deduce it, because Feng Yuan had already obtained an even better immortal killer move, time assist luck, from Fairy Li Shan. Fourth was to fuse pulling mountain and pulling water, these two strength path immortal goo, into the immortal killer move Miri itself, to increase the power of Miri itself. Fifth was to modify the refinement recipes of air sac goo and others. Dividing the steps into smaller steps would lower the risk of the goo refinement and reduce the loss of hairy men. Feng Yuan breathed in deeply, gradually calming his mind. Vaguely familiar face had to be deduced first, because the situation was getting more and more tense. Feng Yuan had to travel outside. He needed an immortal disguise to prevent his identity from being exposed. Modifying the recipes of air sac goo and others was not an urgent matter. Moreover, this plan involved too many things. In the future, Feng Yuan would refine goo on a large scale, not just air sac goo, malicious thought goo, memory thought goo, and star thought goo. As for blood deity, it was only a long-term plan, it was not even necessary. After all, Feng Yuan was walking strength path now. He planned to cultivate time path or wisdom path. He did not want to develop blood path. If it were before, Feng Yuan would naturally focus on deducing the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. But now that Hu immortal blessed land was facing an impending earthly calamity, Feng Yuan had to consider it first. He had to fuse pulling mountain immortal goo into the killer move Miri itself. Feng Yuan closed his eyes tightly. He calmed down and started to deduce. The starlight in his mind responded. Countless star thoughts were boiling. Time passed, an hour, 4 hours, half a day, 1 day, 2 days. Only on the afternoon of the third day did Feng Yuan open his eyes. Even though he had an immortal zombie body, his face was filled with weariness and exhaustion. I finally fused pulling mountain immortal goo into the killer move Miri itself. Miri itself's power has increased by 10%. If it is used against earth path goo immortals or some mountain or meteorite, the effect will be even higher. The power will increase by 20%. Feng Yuan inspected star thought goo again. There were close to 40,000 star thought goo left in his immortal aperture. There were originally over 50,000 star thought goo. That was to say, this deduction only used over 10,000 star thought goo. Star thought goo was truly durable. Of course, this durability is used to deduce things. Using star thought to plot against others and think of schemes is still better than malicious thought. In terms of memory, star thought goo is not as durable as memory thought goo. Be it star thought goo, memory thought goo, or malicious thought goo, he still needed to refine and stock them up. This plan had a long way to go. Looking at the time, it was not time for Hu immortal blessed land's tribulation yet. But if he used this time to deduce the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face, there was not enough time. He would not be able to deduce anything. Feng Yuan returned to Dang Hun Palace and continued to research on the wisdom path inheritance. Chapter 825. The value of this inheritance was self-evident. It was even more valuable than the blood path true inheritance that Feng Yuan obtained in his previous life. Even Feng Yuan sighed. If I could obtain this inheritance earlier, be it in my previous life or current life, I would have become a Gu immortal long ago. Feng Yuan had wasted so many years, stumbling along the path of cultivation, carefully crossing the river while feeling the rocks. Only then did he have today's achievement. In comparison, Dongfang Naganori obtained this inheritance when he was still a Gu master. His luck was truly enviable. Eastern Sea Yulu Blessed Land. The drizzle continued hazy like smoke. A group of Gu immortals from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters were trapped inside, cautiously looking for a way out. Damn it! Don't let the drizzle fall on you. It has the ability to weaken immortal essence. The leading immortal zombie, Shark Demon, suddenly had a change in expression as he shouted to warn the immortals behind him. Shark Demon could be said to be very experienced. His reaction was extremely fast. The moment this seemingly harmless drizzle appeared, he immediately realized that he was being attacked. Hearing his warning, the immortals quickly used all sorts of methods to erect defenses against the drizzle. But it was useless. This drizzle is actually pervasive. Is this Fairy Yulu's famous immortal killer move, Vanishing Immortal Essence Scattering Rain? One of the immortal zombies suddenly thought of a crucial piece of information, his expression turning ugly. Even if it is the famous Vanishing Immortal Powder, it can't be this strange and powerful. Our defensive methods are all useless. Another immortal zombie shouted. His tone was filled with fear. I know. In the previous round we were all hit by that immortal killer move Rain Du Stain. Thus we came to this round. We were hit by the Vanishing Immortal Powder but could not defend against it. We could only let it fall on us. Immortal zombie Su Baiman's eyes shined brightly. Suddenly he said. The immortals quickly conversed after getting the answer. Their moods also turned heavy. This was not the first time they had attacked Yulu Blessed Land. There were many rounds in Yulu Blessed Land, and between the rounds they were very difficult to deal with. This group of Gu immortals were mostly immortal zombies. A total of 7 people, 5 of them were immortal zombies. Since the immortal aperture of an immortal zombie was already dead, the Blessed Land could not be operated. It was lifeless and could not produce immortal essence at all. Thus, in order for immortal zombies to obtain immortal essence, they could only convert it from the immortal Yuan stone. An immortal zombie's immortal essence was much more precious than ordinary Gu immortals. It was not easy to obtain. Now that the immortals entered this trial, before the battle even began, there was already immortal scattering primordial rain that fell, melting away their immortal essence, simply hitting right at their weak point. He watched as the immortal essence that he had painstakingly accumulated melted away one by one. The immortal zombies all felt their hearts ache. They hurriedly discussed and quickly reached a consensus. They had to get through this hurdle as soon as possible and find a way out. Otherwise, they would be in danger. The immortals displayed their various methods. However, an hour passed and there was no progress. Not good, this battlefield killer move is so hard to unravel. More than 30 beads of my immortal essence have already been melted away. Fairy Yulu is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's second disciple. Rank 8 Great Expert. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was most proficient in battlefield killer moves. Fairy Yulu was his disciple. She has already learned the essence. Not only did she grasp many well-known battlefield killer moves. Shark Demon immediately took out Profound Ice House. It was not big, it was round like a sphere. The outside seemed to be made of thick ice bricks. Once it was taken out, it gave off a cold aura, causing the surrounding Gu immortals to shiver. Shark Demon was silent. He opened the door of the ice house and entered. Next came his beloved wife, Subai Man. And then the remaining 5 people entered in a single file. When they entered the house, it was a huge spherical space without any furnishings. The immortals floated inside. They were surrounded by a layer of cold white light. Within the white light, there were traces of golden light. After a few breaths of time, the golden light stabilized. It was like golden threads were intertwining, forming a formation diagram. Shark Demon commanded the immortals to their positions. Standing on the formation core, he ordered, "Everyone, expend your immortal essence. Activate this immortal goo house. This immortal goo house will record how much immortal essence you expend." Everyone knew that activating this immortal goo house expended a lot of immortal essence. Activating it this time would cause them to expend even more immortal essence than before. If not for this flaw, Shark Demon would have activated the immortal goo house long ago. The immortals had entered Yulu Blessed Land this time. They had not killed any strong enemies or encountered any battles. They had already suffered huge losses. They had expended a lot of immortal essence. They were feeling stifled. But after hearing this, they put away their dark thoughts. They had to put in their best effort. 15 minutes later, on the calm surface of Eastern Sea, a huge icy meteor suddenly shot out. The meteor had an extremely strong momentum. It broke through the surface of the sea. In the blink of an eye, it shot up hundreds of feet into the sky. In the sky, this meteor suddenly stopped. It turned from extreme motion to extreme stillness, revealing its true form. It was the rank 6 immortal goo house, profound ice incomplete house. "Come out." Inside the house, Shark Demon had a defeated expression. He shouted. Shortly after, the door opened. The immortals flew out, floating in the sky. In the sky, the immortals looked down. Waves were surging on the surface of the sea, breaking the calm. It was caused by profound ice incomplete house breaking through the surface of the sea. But the immortals' thoughts were focused on that Yulu Blessed Land at the bottom of the sea. The immortals had already attacked Yulu Blessed Land more than once. They had won and lost. This was not the first time he had suffered such a setback, but it was the most depressing one he had ever experienced. To attack Yulu Blessed Land, the key was not to force their way in. They had to consider a balance. This Yulu Blessed Land was already under the control of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Without competition from other forces, the proper way to attack it was to take it one step at a time. Facing such a profound battlefield killer move, even if they used profound ice incomplete house, the immortals could only charge out of the Blessed Land. They could not break it. In that case, how should he break through this stage next? Shark Demon was the last to walk out. He put away profound ice incomplete house, feeling dejected as he thought, "This is a huge loss. Not only did we not gain anything from attacking Yulu Blessed Land, we even used profound ice incomplete house. When we return to Zombie Alliance, we will have to pay a huge sum of contribution points. Thankfully, we had this profound ice incomplete house, otherwise we would still be trapped there." Gu Immortal Budan spoke, feeling some lingering fear. Shark Demon stared at him fiercely. The latter kept quiet. The other Gu Immortals nodded slightly. They felt very fortunate that Shark Demon had brought profound ice incomplete house with him. This vanishing immortal scattered essence rain killer move is too powerful. Even the immortal goo house could not defend against it. It landed on us directly. At the side, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who had participated in this trip, suddenly spoke. Seeing that it was Tai Bai Yunsheng who spoke, Shark Demon's expression softened. He replied, "That is because this profound ice incomplete house's greatest use is to help Ice Path Goo Immortals cultivate. Don't look at how it looks on the outside. The inside is very damaged. It was barely repaired to a usable state. If it was a complete immortal goo house, even if we were hit by it, we would definitely be able to defend against it." "So that's the case." Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded, not saying anything else. "Alright, this exploration of Yulu Blessed Land is over. Everyone is dismissed." Shark Demon waved his hand as he announced. The immortals quickly dispersed. Tai Bai Yunsheng, however, was not in a hurry to leave. "Sir Tai Bai, what's the matter?" Su Baiman asked. This immortal zombie couple had a very good attitude towards Tai Bai Yunsheng. The reason was naturally because of the man as before immortal Gu in Tai Bai Yunsheng's possession. Tai Bai Yunsheng smiled. "Both of you know that I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal. I have been in Eastern Sea for some time now." Shark Demon and Su Baiman looked at each other, nodding. They had known this long ago. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not have methods like Kanyang Lao Jun. He could not conceal his aura. It could not be faked. Thus, his identity as a Northern Plains Gu immortal was exposed long ago. But this was not strange. Because Eastern Sea had earth tides. Every once in a while, boundless earth force would surge from the depths of the trench. It was a grand and majestic force of nature. It was powerful and terrifying. far exceeding the limits of rank 8 goo immortals. When the earth force surged and stirred the seawater, it formed an earth tide. The earth tide was extremely powerful. It could easily create a tsunami that was 1,000 feet tall. Look at how calm Tai Bai Yunsheng is. He must be very confident in the route map in his hands. Are we really not going to follow him? With this route map we can enter Northern Plains. Even if we don't need it, we can hand it over to Zombie Alliance and exchange it for a large number of contribution points, reducing our losses this time. Shark Demon waved his hand, firmly rejecting. No need. The route map is not constant. After a few earth tides, the formless tidal force will have a huge change. At that time, the old route map will lose its value. Our main goal is to cooperate with him and use man as before immortal goo to achieve our goal of rebirth. This is a long-term plan. We cannot ruin the good relationship we had with him with great difficulty just for some short-term benefits. Alright, I will listen to you. Su Bai Man immediately dispelled her thoughts. She looked at her husband with a gentle gaze. But her zombie face was somewhat terrifying. Shark Demon did not mind. He affectionately embraced Su Bai Man, letting her lean on his chest, consoling her gently. I know what my wife is worried about. That's right, we were the ones who took the mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land. This time we used Profound Icehouse. Our losses were huge. But it doesn't matter, in this world who doesn't have setbacks and failures? We still have a foundation that can support us. Now we have hope of rebirth. Don't be afraid, no matter what happens in the future. No matter how difficult it is, I will always be by your side to protect you. Husband. Eastern Sea's blue waves stretched for thousands of li. The sky was clear. The sea and the sky merged into one. Occasionally white seagulls could be seen flying. Tai Bai Yunsheng flew all the way, tearing through the sky. He was surrounded by clouds and mist. He was flying very fast, but he was silent. Of course, this was only a mortal flying killer move. It could not compare to Feng Yuan's 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. Once Feng Yuan's Iron Crown Eagle strength goo burst out, he would be able to leave it far behind in an instant. But this killer move had an advantage. It was wrapped in clouds and mist. Mortals could not see through it. This was not the time of the 5 Regions War. There was still a gap between goo immortals and mortals. Most mortal goo masters had only heard of immortals. They had never seen one. Many even thought that immortals were only a legend. Tai Bai Yunsheng was a Northern Plains goo immortal after all. In Eastern Sea, he was only an outsider. Thus he kept a low profile. First, he was guided by Feng Yuan. He took on the mission of healing the sea area in Haishur Blessed Land. After making some reputation, he came into contact with Shark Demon and the rest. Every time they attacked Yulu Blessed Land, he was there. Shark Demon and his wife treated him very well. They naturally wanted his man as before. Shark Demon had time anchor immortal goo. When used with man as before, it was the hope of rebirth. Of course, Shark Demon and his wife had thought of snatching the immortal goo man as before. But unless they had methods like thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it was almost impossible to snatch the immortal goo. Dongfang Naganori was so weak, while Feng Yuan had such a huge advantage. In the end, Dongfang Naganori self-detonated at a thought, causing Feng Yuan to not even get a single immortal goo. The difficulty of snatching immortal goo. It was easy to see how important it was. Tai Bai Yunsheng flew for a long time before he finally saw a gray spot on the sea surface. As the distance shortened, the gray spot gradually expanded in his vision. It was a small island. This island did not have a spirit spring. There was little vegetation. It was basically barren gray-brown rocks. Even seabirds rarely visited it. In a place like Eastern Sea that was rich in resources, it was considered a barren land. But Tai Bai Yunsheng was a goo immortal. He did not care. He only treated it as a temporary residence. A lone island. Barren land. Naturally no one coveted it. There was less attention and trouble. Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly descended from the sky, entering the island. He first inspected the goo formation that he had set up, to see if there were any changes. There were still some goo formations on the island, but they were all his simple arrangements. Simple surveillance was one layer of meaning. If he encountered other Gu immortals, the Gu formation would indicate that this place was not ownerless. That was the second layer of meaning. After a round of inspection, Tai Bai Yunsheng had close to 10 Gu worms in his hands. These were all information path Gu worms. They carried information. It turned out that even though Tai Bai Yunsheng kept a low profile, as a time path healing Gu immortal, the immortal Gu he had were too outstanding. They were like needles in a bag. They could not be hidden for long. These information path Gu worms came from all sorts of people. Some were super forces, some were demonic path people, some were immortal zombies, and some were righteous path lone cultivators. Most of them invited Tai Bai Yunsheng to heal some things. A small portion did not invite Tai Bai Yunsheng to heal them. They wanted to form good karma. What if something unexpected happened in the future? Wouldn't this good karma be useful then? Tai Bai Yunsheng was a good person. He also had 2 time path immortal Gu. He was very popular in Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunsheng took these information path Gu worms and entered the cave. This cave was only created by him temporarily. He did not spend much effort on it, thus it was very crude and simple. Tai Bai Yunsheng first replied to these information path Gu worms one by one, rejecting their invitations before falling into deep thought. Even though I have a stargate and can easily return to Hu immortal blessed land, but in this situation I cannot directly open the stargate. That will ruin things. Tai Bai Yunsheng could be considered a celebrity now. His actions were secretly watched by many people. Thus, returning to Hu immortal blessed land was more troublesome than before. He really had to first go to the regional wall and use the stargate when no one was paying attention. Hu immortal blessed land. Fang Yuan studied the wisdom path inheritance for 3 days and 3 nights. He did not know how many thoughts were spent in his mind, but he gained a lot of insights. Dongfang Naganori is overflowing with talent. This wisdom path inheritance is mainly used for deduction. It is not good at fighting. But the immortal killer move Hataru that he came up with is unique. It uses the deduction advantage of the inheritance and almost perfectly transforms it into an offensive attack. Chapter 827. Hataru expended at least 16 Dao marks to use this move, and there was no upper limit. The wider Hataru's range, the more powerful it was, and the more Dao marks it expended. But precisely because of this, this move was exceptionally powerful. Dao marks were embedded in the air, forming a special battlefield that was hard to destroy. When a Gu immortal enters it, their thoughts would turn into star thoughts and form Hataru. The more time passed, the stronger Hataru would become. This was to transform the enemy's power into one's own, and then attack the enemy. To the enemy Gu immortals it would be extremely disgusting. It was like lifting a rock to smash one's own foot, or stabbing oneself with one's own blade. After understanding the secret behind Hataru's usage, Fang Yuan understood something else. No wonder Dongfang Naganori in history had always been scheming. Only when he had no other choice would he make a move and use this 10,000 star fireflies. Because even Dongfang Naganori, the number 1 wisdom path Gu immortal in Northern Plains, could not use Hataru as a regular method. Its expenditure was too high. Once Dao marks were expended, they would not recover themselves. The source of Dao marks was also very narrow. Most Gu immortals could only obtain large numbers of Dao marks from tribulations. This Hataru is almost on par with my current Myriad Self-Killer move. Of course, my Myriad Self-Killer move has a lot of potential. Hataru cannot compare to it in this aspect. I have no Wisdom Path Dao marks. Unless I walk the Wisdom Path in the future, I might not be able to use this killer move in my entire life. Of course, other than that, there was another crucial factor. This Hataru killer move needed 3 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu as the cores. Fang Yuan did not have any. When Dongfang Naganori was defeated, all of the Immortal Gu were detonated. Not a single one was left for Fang Yuan. Among these 3 Wisdom Path Immortal Gu, the one Fang Yuan wanted the most was Star Thought Immortal Gu. In this Wisdom Path inheritance there were more than 10 Immortal Gu recipes. Among them was the recipe for Star Thought Immortal Gu. There were even the refinement experiences of the past inheritors, as well as many of their failures. Once he had Star Thought Immortal Goo, Feng Yuan would not need to waste so much effort. Slowly accumulating Star Thought Mortal Goo. According to the records in the inheritance, 1 bead of green grape immortal essence was used to produce at least 100,000 star thoughts through the effect of Star Thought Immortal Goo. Of course, if Feng Yuan used Star Thought Immortal Goo, he would obtain less than 100,000 star thoughts. Because the inheritors of Wisdom Path Goo Immortals all had Wisdom Path Dao marks on them, which amplified the effect of Star Thought Immortal Goo. Just like how Feng Yuan had the strength to use the Mahamudra, it could increase one's power by 20%. 20% was considered low. Ordinary Goo Immortal experts had Dao marks that could increase the power of their Immortal Goo and Immortal Killer moves by several times. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, even 10 times. 100 times. Why was the difference between rank 8 and 7 so huge? Dao marks were one of the main reasons. The higher the cultivation level, the more terrifying the tribulations and calamities. Once they passed, the more Dao marks they would obtain. Fortune came with misfortune, misfortune came with misfortune. From another perspective, the stronger the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity, it was also a good thing. It could be said that once he had Star Thought Immortal Goo, Feng Yuan's deductions would be greatly reduced. He would no longer need to carefully plan and carefully expend star thoughts. And with Feng Yuan's current wealth, he could afford it. But unfortunately, Feng Yuan could afford to use Immortal Goo. But he did not have the wealth to refine Immortal Goo. Even if he made some money, he was still far from being able to refine Immortal Goo. Immortal Goo were unique. They were fragments of the laws of the Great Tao. Refining Immortal Goo required a lot of immortal materials and immortal Yuan stone. And most importantly, when refining Immortal Goo, one could not just prepare one set of materials, one had to prepare many sets, because the success rate of refining Immortal Goo was too low. Dongfang Naganori was a formidable person. He was the #1 Wisdom Path Goo Immortal in Northern Plains. He had been in charge of a superforce for many years, and had secretly transacted with Crane Gate, obtaining a lot of funding. Even so, he only had 8 Immortal Goo at his peak. Among the 8, there were side methods like Mince Blood Immortal Goo and Split Shadow Immortal Goo. There were more than 10 Immortal Goo recipes recorded in the Wisdom Path inheritance, but he had only refined less than half of them. Like old ancestor Xue Hu and Lady Wan Shou, the former was the #1 rank 8 battle strength in Northern Plains, while the latter was one of the 4 great refinement path Goo Immortals. They could be considered to have a deep foundation and a large family business. But to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Goo, even with Ma Hongyun they could save a lot of time and resources, but to do so they would need to expend almost all of their assets. It was a gamble. With Feng Yuan's current situation there was no way he could refine an Immortal Goo. It was just wishful thinking. Other than Star Thought Immortal Goo, Feng Yuan had another immortal killer move that he wanted the most. It was called Star Fog Concealment. This move allowed the Goo Immortal to be shrouded in a thin layer of starlight fog, concealing their appearance and body. Outsiders would not be able to see them clearly. Of course, this was only the effect on the surface. The real effect was that it could conceal heaven's secrets. When other Wisdom Path Goo Immortals tried to deduce the Goo Immortal, they would be able to get vague answers. This was almost the same effect as Dark Limit Immortal Goo. Dark Limit Immortal Goo was actually obscured. It could not be deduced. Star Fog Concealment was vague. It was difficult to deduce. The answer would not be accurate. This Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move was one of the more obscure ones in the entire Wisdom Path inheritance. Many inheritors did not have experience in using it, thus there were very few records of it. Because Wisdom Path Goo Immortals were rare to begin with, Wisdom Path Goo Immortals had even fewer chances of scheming against each other. In most situations, even if they used it, they would not be able to get a deduction from the enemy. But for Feng Yuan it was very suitable. One of the reasons why he obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance was to resist other Wisdom Path Goo Immortals, and delay the truth of his crimes from being dug out. Unfortunately, this immortal killer move needed 2 Wisdom Path Immortal Goo as the cores. Thus, the problem came down to one point: Feng Yuan did not have the wealth to refine Immortal Goo. Eventually, Feng Yuan looked at the entire Wisdom Path inheritance. He could learn and use it. There was only one part that was suitable for him. That was how to deal with the enemy's will. There was a lot of content in this part. How to defend against the enemy's will, how to distinguish the type of will, how to control the enemy's will, how to counter-control the enemy's will if he is controlled by the enemy's will, how to use wills to attack, things to note in a battle of wills, how to investigate wills, how to heal wills, how to amplify wills, how to weaken wills, and so on. Why did Feng Yuan want to learn this part? Because he still had a portion of Mo Yao's will locked up in his hands. Mo Yao had shocking refinement path attainment in her life. She was also an Inkman and knew many Inkman secrets. She also had a relationship with Bo Qing. She was the fairy of that generation in Spirit Affinity House. The historical secrets she knew were naturally very valuable. Among them, what moved Feng Yuan the most was the clues to Red Lotus Demon Venerable's inheritance that she had. Feng Yuan's first vital goo, Spring Autumn Cicada, was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital goo. Thus, in this part of the inheritance, Feng Yuan focused on learning how to search wills. Soul searching and will searching had completely different levels of difficulty. The former was easy, it was like eating food, everyone had a mouth. Feng Yuan was not a soul path gu immortal, but he could still search Tai Bai Yunxing's soul. Even a layman could get involved. But searching wills was like a chef eating a dish. One needed to taste the main ingredients of the dish. Auxiliary ingredients, seasonings. One also needed to taste the steps of the dish. This was very difficult. In other words, this was a technical job, only a wisdom path professional could do it. Thus, when Tai Bai Yunxing returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Feng Yuan was in Danghun Palace, diligently practicing multiple search methods. He had just started learning, he did not have the experience of his previous life to help him. He was still a distance away from using them. Junior brother, how have you been? Tai Bai Yunxing smiled. He was under a lot of pressure in Eastern Sea. Now that he was facing Feng Yuan, he could truly relax. A friend in need is a friend indeed to him. Hu Immortal Blessed Land with Feng Yuan was like home. Feng Yuan gestured for him to sit down. Seeing his tattered clothes, he was surprised. You are injured. Tai Bai Yunxing smiled bitterly. He said with lingering fear, I am different now, I have just entered Eastern Sea. I am already attracting attention. I cannot return through the star door, so I went to the regional wall to pretend. To think that someone was actually following me. I have thoroughly witnessed the terrifying power of the earth tide in this trip. Although the regional wall is weak because of the earth tide, the formless tide force is entrenched near the regional wall. It is impossible to defend against it. I have only been at the periphery, but I have already suffered a few times. Only defensive immortal killer moves are effective. My 9-cloud hoop is like paper in front of the formless tide force. Let's not talk about this. I heard junior brother had great gains this time? Ha ha. Feng Yuan laughed. He naturally would not tell Tai Bai Yunxing that his fake junior brother had killed his real senior brother. But Feng Yuan only concealed some things. He told most of the truth to Tai Bai Yunxing. After Tai Bai Yunxing heard this, he also sighed towards a person like Dongfeng Naganori. He also talked about his recent situation with Feng Yuan. All in all, Tai Bai Yunxing was very popular in Eastern Sea. His development was really good. At this rate, he would become another fairy Li Shan. Tai Bai Yunxing then talked about Yulu Blessed Land. Shark Demon had attacked it many times. He had encountered countless difficulties, but until now, he had not truly entered Yulu Blessed Land. He was obstructed by the outskirts. Feng Yuan sighed. Fairy Yulu was a rank 8 Gu immortal back then. Her master was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Yulu Grotto Heaven fell to become Yulu Blessed Land, but its might is still there. It is probably one of the most difficult blessed lands to attack in this world. Actually, there are many factors that affect the defense of a blessed land. First, the source of the blessed land is the same. Second, whether there is a land spirit. Third, whether there is sufficient immortal essence. Fourth, whether there are desolate beasts and other guards. Fifth, whether there are immortal goo. Sixth, immortal killer moves. Seventh, whether there are immortal goo houses. Eighth, whether there are goo immortals, and so on. However, in my opinion, the attack and defense of a blessed land can only be determined by one thing, the quantity of Dao marks. Tai Bai Yunxing listened to Feng Yuan's words. He had only nodded, because the words were old news. But when he heard Feng Yuan's final sentence, which seemed to be the finishing touch, his heart jolted. He showed an interested expression as he said, I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan did not answer, instead he asked Tai Bai Yunsheng. Old Bai, do you know the saying man is the spirit of all living beings? Gu are the essence of heaven and earth? Chapter 828. Tai Bai Yunsheng leaned back on his chair. His expression was blank before he scolded with a smile. Junior brother, you are making fun of me. I have heard these words so many times. They have filled my ears since I started cultivating as a Gu master. Even mortals are familiar with them. Fang Yuan nodded, his tone revealing a trace of pride as he spoke again. The origin of these words is the first-ranked 9 Gu immortal in human history. Primordial origin immortal venerable. He was also the one who created the dominance of Central Continent's celestial court, which has stood until now. Even with the passage of time, it has not fallen. These words are extremely incisive and can be said to be the golden rule of Gu master cultivation. It has spread far and wide, even surpassing the legends of Ranzu. But in my opinion, these words are not incisive. I will summarize them into one word, that is Tao. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and sat up straight, his gaze shining as he looked at Fang Yuan, saying again, I would like to hear the details. Fang Yuan spoke frankly. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Among all living beings in nature, humans have the most intelligence and comprehension. They can sense heaven and earth and comprehend the great Tao. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. Gu are very unique among all living beings. Mortal Gu contains some tiny fragments of the great Tao, while immortal Gu contain fragments of the great Tao. Thus, they can be said to be the essence of heaven and earth. What is Tao? Water flows downwards. Humans will starve to death if they do not eat. Green trees thrive because of rain and fertile soil. These are Tao. Gu masters use Gu worms to start a fire, reverse the flow of water, create lightning, heal injuries. These are also Tao. Humans nurture Gu, use Gu and refine Gu. They use Gu worms to use a portion of the might of heaven and earth to survive and reproduce. Finally comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. After becoming a Gu immortal, the aperture turns into an immortal aperture, and Tao marks are carved on the body. It could be said that Gu masters nurturing Gu were nurturing Tao, Gu masters using Gu were using Tao, Gu masters refining Gu were refining Tao. Gu masters have a myriad of paths: strength path, fire path, time path, poison path. They are all cultivation paths created by our predecessors in the vast and unknown world. Saying so, Fang Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. So in one sentence, Gu master cultivation is the same as cultivating the Tao. A Gu master's cultivation is to cultivate the Tao. Tai Bai Yunsheng sat on the chair, frowning as he ruminated over Fang Yuan's words. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Fang Yuan's conclusion was extremely incisive. To him, it was as if the clouds and mist had parted and he could see the clear sky. At this time, Fang Yuan spoke again. Let's talk about the foundation of a Gu immortal's cultivation, the immortal aperture. The immortal aperture was a blessed land, a grotto heaven, a small world that contained the Tao. Of course, this Tao cannot be compared to the 5 regions heavens and earth. It only has Tao marks at most. Take my Hu immortal blessed land for example. It has the most basic time path Tao marks. That is why it can draw in a tributary of the river of time. The blessed land has the concept of time. It has the flow of time. It also has a lot of space path Tao marks, so the blessed land has a large area. Even if it loses the northern area, it can still hold a lot of resources. Little Hu immortal land spirit can teleport at will. A blessed land with few space path Tao marks usually has a small area, but the land spirit cannot teleport. It has the most enslavement path Tao marks. It is because of these Tao marks that it is easier to raise foxes in Hu immortal blessed land. It is more effective to control similar beast groups and even desolate beasts. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded repeatedly, agreeing. That's right, that is the reason. My Tai Bai blessed land has the most time path Tao marks. Thus it has the most time resources. 1 day in the outside world is 33 days in my blessed land. Earth path Tao marks are the least. Thus there are no mountains in the blessed land. The soil is not fertile. Space path Tao marks are ordinary, But when combined together, the land is not huge, but the sky is very high. As he said this, his eyes shined with bright light. He had already understood something. That is why I said that a blessed land's offense and defense can only be judged by one thing. That is the number of Tao marks in the blessed land. Feng Yuan continued, a blessed land is a world of its own. Why can it suppress enemies and imprison Gu worms? The reason is that the blessed land has a large number of Tao marks. It is like a pond. The remnant Tao marks of mortal Gu are like a drop of water that ignites a fire. When a drop of water enters the pond, it will be melted. When a fire enters the pond, it will be extinguished. Thus, once the Tao marks in the blessed land are activated, the heavenly power will be formed. Mortal Gu will be useless. Why can immortal Gu not be restricted by the blessed land? Because immortal Gu are fragments of laws, they have their own bodies like rocks. When they fall into the pond, even though the water ripples, they cannot stop the rocks from moving forward. But even though they cannot be imprisoned, they can still be suppressed. When immortal Gu fight in the blessed land, their power will be amplified and weakened by the blessed land's Tao marks. Let's talk about Gu immortals. When Gu immortals enter the blessed land, they will also be suppressed by the Tao marks. But Gu immortals have immortal bodies. They are fundamentally different from mortals. What is an immortal body? To put it simply, it is nothing more than the Tao marks on the body. When a Gu immortal invades the blessed land, the more Tao marks there are, the more the Gu immortal will be suppressed. On the contrary, the more Tao marks there are, the less the blessed land's suppression will be. In his previous life, Feng Yuan was a bloodpath Gu immortal. He could not enter many fragment worlds of the immemorial 9 heavens. Because these fragment worlds had sparse Tao marks, they were much fewer than the Tao marks on his body. When Feng Yuan entered them, he was like a tiger entering a rabbit's cage. The only consequence was that the fragment world would explode. The Tao marks of the fragment world would be destroyed and the winds of assimilation would blow, destroying all the resources in the fragment world. For example, the group of demons and Dongfang Naganori fought in Jade Pool Blessed Land. Dongfang Naganori used his terrain advantage to prevent the Gu immortals from using mortal Gu, but he could not stop immortal killer moves. This was because Jade Pool Blessed Land was a public blessed land. Even though there were many Tao marks, they were mixed. Dongfang Naganori could not use all of his Tao marks. He could only use the portion of the blessed land he controlled, thus his power was limited. He could not even make the flying Gu immortals fall to the ground. It was impossible for all Gu immortals to use immortal killer moves to fly. But Gu immortals also had Tao marks on them. They could resist the suppression of the blessed land's Tao marks. The demonic path Gu immortals' mortal killer moves against Dongfang Naganori were ineffective, but their mortal amplification was still effective. Penetrating insight. Penetrating insight. Tai Bai Yun Sheng was enlightened as he sighed. I understand now. Public blessed lands usually have weak defenses. Why is that? Because they are formed by countless Gu immortals cutting out a small portion of their private blessed lands and piecing them together. These blessed lands have many Tao marks. They restrict each other. They cannot be completely unified. It is like a person's 5 fingers. They can only move alone. They cannot be clenched into a fist. A blessed land that has a unified origin also has Tao marks as a whole. If there is a land spirit, it can expend immortal essence and mobilize Tao marks to form the heavenly power of heaven and earth. Immortal Gu are truth fragments. Desolate beasts have Tao marks. Gu immortals are even more so. Immortal Gu houses are the combination of many immortal Gu. Immortal killer moves are the combination of several types of Tao marks. They can form many effects or amplify a certain ability. Thus, be it blessed lands or grotto heavens, the purer the Tao marks, the harder it is to take down. Land spirit and immortal essence are things that can help in unleashing the power of Tao marks. Think about that imperial court blessed land. If not for the land spirit fighting with 88-point Jinyang Tower, it would have been impregnable. How could it have been destroyed? After saying this, Tai Bai Yunshin got up from his seat. He stood up straight and faced Feng Yuan bowing. Listening to Feng Yuan's words today, my vision is truly clear. I have gained a lot. From today onwards, I will not dare to call you junior brother anymore. On the path of cultivation, you are ahead of me. Old boy, we were just having a casual conversation today. You don't need to be humble, I believe you have some understanding of this principle. It is just that it is not as clear as mine. Feng Yuan waved his hand lightly. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a solemn expression. No, this principle seems simple, but it is very important. The word Tao is indeed more profound than the phrase, man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. I was ignorant in the past, but now I realize the essence of Gu master cultivation. Ordinary Gu immortals might not be able to comprehend this principle. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Tai Bai Yunsheng's words were not exaggerated. In fact, the reason he could understand this principle was because of the advantage of his transmigration. In his previous life, science was prevalent on Earth. The principles of mechanics, trigonometric formulas, acceleration, density, specific heat capacity, and so on, weren't they the principles of heaven and earth? From this point of view, science was also a way of cultivation. Give me a fulcrum, I can move the earth. Such a famous saying in the world of Gu masters was nothing more than give me a Gu worm, I can radiate light and heat. Give me all the Gu worms, I can do anything. Precisely because of the contrast between the two worlds, Feng Yuan had a different angle to observe this world. He could comprehend principles that others could not. And in the world of Gu masters, was there no one who could comprehend this principle? How could that be? There were many people who comprehended this principle. Primordial origin immortal venerable was one of them. Man is the spirit of all living beings. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth, was a more detailed explanation of Tao. Primordial origin immortal venerable said this because he did not discriminate in teaching. He merely had a different starting point for inheritances. But those who could comprehend this principle were basically big shots, Gu immortals at the peak. They could comprehend it after looking back on their entire life of cultivation. Ordinary Gu masters lived in the mortal world. Ordinary Gu immortals had to worry about calamities and tribulations. Where would they have the time and energy to think about these useless things? Whether they comprehended this principle or not, it did not affect their survival. In the end, it was the angle of thinking. But this angle of thinking could not be underestimated. Gunpowder was used for pill refinement in ancient times in China. When it spread out, it became guns and cannons. The brilliance of China's civilization was undeniable. But Earth's modern natural science was flourishing because of Western civilization's greatest contribution. Looking at nature and all living beings from different angles of thinking could form two different civilizations. It was hard to judge between civilizations. They could only say that they specialized in different things. Thus, Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was in the Gu master civilization, heard Feng Yuan's words and felt deeply moved. From his perspective, he could feel that Feng Yuan's attainment level was far higher than his. Thus, he did not dare to call Feng Yuan junior brother anymore. As the saying goes, the accomplished are the teachers. If he called Feng Yuan junior brother again, Tai Bai Yunsheng would feel ashamed. There was a feeling called being ashamed of one's inferiority. It was referring to Tai Bai Yunsheng's current state. The two conversed for a while more before Tai Bai Yunsheng bid farewell to Feng Yuan. Although the two had been communicating with each other before, after the face-to-face exchange, the vague barrier between them had already vanished. Feng Yuan had lived two lives. His enslavement methods were quite impressive. Just a simple Tao debate had left a deep impression on Tai Bai Yunsheng, causing him to concede defeat. Chapter 829. After knowing that Tai Bai Yunsheng had returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fairy Li Shan used her fastest speed to rush to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Right now, old ancestor Shui, who was in charge of Snowy Mountain, Tai Bai Yunsheng was an outsider with a sensitive identity. It was not convenient for him to go there. Thus, the best location was still Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Because Tai Bai Yunsheng already had the experience of saving Dang Hun Mountain, the entire process was not dangerous. It passed smoothly. The pale-faced Fairy Li Shan finally let out a sigh of relief. After surviving this calamity, the heavy burden in her heart had finally been lifted off the ground. However, the injuries on her body were still not light, and she still needed time to slowly recover. Fairy, wait. Just as Fairy Li Shan was about to return to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, Fang Yuan stopped her. I have a huge transaction. I wonder if Fairy is interested? Fang Yuan spoke of his plan. He did not have the financial resources to refine immortal goo. But that did not mean that even if Tai Bai Yunsheng, Fang Yuan, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan gathered together, they did not have the financial resources to do so. Right now Fairy Jiangyu's whereabouts are unknown. To snatch Dark Limit immortal goo, we do not have Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's methods. It is very difficult. I obtained an immortal killer move from Dongfang Naganori. It is called Star Fog Concealment. It can obscure heaven's secrets. It is very suitable for us. Fang Yuan's words immediately moved Fairy Li Shan, as well as He Lulan. But when they heard about Star Fog Concealment, it required 2 immortal goo as the cores to activate. Fairy Li Shan shook her head and smiled bitterly. Refining 1 immortal goo is already beyond our limits. Refining 2 immortal goo is impossible. This time, by restoring Minuscule Mountain back to its original state, Fairy Li Shan had saved a lot of expenses. But she was injured. She needed to ask other goo immortals to heal her. There was also the heavy task that old ancestor Shui Hu had given her. She had been helping He Lulan in her cultivation earlier. Her deep financial resources were almost depleted. She fell into the same predicament as Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had no choice but to change to another financing plan. He suggested, gather the wealth of the 4 of them, by the experience of raising hairy men, and by a large number of hairy man slaves. From there, he could increase the size of the stone nest and increase the production of air sac goo. Thus they increased the trade of guts goo. After that, the 4 of them would divide the profits among themselves. The expenditure of this plan was naturally far less than refining immortal goo. But he was rejected by Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan, have you thought about the reaction of the Crane Gate? Your business of monopolizing guts goo can be said to be very popular. Many people are coveting it. If you increase the scale of the trade, Crane Gate will become even more envious. If the balance in their hearts is broken, they will come to take back your Hu immortal blessed land. What should you do? We already have enough troubles on our hands. It's better to have less trouble than less trouble. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, Fairy is right, let's forget about it. Fairy Li Shan returned to Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. He Lulan continued to stay in the stone nest, refining air sac goo for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's 2 suggestions did not succeed. He was not resigned to it. After returning to Dang Hun Palace, he contacted the land spirit of Langya. The hairy men in Langya Blessed Land. They were the highest quality hairy men that Fang Yuan had ever seen. Even in a high-end market like Jewel Yellow Skies, they were not as good as the hairy men in Langya Blessed Land. From this, it could be easily deduced. The land spirit of Langya definitely had the best experience in raising hairy men. Fang Yuan did not have immortal Yuan stone, but he had a wisdom path inheritance. He had many immortal goo recipes and a large number of immortal materials. They were what the land spirit of Langya desired. Could he use these things to transact with the land spirit of Langya? Fang Yuan went with hope, but he ended up with a swollen face. The land spirit of Langya had a firm attitude. It was like an iron wall. There was no room for negotiation. You want to get hairy men? Don't even think about it. If you want to transact with me, there is only one way, that is to complete the mission. The land spirit of Langya brought up the matter again. He still wanted that rank 6 poisonous flowers petals. Fang Yuan was a little moved this time. He thought about it and asked, if I obtain these goo refinement immortal materials for you, can you sell them to me as hairy man slaves, or a portion of your experience in raising hairy men? The land spirit of Langya waved his sleeves, rejecting him. Impossible, anything related to hairy men is not for sale. You better give up on this idea. But if you can obtain the immortal materials I want, I can give you the goo recipe of all-out effort goo. In fact, not only do I have the rank 1 to 5 all-out effort mortal goo recipes, I also have the rank 6 all-out effort immortal goo recipe. Isn't this what you want? The land spirit of Langya threw out this bait. Fang Yuan was indeed moved, but Fang Yuan was a little angry. The land spirit of Langya was using Fang Yuan as a tool, but how could it be so easy to obtain the immortal material flower petals? The risk was too high. Feng Yuan was risking his life for it. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. How many times had Feng Yuan taken advantage of the land spirit of Lengia? But during the Northern Plains auction, the land spirit had suffered a huge loss. It was so painful that it woke up. Thus, the reason why the land spirit of Lengia was so difficult to deal with was because of Feng Yuan. Only with effort would there be gains. Conversely, there was a price to pay for the gains. Feng Yuan obtained so many immortal materials without any effort. The price was that his relationship with the land spirit of Lengia fell to a freezing point. But the land spirit was formed from the combination of obsession and heavenly power. It was very stubborn. Even though it would not lie, it would not change its mind easily once it made up its mind. Thus at this moment Feng Yuan could not think of anything else. Lengia blessed land could not help him much, not to mention getting financing from the land spirit of Lengia. The plan failed. Feng Yuan could only sigh deeply. He focused his attention on the blessed land's tribulation. 2 days later. These souls were very tattered. They came from mortals and should not be worth mentioning. But at this moment, Feng Yuan's soul was suppressed by these remnant souls. But thankfully, they did not have any intelligence and could not cooperate with each other. Feng Yuan mobilized his soul and concentrated his attacks, paying a huge price before finally exterminating these remnant souls. After the battle, Feng Yuan's soul was only left with 30% of its original size. It was dim and lightless, like a candle in the wind on its last breath. His injuries were extremely severe. But thankfully he had guts goo. Right now he crushed air sac goo. The guts goo inside also shattered, turning into the best resources in the world to strengthen his soul. A moment later, Feng Yuan's soul completely recovered, returning to its peak state. Compared to before, his soul was more condensed. It was like a piece of metal that had been forged. It was more compact. Chapter 830. The killer move Time Assist Luck did not consume the user's lifespan and could increase their luck, but it had 2 flaws. The first flaw was the backlash of the remnant soul. Because of the immortal killer move, the remnant soul was very fierce. Soul battles were very dangerous, but the user could not use any soul path methods. They could only rely on their own soul to fight. Thus, even soul path goo immortals would often suffer heavy injuries to their soul after a soul battle. The second flaw was that the immortal body could only use Time Assist Luck once a month. What was the time of the immortal body? Blessed lands and grotto heavens had different time flows compared to the outside world. For example, 1 day in the outside world was 15 days in the blessed land. If the goo immortal was in the outside world, the immortal body would experience 1 day. If the immortal body was in the blessed land, the immortal body would experience 15 days. The lifespan of a goo immortal from death to life was the total amount of time the immortal body had experienced. Feng Yuan kept time luck immortal goo and the other mortal goo, before subconsciously raising his head to look at the sky. It is a pity that I do not have luck inspection immortal goo. I cannot see the changes in my luck. I cannot see the effect of Time Assist Luck. No, I cannot see my own luck, but I can see others. Feng Yuan had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a method. He had luck inspection mortal goo. He could not see an immortal zombie like himself. But don't forget, he had already connected his luck with Yi Fan, Han Li and Hong Yi. Once their luck was connected, the four's luck was like 4 bowls of water. The amount was the same. Feng Yuan's bowl suddenly had more water. He would immediately divide it into 4 portions. 1 portion would be left in his bowl, while the other 3 would flow to the other 3. Feng Yuan could not see himself, but he could see the other 3. After all, these 3 were still mortals. Southern border. In a dense forest, Yi Fan was like a monkey, moving rapidly on the mountain. He jumped and jumped over huge rocks. At times he climbed and grabbed long vines flying between tall trees. His movements were extremely fast. It was as if he was possessed by a monkey. In fact, fine monkey hair had grown out of his nose, cheeks, the back of his hands and other places. Yifan's eyes were no longer black and white. Instead, they had turned golden. He stared at the speck of blue light in front of him, and his eyes gradually became anxious. This blue face goo is really slippery, so hard to catch. No, I have to catch it. It is a transformation path rank 3 goo. It can change the appearance of a male goo master. I am currently being hunted down. This goo worm is extremely important to me. Suddenly, a strange itch attacked the depths of Yifan's heart. Yifan took a quick glance and saw that the back of his hand was covered with thick monkey fur. His heart sank. Oh no! I forcefully activated the killer move monkey transformation. The longer I use it, the more monkey hair there will be. After the time limit, I might turn into a half-man half-monkey monster. But if I dispel this killer move, my speed will fall sharply, and I can only let this wild blue face goo escape. Just as Yifan was in a dilemma, the sky quickly darkened and dark clouds covered the sky. Soon bean-sized raindrops began to fall. After a dozen breaths of time, a torrential downpour formed. The torrential downpour obscured his vision. Yifan completely lost the blue light that he was barely tracking. Damn it, after so many days and nights of effort, I still failed in the end. Sigh, without a goo worm that specializes in capturing wild goo, it is like being empty-handed. This is so troublesome. Yifan was in the torrential downpour and was soon drenched. He was extremely disappointed. Right at this time, with a crackling sound, lightning struck a tree in the middle of the mountain. The tree fell, flames rose and spread rapidly. Even the torrential downpour could not extinguish the flames. This tung oil mountain is filled with tung oil trees. The flames easily spread and are hard to extinguish. I have to quickly leave this place, otherwise it will form a huge fire and seal the path. It will be too late to leave by then. Yifan quickly left. 15 minutes later, he stood at the foot of the mountain, looking at the huge fire that was burning fiercely. Even the torrential downpour could not extinguish it. He sighed and was about to leave when suddenly, a speck of blue light flew towards him. Yifan saw it clearly and his eyes opened wide. It was actually that blue face goo. But this blue face goo had thick soot on it. It was clearly heavily injured. Yifan hurriedly rushed over and grabbed it. Normally, when refining a wild goo worm, there would be strong resistance from the goo worm's will, but now that the goo worm was extremely weak, Yifan was able to refine it in a few breaths of time. To think that I actually obtained the blue face goo like this. Yifan sighed, feeling that this was a miracle of fate. This pleasant surprise made him satisfied, and just as he was about to leave, his body suddenly stiffened and froze on the spot like a stone statue. It turned out that after the blue face goo, there were 3 other wild goo worms that escaped the fire, flying towards him while on their last breaths western desert. On the rock beach, rocks of all sizes were piled up and spread out, forming a natural rock field that was thousands of li in radius. Hanli breathed heavily. His feet were in pain as he stepped on the rocks, but he still ran crazily. Brat, put down those 3 nodding stones. Behind Hanli, a rank 3 goo master shouted angrily, chasing after him. Hanli heard this and ran even faster. In his field of vision, a huge rock group was getting closer and closer. Hanli couldn't help but show joy on his face. These rocks were huge and thick, and the gaps between the rocks varied in size, making them the best hiding spots. The rank 3 goo master chasing after Hanli was extremely anxious. Hanli was only a youth, his body was thin and weak. If he entered the gaps, he would quickly leave the goo master's sight. But the intense battle earlier had exhausted the rank 3 goo master's primeval essence. He could not even activate his rank 3 movement goo. Thus he could only chase on foot. Damn it, am I going to let him escape like this? No, I am a grand rank 3 goo master elder. The other party is only a mortal. If I let him escape and this matter spreads, how can I show my face in the future? Those 3 nodding stones are extremely valuable. They are materials for refining rank 5 goo. They are sold. The rank 3 goo master was extremely unwilling. He gritted his teeth and finally used his trump card goo worm. Immediately, his heart emptied. His lifespan was reduced by 2 years in exchange for 20% of his rank 3 primeval essence. He used 10% of his primeval essence to activate his movement goo worm. His speed increased sharply. and in a few breaths of time he was behind Han Li. He then used the other 10% of primeval essence to activate a stone fist, which he shot out. The stone fist would definitely kill Han Li. But the Gu Master's eyes flashed and he dispelled this thought. On one hand, he was afraid of breaking the nodding stones on Han Li. On the other hand, the Gu Master hated Han Li and wanted to kill him to vent his anger. Thus, this stone fist brushed past Han Li's right leg and flew out, crashing into a group of tall and thick rocks. A series of muffled sounds rang out, causing dust to rise and rocks to fly everywhere. Han Li was heavily injured. His right leg was fractured. But he had a strong heart. He knew his life was hanging by a thread. He screamed and pounced forward with all his strength. His body was small and thin, he just happened to get close to the rock gap. The rank 3 Gu Master was shocked. His primeval essence was completely exhausted. He had no other choice. Could he really let this brat escape? But soon the Gu Master calmed down. Although Han Li jumped into the rock gap, his head was bleeding and his right leg was fractured. He was dizzy and couldn't get up. "Brat, you really know how to run. Run again." The rank 3 Gu Master had a fierce expression. He slowly walked towards Han Li. Han Li felt despair. He subconsciously moved backwards, but his speed was extremely slow. The rank 3 Gu Master thought of countless cruel methods to torture Han Li. He laughed sinisterly as he entered the rock gap. Boom! Suddenly, the few tall rocks that formed the crevice collapsed, pressing the rank 3 Gu Master under the rocks. The rank 3 Gu Master's ribs were crushed, his organs were pierced. After struggling for a while, he died on the spot. Han Li was left standing there in a daze. Central Continent. Universal Life Academy. This Gu refinement competition had already reached its final stage. 16 young Gu Masters sat cross-legged in the square, refining Gu at the same time under everyone's gazes. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was getting closer and closer. Although Universal Life Academy was only a small sect, all Central Continent sects had a quota to participate in the Refinement Path Convention. In Universal Life Academy, there were only 3 quotas. They were reserved for disciples, elders, and external elders. Right now, 16 Gu Master disciples were competing for the sole quota. This competition is reaching its crucial moment. That's right, there is a final hurdle in refining Beauty Gu. It tests the Gu Master's control over their mind. They have to unite their palms to prevent the fire from going out of control. Look, Chao Yu has already reached this hurdle. He is purposely slowing down his refinement speed to give himself enough time to react. The spectating disciples discussed in low voices, analyzing the situation in the field. A moment later, 2 more people reached the final hurdle. As expected, it is Xielan and Luwan. The 2 of them and Chao Yu are publicly recognized as the 3 most talented disciples of our academy in terms of refinement path. The final winner of this competition should be one of the 3 of them. Maybe a dark horse will jump out. That is not possible. Refinement path cultivation requires a lot of practice. It cannot be done in one go. Even if someone practices secretly, they will expend a huge amount of resources. The process of buying Gu refinement materials cannot be concealed. On the stage, with the dean at the lead, 6 elders were sitting and observing the competition, preventing any cheating. As time passed, the 4th, 5th, and 6th young Gu Masters reached the final crucial step one by one. It is basically confirmed the winner will be one of Chao Yu, Xielan, and Luwan. As long as they do not make any mistakes, they will be the top 3. Although the other Gu Masters have also reached the final hurdle, they have already taken too much time. While the spectators were discussing, the elders were also secretly communicating. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.